Hello, hello! Happy Friday, everybody! The week of the end of the week is here, and happy to be. So hopefully, those of you who had a holiday season, it was grand. For those of you who didn't, hopefully it felt like a holiday, and that you had a great time. And guys, hang out with friends and family. And speaking of friends, I've got a friend right here with me. Well, virtually via voice. I am joined tonight by Vincenzo. Vincenzo, how the heck are you, sir?
Doing great. And yeah, like what you said, I hope everyone had a good happy holidays if y'all celebrate that. I sure did.
Nice. Were you easy, like, was it just kind of a chill, mellow time, or was it full of family festivity and frivolity?
My brother came and hung out.
Nice.
So, yeah, just us hanging out, drinking, playing a few games.
Okay. Sorry. There we go. I just realized I probably didn't get to hear. So, Macro, Denise, hello. Dano first there. Good to see you. I just reset had to tweak the settings. I don't think anybody heard our intro because I think Discord was off on a different channel. So, for those of you, apologies here, folks. We're gonna do this one more time. So, we just wanted to say hello and also to introduce that I'm here today with Vincenzo, who I believe had just had a fantastic monologue, but we missed it because it was on the wrong channel. So, Vincenzo, how the heck are you?
Yeah, I'm good. What I did say was, because you said it as well, but I hope everyone had a good holidays. And if you'll celebrate that, because I did, hung out with, the family that I do have here. So, a lot of fun.
Is most of your family in on the West Coast?
No, it's literally just me and my brother over here.
Oh, okay? No, thank you, Macro. Appreciate that. I totally forgot that. That Discord is coming through on the desktop audio. So they actually heard us the first time. Everything was good to go. And now, hopefully, Macro, the doubling voice is no more. I forgot that unless I'm doing a video recording, I don't separate Discord and desktop. Because half the time the audio beta that OBS uses can create some really bad audio artifacting, for lack of a better term. So I try to just use desktop recording, but when I do that, it also records. So that's the good news. So they just got to hear it twice. That's great. It's fine. It's good.
Yeah, I don't mind repeating myself.
Well, it was accurate. There would have been one thing if you're like, the first time you said, yeah, Christmas was great, I loved it and everything, and then the second time you're like, yeah, like I was saying, I hated Christmas, it was dumb, and I'm glad it's over. Like you were very consistent in your
Behold my
your dealer. So, Vincenzo, are you still like actively playing Tessel? Because I know a lot of times you're getting on because of where you're at. You're getting on either like when it's really late for everybody else, and it's not for you. Are you still finding engagement in the game, or is it waxing? Is it waxing or waning? I guess is it...
It's definitely waning.
Waning.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of playing a bit consistently a few weeks ago, or maybe last week. I just got up to 4. I basically just did what I usually do, just get up to 4, so I don't get reset that hard.
Gotcha.
I was trying to do versus arena, but there's even less people playing that now.
Oh.
So like, because I did want to hit legend in versus arena at least once, but it's just taking way too long, and yeah, I lose patience.
Man, that sucks. To just not be able to make it because of a lack of opponents, not a lack of will or ability.
Yeah, because I've actually been doing pretty good in it.
Yeah.
Like actually drafting really solid decks and stuff. So like, it's been working, but it's just like, yeah, sometimes it takes forever to get a game. And
Gotcha.
Part of it is too, like when we did D&D last week, and I was saying like, yeah, me and my wife have been playing Elder Scrolls Online a lot. So that's kind of eating up into the time, and I've been trying to actually finish my playthrough of Baldur's Gate because I've been playing that since like June, and I still haven't finished the game.
Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you got to get on that, man. Stop slacking.
Yeah, but I've also like reset it like twice. So
So it's a very Skyrim-y deal.
None of them can be trusted.
yeah, sort of. But
We must protect
it's
the
kind of like
Nightmother.
when I first got Divinity Original Sin 2, I restarted like 4 playthroughs going on at the same time, so it's kind of the same thing.
Holy crap! Holy cow! Hang on, Inu is here. Inu, hello, Inu. Where the heck have you been, dude? We've had a APB out for like 5 folks. We got Ametista Dorada / Antoine. He's been MIA. Inu, you've been out for like a bazillion years. Who else has been gone for like the longest time? Well, I mean, Vincenzo, you were out. You were MIA for like almost a month. It felt like, but we knew what was going on with you at least.
Yeah. Probably I feel like Sea City Prize hasn't been around, huh?
Yeah, he's popped in here and there. I think he's consumed with Marvel Snap and Pokemon Go at this point. But I think his is yeah. He'll like pop in once in a while and be like, "Hey, inflammatory comment," and then he'll bail. But
Yeah. Then he's out.
but yeah, Inu, man, well, I'm glad you're okay, because like with you and Ametista, like when you just go, oh, and then oh gosh, the blacksmith. I forgot the last name as well.
Don't underestimate me.
Tiago the blacksmith. Haven't seen him in a while either. So what do you have to say for yourself? You better be like coaching the national men's soccer team or something to excuse this kind of lack of being here. But anyhow, I don't know if we'll do that. But thank you, Lagmeister. Welcome as well. Good to see you, my friend.
I would say Tiago's been gone for like a very long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he frequented for a while, and then it was like, he'd be out for like a date night or something like that. But for about a month, it felt like 2 or 3 weeks worth, he was kind of mixing it up pretty regularly, and then like not even seeing him play. And I do think we've got some folks, like I know Edmorn, will hang out, especially like on Fridays. He'll hang out with, oh goodness, who's a gentleman now that. No. Where is he? He's not playing right now. Thin White Duke. Thin White Duke.
Oh yeah.
I
remember him being in his stream that I did with Thin White Duke too.
Yeah. Oh, speak of El Diablo. There's Michael Bailey. So he's actually here with us right now. But yeah, I mean, by the way, Thin White Duke is continuing to put out. But him and Denise are both continuing to put out on the regular, content videos. So if y'all have not watched them, Vincenzo, are you making videos even though you're not maybe like streaming as much, or you kind of had to step back from that as well?
Yeah, I've definitely taken a step back. I'm still like thinking like what I want to do, really, once the game is gone, because like it feels kind of like a waste of energy to like kind of make any videos right now.
Right.
So yeah, I'm still kind of like if I even want to like continue doing like YouTube stuff, especially because I already kind of haven't been doing anything. It's kind of nice to have a break from it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I have like ideas and stuff for stuff that I wanted to do before the game was announced that it was going to get shut down. But I remember I started like working on a script for it because it was going to be like kind of another long video, and I maybe worked on it for like 10 minutes, and I was like, what's the point?
It's very hard because there is something to be said for doing like they say, hey, if as long as you love what you're doing, then you can do it indefinitely. It doesn't matter if other people like it, but there is a reality that at a certain point, what you do, you only enjoy if it not if it's seen by other people. So it's not like a fix on me, but it's like the joy does not come with the writing. The joy comes with sharing, or the joy comes with being a part of it. And so you can have somebody who enjoys what they do, but if they're doing it in a vacuum, they lose a lot of the love, because the whole point of what they do is the interaction and to connect with people. And so it can be hard it can be hard to motivate yourself to do something when you
give
know
me strength.
the game is or what you're doing is swiftly and unfortunately fading into obscurity.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me too. It is also kind of tricky because like I already have like taken such a like long break, so it's like people probably have honestly even forgotten that that I'm a thing.
Right.
So when it's like even when I do like upload anything, it I just don't get any like views on it. So that's another part of it too. It's just like no one's even like watching it anyway. So it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah. So sometimes you push through and you're able to get a breakthrough and like you gain traction, and then sometimes it just doesn't happen. Goodness gracious. So I don't know if you got it up. Ross.
Yeah, I'm
just going hog
too.
wild.
I thought he was dead.
A market deck of all things, but not boring market. It's weapon market. And boy, howdy, he's making it work. Look at that. My gosh.
Yeah, nice and clean.
Wow. I should try and get my last 4 wins to get to Legend a final time. Oh, you only need 4 wins to get to Legend? Yeah, Michael, go for it. Are you playing now? See, there's more, and I don't see you on here at the moment, but we'll check you out if you do want to make that push. And Inu says, indeed, well, to keep it short, I kind of played some other games with friends. My logic is if I get used to Legends not being a daily part of my life, it will be easier to cope with once it's gone.
That's kind of what I'm at too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's exactly what Vincenzo was saying. And so I appreciate that. And I mean, it sounds like, you're saying playing some other games with friends. It sounds like a lot of folks actually are kind of looking to, because I know like Baldric was saying like he missed some Fridays. He was playing actual board games with real life flesh and blood people. And I've been seeing or hearing more people talk about that. And I'm actually looking, there's a game called Flesh and Blood, which is...
I've played it before.
Have you played it?
Yeah, in fact, when I did my spotlight with you, I mentioned it because my brother like actually has like played in tournaments for that game.
Oh, no kidding!
Yeah, he's tried teaching it to me. To me, it's very complicated because he was trying to teach me how to play it when I was in Mississippi and he was over here. Oh, I think he might have been in Georgia still, but anyway, he was trying to teach me this game like online and like Tabletop Simulator. And it's kind of jank how it all works. So, and then there's like an online website that you can play it. I would need to look it up, and I'll probably like try to link it in the video if anyone's interested in it. But yeah, Flesh and Blood, that's a pretty fun one. I've never won a game in it, but
what I hear, like one of the great things that I've been excited about, it says it's a lot, almost no luck. It's all like it's anticipation of what your opponent might do. So it's almost not mechanically speaking, but almost in function. It's more like a chess game than a poker game. It's less what you draw. Like you don't have lands, you don't have mana or anything. Well, I guess maybe to a degree you do, but like it's all about what you equip your heroes with and what you choose to do versus kind of working with what you got in your hand. I don't know, but I'm intrigued by it. But that's because it doesn't really have a genuine digital presence. If I wanted to play it, I'd have to find flesh and blood people to play it with, and I think I don't know. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It just could be a hard thing.
Yeah, and I feel like that game probably has like a very like devoted like player base. So one, like you'll probably find people that are probably going to be like really good and they're just going to destroy you.
What? That's no different than here, man. I get beat by you guys all the time.
Yeah, fair enough. But what I do like about that game, if I'm remembering correctly, you redraw your hand, I think, at the end of each of your turns.
Yep.
So like that also like very heavily reduces like any amount of the RNG that there is. But there really isn't like a lot of RNG in that game, like at all.
Yeah, and that's a huge boon for me, because that's what obviously I've mentioned it many times. One of many things I chafe at. Doesn't mean there isn't skill involved in the game, or a good deal of skill, but I like the idea of having more control over my destiny. Even if it means I lose, at least I did it on my own terms, or because of my own ignorance or something, and not so much man, I know I got 3 copies of this deck. We're 65 cards in. Where the heck is my blah blah blah? You know.
Yeah, it helps too that you can like when your opponent attacks you, there's like you have like reactions that you can do. So like even if you like didn't play or you had kind of like a bad turn, when you re-up your hand, when your opponent actually does something, there's probably a decent chance that you have like something that you can do at least.
Right. Well, Dano just put up a heck of a fight there, but got beaten once again. I feel like it was just last week we were watching Nkano come down and ruin several people's lives. So that does open up the question, like for you, what games have you been playing? What stuff have you found as a side? Just to give other people ideas. I had been looking into Magic quite a bit, and I remember I was so happy when I first started. I was like, I haven't seen the same deck in forever. There's 15 million people playing. Like the odds of coming, and now I'm at the point where I have seen the same discard your hand or mill your entire decks. Like, I don't know, like at least 6 or 7 out of 10 games. It's absolutely
Magic.
Obnoxious. Yeah. And there's so much, all the different formats. I'd like to get into Commander, but you can't really do that online, so that would be another one that you have to kind of play with people. And even then, it's Commander has even more cards that you have to get to know or sift through. So if you're just starting out, it can be a little intimidating. But it was something that I was like hot and heavy on, and then, like I said, I've kind of, at least on the online version, I'm kind of going, because like I said, it's just, it has that, it's like playing, it's like going up against Parthenax Loop and, Invade. Every, like, half of your games are going up against that, but they win on turn 3 or 4, not turn 12. So it's, but I hang my hat on the fact that I have only come across 2 in the entire time that I played, all the games that I played, the 200 plus hours I played, I've only come across 2 or maybe 3 other decks, like dragon decks, and I don't even know if they run them heavy. So at least that's the one good thing. I happen to be running a deck that does not get played by almost anybody, apparently.
Yeah, that's why I remember I tried Yu-Gi-Oh like about a year ago. Because like I had cards and stuff like growing up, but I like never learned how to like actually play the game. So I did that, and then I did like enough of the tutorial to be like, okay, like they gave me a few decks. They're probably not great because they're like starter decks, but I was like, I can probably try to make it work. And the one game I played, I went first, so I summoned my creature, ended my turn, and then this guy proceeded to just like draw through his whole deck, and then drew out his win condition and just like one-shot me. So it's just like, yeah, why am I even trying?
Yeah, and that's the thing with Magic. I've said it before. We, as a community, I feel like as Legends players, we look at a deck or a card and say, "Oh crap, that's broken," and a lot of people won't touch it because it just doesn't feel good to play. It feels broken. It's boring. What have you? With Magic, like that's half the point of a lot of people. They're like, "I'm trying to find a way that I can abuse this card and beat you without you ever being able to draw a card," and it's like. That I don't, and I get. I mean, that can work for some folks. Like that may be their jam. For me, to me, that's like saying, "Hey, I want to play. Like, let's have a football game, but you only get to play with 5 players, and I get to play with all 11." And that's how our team plays. We just kneecap 6-year players, and now you have to try to play the game with only 5 players. Isn't that fun? And it's like, maybe for you, totally blows chunks on my side of things. But like that's a lot. Not all players, but a lot of players have that mentality. And so I've already started to miss that about Legends, at least the community that we've had, where people are, even a card like New Era. It's like if anybody runs it, they're going to run it as a 1-of because it's like, all right, yeah, it may be a little bit undercosted, but if you run it as a unique legendary, it's not the end of the world. But a lot of people won't run Guardians. They won't run, and if you do, there's nothing wrong with it. But it's more about finding cool ways to win and to interact versus just get the W. Like, it's a difference of mentality. Like, I want to play a game with you. I want to play a match with you versus I want to do my thing. And if it sucks to be you, it sucks to be you. And even though I would hate if you were doing that to me, I enjoy doing it to you. I don't know. It's a very strange thing, but I'm finding that more and more. Find it happening more and more, and it's a little bit of a bummer, not gonna lie. But yeah, if anybody else has any suggestions on things that they've found that they've been playing, for folks, like I said, Vincenzo's kind of looking. Now I know Thin White Duke, Lagmeister, to answer your question, Thin White Duke does not play Battletoads. He got into Legends. He's a Legend player, so this game here, he got into it though because he loves Elder Scrolls, which is the reason honestly most of us ended up finding this game, if not falling in love with it, is we love that lore and that universe. But he's one of those, and he's I've asked him about it. He's not going to really try to branch into other, another game. He's not looking to go into another CCG. He loves Legends because of its affiliation with Elder Scrolls. So when Legends goes away, he'll probably, I think he said he's going to be trying to do playthroughs of like Oblivion and some other Elder Scrolls games. He's not necessarily looking to do other video games or to even do more CCGs. He is a Elder Scrolls fan, and apparently he's on vacation, which you're not allowed to do. Vacation is for vacationing people.
Yeah, what is that? I never go on vacations.
Seriously.
Yeah, that's what I am too. Like I know, like we've talked about it too. Like I only found this game because it had Elder Scrolls attached to it, and I had never heard of it. So I was like, huh, interesting. This game's been out for years, and I've never even heard. I never even knew it existed. Yeah, I think I need to try to finish. Well, not finish, but like at least start up my modded Oblivion playthrough again. I did lose the original file, so I did work to basically make a new character and get it to the point that playthrough is at. But then I just haven't like touched it since.
I gotcha. Yeah, that's. Well, isn't there? Were you the one telling me that they're doing the graphical remake?
Yeah, they mentioned something. I think it was like for Oblivion.
Yeah.
So, like, they were gonna remaster that one, which is kind of weird to me that they wouldn't ever remaster Morrowind. But I feel like most people would not be able to handle Morrowind, even if it was like remastered, because a lot of people complain about like hit chance in that game and all that stuff, but it's really not that bad.
Gotcha.
Oh, and they're all those people that are like really used to like how the modern Elder Scrolls games are. So like Skyrim, like, oh, you have a quest marker, it tells you where to go all the time. And Morrowind doesn't have that. You have to actually, like, if you stop playing that game for like a few months and you try to remember what you were doing, like, it's gonna take you some work to figure out what you were doing.
I gotcha. Well, you can ask Lagmeister. I do not like, even like I'm playing Final Fantasy VII right now, and even when it's the same day, like if I go to a village or town or whatever and I talk to somebody, if it's not within the like past 5 minutes, I totally even forget. I'm like, what the heck are we even supposed to be doing? Like I don't know. Hopefully it'll I'll get better at it. But yeah, no, those kind of games scare me because usually I do have those most of the time I have to step away from a game for whatever reason for at least a week or two, and then and like you said, then you come back and you're going, wait, what?
Yeah, you're like, what the hell was I doing? I don't remember.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I haven't finished Baldur's Gate, because okay, so I have it on my PC, but my PC can't really run the game like super well. Like it takes it about 5 minutes to get like everything fully up and running smoothly. But so then I just bought it on my Xbox, and I basically got the Xbox playthrough where I was at last. But yeah,
sweet. And you're playing that in your new gaming space as well?
No, the Xbox is in the living room, so
okay.
What I do is I just hook my kid onto my back with the harness, and I play, so he's not running around demolishing the house.
Desperate, hard times call for creativity and determination. You can't give up playing, but you also can't leave your kid just wafting about.
Work.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
really
he's gone bad. So we have like a Roomba, right? And he was terrified of it. So it was kind of funny, and it kept him out of the kitchen because that's where the charging station is. But then he just started getting more brave around it, and now he's not afraid of it. So now he runs into the kitchen, and he'll just like sneak a toy in there and like throw it in the trash without us like noticing. So like now we have to like constantly be like looking in the trash and be like, "Are you throwing away all your toys?" Yeah,
All right.
that's the dad life, Lagmeister.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, so that one, I don't know if you saw that, but Denise, but Inu did that one for you. That was a go face to market, and he was able to pull that off against a mono green. So so that was for Denise, who was just mourning that A-Ross is playing market. I do think Jenzo, you can chime in with your opinion on it. So we saw A-Ross playing a market deck, but he was not running the BS like. I don't even think we saw the what is that card that does the
curses and all that stuff.
Yeah, it was an item deck, so he was using it. So I mean, do you think? I mean, is it far enough off the beaten trail that we say, okay, yeah, it's a market deck, but it's so far afield from the lazy. Oh, I just draw a bunch of cards, play a bunch of zero costs. Like it looks like he had to do a little more finessing and more planning to pull that off. Do you see a difference, or do you think that's pretty much the same, just with the different coat of paint?
I'm kind of in that camp where it's kind of the same thing, but
Gotcha.
At least it's a bit more involved because you have to like have that all set up. So you can. I feel like it's pretty easy to screw it up, but also A-Ross is better at making decks to where he can get what he wants pretty much whenever.
Right? He can summon them at will.
But yeah, that's like one of those ones too. Like I think his version of it is probably in general going to be better because those the typical market decks, they just throw things like Nord Firebrand, so you could reasonably like kind of stop someone just by clearing their board constantly. But like with an item thing, it's going to be kind of harder, and you get so much reach with all those daggers and steel swords too. So like you can kind of not just rely on the markets.
Right. Which I think that's the big deal. It's kind of, it grinds your gears a little bit when like somebody's running a deck that just runs solely off of like one card or market 3 cards.
We're on the cusp.
Whereas if you've got multiple win conditions, or you can play it like if those cards are at the bottom of your deck, can you still win? I would say 90% of the 99%, no, 95% of the market decks out there wouldn't be able to. Wouldn't even be able to get close. Whereas, like you were saying with A-Ross, I think the difference is it's not a crutch. It's a win condition, and I think it's good having win conditions in the deck more so than just this is the only way I win.
Yeah, and you're right. Like if they only pull like one of their markets, they usually can't like come back from it. Especially because I'm kind of like the way Denise is, where I just run like every support move that I can for the most part. So I've had games where like, okay, they play the first market, I shut it down, and they kind of go for like another 5 or 10 turns trying to draw like a lot of cards that just deal damage, and then like maybe they get their second one and it stays up for a little bit, but then like I've had it to where like someone has like discarded like their very last one because they were just drawing so many cards and it was like at the bottom of their deck. So I've had a market game go where like someone just decked themselves out and it was pretty hilarious.
Nice.
Support monk.
Wait. Okay, so first of all, we got a shout out from Dana who said hello. Which feel free to do that, folks. If you realize that we're spectating, you want to say something to chat, and you see that I'm talking, doing off on my little thing, or I'm having a conversation, and there's something you want to say either to me or to them, feel free to post it up like Dano did there. He said, "Hey, chat." So he's giving you all a shout out as he's playing, knowing that got eyes on there, even if my eyes are not necessarily. They're going back and forth. They're all over the place at this point. But so apparently, did you ever heard of there's an Elder Scrolls board game?
Onward to battle.
Are you familiar with that at all, Vincenzo?
Yeah, I think it's because I've seen a Fallout one where it's basically like, I think they tried to make it like a D&D thing, but with like an actual board game. But I've never like actually seen it, but I think I've heard of it.
Well, that's what Inu said he's playing.
I can find what you need.
Board game? I mean, the packaging looks really awesome. The Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era of Valenwood. Well, that's a pre-order. Get it by January 2nd.
The board game that's on pre-order?
Well, yeah, this right here. Okay, so I got it up on
yeah.
menu. Expected date of January 2025. Like, I would just buy it for the box. I mean, not legitimately. I can't spend that money on that, but like it's $45. But that's probably not what you're playing. You're probably playing what, the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim the Adventure game, dungeon crawling strategy board game, maybe. More
yeah,
specific.
I think that's the one that I've seen because I know it was definitely like it was Skyrim basically.
Yeah. It, Dano. There you go. So we got Dano mourning the fact that he's just getting started. Hey, they knew they were outmatched. Haha. And then Inu, it's actually Skyrim board game, and it's great. Really feels like Skyrim in a board game. Okay, nice. Nice. And see, and that's always good. Anytime I hear people saying I play with friends, like that's just a great situation. Because I mean, one, having friends that you can get with to play, to do anything with, can be kind of a rare thing. And then finding people that actually are into those kinds of things. You can drag people kicking and screaming into board games, but there are plenty of people that just have zero interest in it, and so they'll do it because they're your friend, but you can tell they really don't necessarily want to do it. And it's like, I feel like board games, they don't require as much like enthusiasm, but you want to be with people that are are engaged and like they're pushing, because that's what brings the tension and brings the excitement. If people are just like, yeah, I roll, okay, I guess I go here, and like anytime somebody says, I guess I do this, that's usually indicating that they really, one, obviously don't know what they're doing, and two, maybe don't necessarily even care what they're doing. So it's nice that you're able to. The demo, meaning 3-6 missions, is free on Tabletop Simulator. Oh, okay. And now, wait, is that what you were using, Vincenzo, when your brother was showing you Blood and Flesh and Blood, or was that a different one?
Yeah, it was in the first time he showed it to me, it was in Tabletop Simulator.
Okay.
Because you can do like whole like D&D campaigns in that too.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, or at least I think it's been a while since I've used it, but like they have like like different types of board games and card games, and they have like little like avatars and things that you would use like in D&D.
Okay.
At least so when you actually like are playing in person.
So you're right. So the problem isn't necessarily with the problem you were having with your brother wasn't the format necessarily. It was, one, the complexity of the game that you were not familiar with at all, and then trying to communicate online, without like just being actually in person.
Yeah, it was that, and then also I didn't ever really use Tabletop Simulator, so I was also getting used to like how that works. So you have like specific buttons for like every time you have to shuffle your deck, you have to like highlight your deck a certain way and then hit a button. So I was like also trying to finagle that, and it's kind of jank because of the way like they have like just like a counter. That's like what we're using for like our health. And like rolling dice for like 50-50s basically, because I think there wasn't a coin option yet.
Oh.
So yeah, it was kind of just weird to figure out, but I think if I had the cards in person, I'd be able to like eventually figure it out.
Right. Yeah, I'm more or less gonna try. I think I'm gonna give it a shot, just because it intrigues me enough that at least I want, like Magic. At least I can say I learned it well enough. So if I do want to play it again, I can jump into it. And if I don't, at least I have that understanding, and it can build. Like Legends help, understanding this helped me build on other things. I'm curious. Sorry. I know I'm flipping back and forth. So Todd, you have to let me know, my friend. I'm just curious. Which, hello, by the way. He jumped in and said hello way back. Where did he say hello? There he goes. 3:19. Yeah, I'm only 20 minutes late. That's nothing new. But yeah, Todd held on to that curse. I thought he might axe the sheer point as well, but I left it alive for strange reasons, or a reason that belies my mind, evades my mind, escapes my mind. But
I'm gonna put it in a chat.
Oh, he said it was a mistake. Okay. I didn't know. Like I said, you all have strategies that are far above mine. So a lot of times, I mean, how many times have you guys seen me say, "Oh, wow, I wouldn't have thought he would have done that"? So I didn't know if that was a master plan that Todd was cooking in the back. Because I looked at when he got the -1/-1 guy, the witch. I was like, "Oh crap, that's a whole lane wipe. Good for him." And then sheer point was left on. I was like, "Wait a minute."
I didn't come here alone.
I mean, it happens. It happens to the best of us.
So so I'm gonna put it in your chat, and then I'm gonna send it to you in Discord. This was the link that we used to play Flesh and Blood online.
Okay.
And I booted it up, and I guess like I initially just had what's it called? I had like the previous game, so like it actually like brought up the whole board, and it looks better than it did a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Just like on a visual like kind of thing, because it did look kind of jank too, even on like the website, but it looks better. But yeah, you can play there. I don't know how like it works with the collection. They do have like the different formats that they use too, because I definitely remember my brother, like, he gave me a deck that he thought that I would like, and he was like, oh wait a minute, that deck is made for a different format, so your deck is really wildly unbalanced. Because I think he basically gave me a deck that's used for like the reduced card like mode of it or whatever. So I was able to just kind of like get to all my good stuff like really fast.
Yeah, that's something that I has been kind of pumping the brakes for me a little bit, because they have Blitz, which I think is a 40 card format, and then they have CC, which is the competitive, which I think is 60 cards plus a 20 card sideboard, and then there's Legend, because they don't do what Magic does, where they don't rotate cards out. I think it's an actual interesting system. They have, it's called the Living Legend category, essentially. So for those who don't know, the game is you pretty much play as a hero. You're not amassing an army. You play as a hero, and you essentially use pieces of armor and different stuff like that to buff up your hero and give them spells and everything. So it's almost like a card fighting game. But if a character wins enough events, every time a character is taken to a tournament and wins a tournament or wins a big event, it's given a Living Legend point. And once it gets, I think, 1,000 points, that card is retired. That Living Legend, it's replaced with something kind of similar, but not that exact one. So it's essentially, the community almost has a little bit of control over it. So in other words, if you go too meta and everybody's just playing the exact same card, it's going to get those points really quick, and that card's going to be out of rotation. But it can still be played in the Living Legends format, so it's not like it just goes away completely, but you won't be able to play it in competitive decks. But then they do, like I said, they'll replace it with something that you can still use all your other cards that you built around it, but it's going to have a slightly different impact, which I think is an interesting way to do it, just to keep things fresh. But it's not arbitrary. It's not determined by some people sitting around a table going, well, is this card overpowered? It's literally, hey, if the community just plays the crap out of this and it wins enough that shows it's becoming lopsided in favor of this particular hero, the hero's got to go, just so that something else, can rise up, other cards can rise up. So, but yeah, there's different formats and different different styles. So it's like, well, do I want to try to buy cards and have them not necessarily work for all formats? But I don't think it's nearly as dicey as Magic is at this point, in that regard, anyway.
You were saying that Magic is like that, where you have like the hero on at least in that one format.
No. Flesh and Blood.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say that. I was like, I couldn't tell if you were describing like a specific format, but yeah, that is something that I liked about Flesh and Blood too, because you could definitely tell like, because I think, okay, so my brother played as two characters. He played as Azalea, so it was like an archer, so it was all about like just doing like very quick like one ping kind of damage, and it like forces your opponent to like, are they really gonna waste like all their cards trying to block one damage? So you kind of like just whittle them down that way. And then another one he played was like basically like a giant warrior that just was able to overpower you anytime you started like actually doing a lot of defensive stuff. But I liked the deck that he gave me. He gave me a ninja, so it was like basically like constant like repeated attacks, which was kind of cool.
Oh,
because
nice.
He was like, oh, you like playing aggressive decks? He's like, this one's pretty aggressive.
The Night Mother will guide us.
And then he tried giving me the sorcerer list, and it was kind of way too complicated. that one definitely felt like it was like the control kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, that was one thing I was very excited about. When I looked up, I was like, so what's a mid-range hero? And pretty much the answer, generally what I saw was, with the exception of certain cards like Sorcerer or certain highly tuned aggressive, they all can pretty much play like mid-range, which is what I like to do. That's kind of my jam. So it seems like that's the majority of the cards, if they're not necessarily geared that way, they can at least play that way, with the exception of a few outliers that are more intrinsically good for faster or slower games. But let's see. Battle Tactics Arena. That was an awesome game. Oh, Battle Tactics Arena. Have you played that? Michael Bailey, you were saying that. I'm guessing that was after. That was 30 minutes ago. So shoot.
Yeah, I saw him mention it, but yeah, no, I've never heard of it.
Okay.
Let's knock some.
But it was indeed an awesome game. We've seen a couple awesome games here so far. Dragon Star Market is still market. So the general consensus kind of seems to be what you were saying, Vincenzo. Even though it's not necessarily what the deck relies on. That market is still market. Market is well. I mean, it's interesting though because like I've heard people say, that Invade is playable, just not in its current form. If it got some modifications, it would be fine. But there's no forgiveness for market. Market has no place in the game.
Which is funny to me because I think market is, well, yeah, it's easier to deal with, but I also just have like a good track record at beating it. Honestly, kind of both. Like, I really don't think like they're that egregious that much anymore. I mean, I used to complain about it a lot, but I don't know. I'm kind of over like complaining about anything in the game.
Well, sure, yeah. It's gonna come down to just how much you, and I mean that's the thing too. Like I start to feel myself get tempered on it too, just because I haven't played against it. And to be fair, like happily, aside from our own friend, now we were seeing a poop stone here, which that's not fun to see. Boketo, do better, my friend. But we haven't really seen Invade. We haven't seen Market. We saw a Titan come down, but it wasn't paired with Workshop, which I think Titan Stands Workshop is fine. So at least today we're not seeing those, because a lot of times I think it was last week and the week before, like within the first game or two, I'm like, and this is why I haven't stepped back. Huh?
Yeah, tons of Invade lately.
Oh, is it really?
I just feel like every time I get on now, especially like right when the game was first announced, it was like every other game was like Invade, and I was like, what's going on here? Like, we now have access to all the cards and y'all are still playing Invade.
Right. What it's
Which
a
I've
bummer
also
too.
seen that on Reddit a lot too.
What like as in people complaining about it, or people saying, oh, here's my new cool Invade deck?
Yeah, people like complaining about it because I've been seeing that a lot. Just people being like, dude, we have all the cards now. Why are y'all playing?
Right. that was the only kind of like, not saving grace. That was kind of the only if I'm going to be charitable and think about why somebody's doing playing Invade, it's because it's those are the packs that you get for rewards. Those are the cards that people know about. They're the latest set. If you don't know the game very well, you wouldn't know. But it's like at this point, or that those are the cards you can play with. At this point, you can play everything in premium. So why people aren't branching out and trying to find funner things to do, I don't know. But Lagmeister says, I like the Elder Scrolls. I finally found my Oblivion disc. Well, that's good, Lagmeister. So for those who don't know, Lagmeister found his Final Fantasy VII PC case, and the games were all gone. So I'm happy to hear that you found your Oblivion disc, because just the case itself can be a kick in the crotch to find, like, oh sweet, I still have this game. No case, somewhere I stuck it else that's not right. Okay.
You just triggered a memory in my head too, because before I moved out of Texas, I had like the same thing, like basically like all the games that like I grew up with, at least like half of them, because my brother has like the other half, and I just saw them like the other day. He still has like the original like binder that we had all those years ago, but I had one with like the other half of the games, mostly like the ones that I bought, and we just kind of split them like evenly. But I lost it, and I lost like all the games that I had. And it was when I was living with my best friend, and I told her, I was like, I'm pretty sure you have it somewhere in your house. And I think it was like 2 years ago, she like sent me a picture of it. She was like, hey, turns out you were right. I just found this. And now I'm mad because I was like, damn, I was just in San Antonio. I didn't even like hang out with her. I could have like grabbed it then. And I just forgot about it.
Oh, dang it. What did, so when you first said, I think it's in your house, was she like, no, it's not here kind of thing, or was she just never looked?
I think she did look, but she was like, yeah, I found it. It was like in a closet. So I was like, yeah, why would it be in there?
Well, here's the question though: can you still, like, especially for PC stuff? I mean, because I know a lot of them once they went, what was it? they went up from 32 to 64-bit or something like that. A lot of games you can't play them on PC anymore. Could you still play most of your library if you were able to get them back?
Well, most of what I had was Xbox and like 360 games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I didn't have a PC yet, so it was very much all like console stuff.
Oh, okay.
Which I still have. I have a 360, and most of the games are backwards compatible to the newest Xbox, so I'd be able to play like a good majority of them.
Oh. Well, I mean, you know, what does it cost, like $15 to ship that over to Cali? Ain't no thing.
Yeah, but also I haven't really chatted with her since I moved here either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's sometimes you feel really bad about that. It's like there's somebody has something you need or want, and it's like I don't want to just start talking to them and have to like circle around long ways to get to the actual point of why we're talking again. But honestly, I have no other impetus for doing so, and so do I not do it because because I don't want to.
A clash for
I don't want to
the
feel like
ages.
I'm using that person. But I mean, I think it's fine. You know, it's.
I'd probably honestly just send her the money to like send it to me.
Yeah.
Like that's what I would do. But I feel like I did try offering that, but she had like some issue where she couldn't like drive. So I was like, all right, I'll ask you later, and then I forgot about it.
I gotcha.
Although I will say, going back to your question about like would most of the stuff be able to like play now, I will say I got a disc version of Age of Empires 2, like the gold edition, and I got it for like right when I got my PC because I was like, hey, like this should be able to work, right? And yeah, no, that doesn't work.
Oh, jeez.
You do have to buy the Steam version.
Oh man, like, and that's I understood because you know Mac is not built for. Oh, he wasn't lying. Inu smelled it out. You were right, Inu. You were absolutely right. So justice for Denise. Beat this market ass down.
Wait a minute.
But yeah, that was so Mac I expected to not be able to play any games on because you know it's Mac. That's not what it's that's not what it's there for. But when it came to, I was appalled when I found out how many games, because I still have like Curse of Monkey Island. I think I still got my Diablo 2 games from the Battle Chest, Warcraft 3 from the Battle Chest. Like these are old, you know, and I can't run any of them on this. Not only because they wouldn't be compatible with this version of Windows, but I don't even have a disk drive on my computer anymore because who does? Except for Baldric, I think.
I still have a disc reader on mine.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Dang. I have an external I can plug in, but I usually use it for burning. I don't use it for running a game. But yeah, I think most of the games that I painstakingly, it's kind of the same thing. I have a little binder that usually keeps CDs in. Wait, Stampede Sentinel? I think it will. Oh, I think it will, Inu. Inu was asking if Stampeding Sentinel will work on market. I think it does, Inu.
Yeah, I think they would probably only. Well, actually, the way it reads, they probably would only get the health. I think.
Are you listening to me? You better be.
Yeah, which that's a very small part of what they're doing. So they can heal a bunch. But do it, Inu. Throw down that Stampede. I love it. I love my Stampeding Sentinel. Well, if that fails, he's got the Belly G online for whacking out that market. Oh, this could be so.
And you know that they're not going to have like anything really to deal with a 7/7.
Yeah. Well, Inu's going. Okay, so Inu's he chose to go to remove the support, which I was fine, but I guarantee you he's got at least another one in his hand. He's got to have another one. Oh no, he's got an excavate. The laziest possible way to play a lazy ass deck. Wow. Wow.
Oh yes. Murder.
No problem, Swift Strike. But Inu, he's gonna heal for the next 2 minutes. That was his entire turn.
I mean, yeah, all he's doing is moving stuff.
I guess.
I think he's fine.
You think so? Well, I mean, because what all he needs is that 5 cost that gets to, like, draws a card and gets discounted, and he just does it for the next 6 years.
Yeah, that would be bad. but
Okay, alright, nice.
Nothing
Alright.
will trace back to us.
Nope, I thought that was done.
okay.
You said
So he has that and Archer's Gambit too. I will say that much. So that's 7. Oh no, he can't play both. Wait, yeah, he can. 12, 14.
So yeah, Gambit. There
Yeah,
we go.
or you could play it super safe and just drop that down now.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm looking forward to that because I've never seen the Sentinel deny the damage to face. Like it never happens. It's just nobody ever tries to go face when Sentinel's like, don't you dare! That's fine. It doesn't take it out. Well, I guess all he has to do is use a curse or that stupid little lightning bolt thing.
Yeah.
And this is why
So
we
it
hate
comes
Market.
to violence. Now, where was I?
I hate Market.
Oh yes, murder.
I mean, did bleed him dry, but he's got so many zero
The
costs in there
forest
because
is
of
my
Piranha.
cloak.
Which,
Yeah,
Denise, I
I'd say
know
he's
you love
also-
her. What?
He's also kind of fine though because he only has one more market.
Any idea who took your coat?
No, he excavated that one.
Oh, he did. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so he's still got 2. The only thing, I mean, if he has spoils, that's probably GG. But if he doesn't, then he's probably okay. Ugnip, for some reason I was sure it was Saturday. Well, you know, if you're gonna... Oh, for car... Jeez Louise.
Nothing will trace back to us.
Yeah, trying to place as if I don't have it. Wait, what, Inu? Trying to place as if I don't have it. Oh, okay, gotcha. The Swift Strike command. Come on. Yes! Take that, ass market.
It has been my honor.
Don't say that, Inu. It has not been your honor.
Apologies.
There you go. That apologies works. Been your honor. Well done, Inu. Well done. I'm glad you've I'm glad you've taken time away from your board game shenanigans to come in here and straighten these markets out.
That's crazy. We watched 2 games with him. He played against Market twice.
Mm-hmm. Inu says, I think I peaked.
He peaked.
Let none defile our temple.
Wait, but he spelled it peaked as in, like, oh no, peaked as in, well, P-E-A-K-E-D. So peaked, P-E-E-K-E-D would be like I looked, which that wouldn't make any sense. Piqued is P-I-Q-U-E-D, was like you piqued my interest. Peaked, P-E-A-K-E-D, is like cresting the mountain, so
He peaked in high school.
Right. So that's what. But I'm like, but you still have so much more to go. We still have
We will win the day.
almost
or
30
die
days.
trying.
Wait, no, we got 33 days. You can't peak until at least 10 days prior.
What did you expect? A friendly greeting? This might be handy.
But right now we got Todd Bringer doing the. What did you say this is? It's Singleton. Was it Monk Singleton or Monk United? Hang on. Please hold.
The Night Mother will guide us.
Yeah. There's Edmorn. We'll look at him next.
They'll move along.
Singleton
if
monk,
They don't
okay.
want trouble.
Which I remember, Todd. I remember you like he got surprising good results
If you're
with
looking
this,
for
considering.
trouble, you'll find it.
I mean, monk. You just don't see a whole lot of like non-pilfery monk stuff these days, or support monk.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was playing with him in Tusk. I think like a week ago. something like that. I was just playing with him, and we were all just running different singleton decks. And
Victory means getting dirty.
Tusk got mad because the one invade card is Forces of Destruction, and he was like, "You're playing invade." I was like, "It's one card."
Well, if I'm not mistaken,
I guess there's no leniency with it.
oh yeah, it's a zero tolerance policy.
Yeah.
But we saw Tusk play actually an entire game, I believe, or we started to. We were like, oh dear, Tusk has fallen to the dark side. So I believe there's a whiff of hypocrisy there, but he plays it when he's driven to it by shenanigans on the ladder, or so he says. I don't know.
Sure, I'll believe it when I see it.
Right? Let's see.
Inscription Monk.
All right, Macro. Well, granted, this is 40 minutes now too late, but I'm glad you're busy. I guess Macro. I believe he's on the tail end of his weekend, or he just finished his weekend, so he's going to be out of commission here.
Sorry, it's got to this. Sometimes
Came back and I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Like much to that. So yeah, so he's talking about what you were saying with Morrowind. Yeah, he played Morrowind, came back. Don't know what you're doing. I mean, that's really, I think, as many of us will say, we've all played Skyrim or started Skyrim like 30 times, but I think a lot of it has to do with that. Even with the quest markers, there's just so much going on, and you've got your finger in so many pies, and you have a strategy at the time that you close the game. Like, all right, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna build this, I'm gonna do this, and then you come back and you're like, well, I can talk to the dragon gal at the inn. That's, I guess that's what and then it just feels stale.
Yeah, I mean, I usually don't run into that problem because at least when I play Elder Scrolls games, I do at least try to role play the character a little bit. So I kind of have an idea, and I'll only play a character maybe some characters I'll only do one quest line with, and then I'm like, all right, I'm kind of bored of this weird gimmick thing I was trying to do.
Right.
So yeah, we'll do something else. And yeah, so it's either I play Skyrim and I binge it for 3 months and I do everything in the game, or I play for a week and I'm like, all right, I did what I wanted to do with this one character.
Yep. Well, I wonder too. Runs Ring of Numenera. So Todd just pulled off, like I said, Singleton Monk. I feel like that shouldn't be allowed to win, but I'm sure glad it is.
Too.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's a weird one.
That is impressive. All right, Edmore not playing at the moment. Beowulf, got our boy Beowulf. Let's check in and see how he's doing.
Yeah.
But out of all the mods they've done for Skyrim, have they ever done anything that tweaks the melee combat? Because I would probably be more inclined to play it again, but trying to fight with a sword is it feels so bad. It just. You're swinging and you don't know. It feels like you're rolling the dice every time you swing.
A Nazi finds it useful.
The only thing that I've ever seen that kind of helps it is they just change the animation to make it at least it still doesn't feel better, but it's at least it lines up more, and because I know exactly what you're talking about. You feel like you're kind of mashing the button, but your character's just swinging the sword so slow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they kind of at least make it to where it feels like you can't do that, whereas the way Skyrim is now, it feels like you should be able to.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, see, Skyrim is kind of honestly my least favorite one, because I play magic users, and magic in Skyrim sucks also.
Oh yeah,
incredibly so. It really sucks.
I couldn't believe it because I never play the magic user. In Diablo, I'm the barbarian. I always default to the melee, just let me just punch in face and get it done. The first time I have ever started a game, my very first playthrough of the game, I was like, you know what? I'm always going the meathead route. Let me try a little finesse. Let me go sorcery. And I get out there and I'm spitting my little flames, at these guys, and it's doing nothing. I was like, how in the world is this? Razzle dazzle, I'm getting the win on the charge. Nicely done, Beowulf. Yeah, and so it was and then of course I start reading online, because that's the first time I played it was, not too long ago. And yeah, sure enough, they're Magic does it. Magic only becomes barely usable like super late game. It is absolute crap in the meantime. And I'm like, of course, the one time that I decide to try to branch out, it's the last time I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep eating my meat potatoes. I'm going to still play the barbarians and melee tank guys. Screw the magic system. No, it's not for me. Not for me.
Yeah, so I can go on for a while, but I really want to point this out because Todd said, "What are you talking about, bro? Try Atromancy in Skyrim." He messaged me in game to say that.
Oh, jeez.
So Conjuration is my favorite school, like in the games in general, because like I don't know, it's very versatile. At least in the other games, not really so much in Skyrim. But like, so the issue with Magic is that like, all the other characters get crap. Like, you know, you can enchant your weapons, you can temper them, you can make poisons, you can do all this crap. And they just don't have like spell making in that game. They got rid of it in Skyrim for some reason. So you're stuck with the baseline. You can't tweak them. The most you can do is make them cost less. So you're just spamming out more of the crappy spell.
Oh.
And then also someone did like a really like good deep dive. They're like, okay, so like they took like Fireball and like the Incinerate spell. They're like, Fireball is just better because you're casting it more. It's more cost effective, and the other spell is so expensive. Like, and it doesn't matter anyway because all the enemies scale up with you. So like the fact that it does more damage doesn't really like matter.
Right.
But they had like a whole spreadsheet about like how you can cast like the Fireball spell more times, which means you're actually increasing your skill more than the one time you cast Incinerate.
Right. So I mean, so wait, so I may have, like, was there ultimate like finding that it could be made to work, or it's still balls, but it's maybe not quite as crap as people think?
So like all you can do is do the Skyrim loop of like mass enchanting something until like all your spells in whatever school you're using cost are reduced by 100%, because then you can spam out all the big stuff and it kind of doesn't matter at that point.
Right. Right.
Yeah, like when you compare it to like even Oblivion, where it's also still like not super great, you at least have spell making, so you can make your own version of like all the spells. Like you could, you know, do stuff like, oh, I'm gonna make you weak to fire, and then I'm also gonna make you weak to magic. And I'm just gonna spam those two spells, and it's just gonna do a feedback loop, and then my basic fireball just kills you.
Oh, okay.
So you can do stuff like that, and like in Morrowind was like pretty crazy with like the stuff that you could do.
It's kind of interesting they don't. I call it a version of backwards compatibility, where like very deep systems in the earlier games don't get like rolled over into the, like you would think. Okay, once we develop a really cool system for making magic awesome, we bring that, like we take everything there. Maybe we tweak it a little bit here or there just to make it a little more balanced, but we bring that whole thing into that system into the new game so that you can kind of build off of it, versus like each game kind of having its own kind of strength, I guess. Like, in other words, why wouldn't they have that level of spell crafting in Skyrim? Why wouldn't they bring that over?
Because Todd Howard said they didn't want the magic to feel too spreadsheety.
Well, okay, so we can blame your friend, the spreadsheet guy, for that. Gosh darn it.
Yeah, but then someone had to bring out a spreadsheet and be like, this is why it sucks. And all the people that play the stealth archer are just doing the same crap that you would do with spell making. They're just doing it as an archer.
The only reason I use archer is because archery actually feels pretty good. I know it's not accurate because you're not really having to account for wind and, you know, arch and all that kind of stuff. But at least it does what you want it to do. Like if I aim for something, it shoots at it. Whereas like if I'm using a sword or something, it does nothing. Or it sometimes does something, and then magic, like I said, at least starting out for somebody like me, a noob with no spreadsheet, it doesn't help me at all.
It has been my honor.
Yeah, I could go on all day about how like Skyrim is the coolest looking one. I'll say that much. It's the best looking one in the series, but definitely like my least favorite to play for the most part.
Yeah, I hate
Daggerfall and Arena in that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm including those games in there. Because I recently started playing Daggerfall, and I can appreciate it. Like, it's hard. It's a hard game, but like I can appreciate it.
Right. Yeah, difficulty. Well, as long as the difficulty is not in the controls, I stand by that. That's what I've come to my disclaimer when it comes to like playing old retro games. As long as the controls are fine, I'm okay with whatever the difficulty is. You just gotta figure it out. But if it's because it doesn't play well or doesn't, it's if it's because the game is deficient in some way, not so much that the developers just made it really hard. Like I'm actually incredibly tempted and whatever to try like Elden Ring, because it sounds like the consensus is it has nothing to do with how crappy like it's not like, oh, when you try to dodge sometimes you'll go left instead of right. It's like it's all comes down to just having to learn the bosses, learn the enemies, and attack them accordingly and quote unquote get good. And I'm kind of curious to see if that kind of get good works for me, or if I'm just a wuss and I just really don't like to play things that challenge me. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's most of the time I need the buttons to do what the buttons are supposed to do and not have this, well, 85% of the time it'll do that, but sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I think Morrowind would be a good one for you to try then, because like, yeah, it starts off like you start off, not being able to hit most things, but that's because you're level 1. And that's like the thing that people complain about. They're like, oh, I can't hit anything. But like, it's only like that for like 2 or 3 levels. And then you start being able to reliably hit things.
Yeah. Well, but see, I need Morrowind to get that. See, and that's, I am super visual. Unfortunately, I'm a very visually oriented person. And so I need, the polygon graphical stuff, it hurts my brain. So I desperately I want them to do just don't change the game at all. Don't put any new, modern sensibility crap in there. Just give me the exact same game, but skin it in a way that it looks at least as good as Skyrim, hopefully with some better looking people. Then I would love to get into it. But I watch like playthroughs and I'm like, oh gosh, this is like PlayStation 1 era stuff, and I just can't do it.
Yeah, well, because I agree with you, it is hard to like look at, but there's a someone basically has it like running in a new engine. So if you have the Steam version, you can basically just like link it to it. I can't remember the name of it, but it basically does like update the graphics to make it like look way more presentable. It has like a little HD filter over it at least. So like, it's still kind of polygon looking, but it at least looks clean. It runs clean. And they didn't change like anything mechanically with the game either.
Right.
They probably fixed like some bugs and stuff, but like, yeah.
Yeah, bugs I'm okay with, like outright bugs, but yeah, there's so many games where, it's like they feel compelled to change some little, like, a lot of times it's not just some little thing. Usually it's like at least 5 or 6, a small suite of things. But some of the stuff I'm just like, why did you waste the time to change that? Like, it's so much faster. If you're doing a remake, it is so much faster to say, okay, look, all we're doing is replacing the visuals. Now, I understand there can be a lot of things involved in that, especially if you're trying to go to widescreen. I'm not saying that's an easy thing to do, but the last thing you should be doing is going, how can we fudge with something that wasn't a problem before? Like, there's nothing wrong with the story element, or there's nothing wrong with this character, there's nothing wrong with this, but we're going to tweak it a little bit. Like, that takes time and money to tweak it versus just going, just make it look better than it does. Like, take the exact same thing, keep the mustache, keep the sideburns, keep the whatever, and just make it look better. That's a lot faster process than, well, maybe we should, change X number of things about this. And for no reason. It's just, it baffles the mind, but they cannot help themselves, it seems. There's always going to be some change that's made. And it's usually not, like you said, change the get rid of the bug or whatever it was, or the crash, the system crash, make the game, as you said, more stable. But just you don't have to fudge with anything else. It's fine.
Yeah, I just had to look through my game files, but it's OpenMW, so you download that, and it basically scales up the game, and it works with your Steam like install. So if you bought like the Steam version, it'll just like kind of find it and like apply itself into it when you install it. So it's really not hard to use. And what I like about it too, because the main reason why I got OpenMW is someone made a very good like online mod for it, like complete with like servers, like me and my brother had a server, and basically like whoever's hosting it can just have like the JSON file running, and like everyone else can just like log into it like whenever, as long as it's like up.
To success.
Oh wow.
Cannot hope to outwit me.
So that's like a fun thing that you can do. So like now you can actually play that game with friends, and you know, it kind of changes the balance because you know you're not supposed to have like 2 characters fighting.
Right.
But, you know, it's like a kind of like just for fun, like goofy thing.
Yeah, well, another way to experience the game. I mean, it is fun. I mean, it gets old if you do it too much, but it is kind of fun to be OP in a game for a little while. Like that's half the reason why a lot of times I'll do side quests in anything that gives you experience points. I'll do side quests a lot because I'm like, I at least want to experience the next phase of this game or this next boss. I just want to kick his butt and not have to break a sweat. And so I'll grind and I'll put on all that work so that when I get there, it's like, okay. Yeah, he was a little tough, but I kind of was able to dominate because I'm that much more powerful. And then of course the game adjusts, and the next day you play, you go back to sucking. Oh, we suck again. But for that brief moment, you're godlike.
Yeah, it's kind of what I like about Baldur's Gate. You can get through a very good chunk of the game, like the first act, basically. Like kind of like in how in Divinity there were like the separate areas. They were kind of like the major checkpoints. You had to be like kind of a certain level to really feasibly be able to do a fight in the next area.
Yep.
So it's kind of like that, but like the first act in that game is like so long. You can reasonably be like halfway to the max level by the time you finish it.
Oh, geez.
If you really do everything.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm down with that. When possible. That reminds me. I got to talk to C City. We were supposed to Borderlands. That we've missed it for like 3 weeks now, but we were supposed to play Borderlands the other day. But like, yeah, we'll see. I'm trying. I'm still. I mean, I've got my brother-in-law who he actually wants to do some card gaming of some kind, which we haven't been able to really crest. Just
Be welcome.
You know, he's a. I mean, you know, when you have a child, you know, until they're like 5-6 years old, you're kind of.
Yeah, they're kind
of on the hook. Yeah, yeah. But let me try to capture the chat here just so that I'm not getting stuff too late. Let's see.
Talking a lot about Morrowind and Oblivion and stuff.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, good.
Speak,
I'm not certain
citizen.
my goofy tribal decks are designed to deal with Call Dragon. Very few things are, Michael. That's the bummer with Call Dragon. It just does. It does, for me, it does too much. They upgrade all your shouts. And I mean, they're just. It's almost like they forgot there are word walls and people use it. They're not unusable. If you're a control-y deck, word walls work just as a buffer. You know, as a way to slow stuff down. But if you're running it in, with soul tear and all that kind of stuff, like it actually can come down as a pretty decent body. But anyway, I mean, you're like. They forget that card is in there, so you can have your 8-cost Odiving or Parthenax. Like I just don't think there's a reason why the cards cost a certain amount, and there's not enough downside to word walls and shouts as a cost, I think, to balance that card out. So I don't know that any deck is particularly. I mean, you can still beat it, obviously, but I just don't think there's a good answer for it, really, because it just does a whole heck of a lot.
I was gonna say, Piercing Twilight has entered the chat.
Aha! Oh, that's right. How could I forget your one of the loveliest dames of Tamriel?
You know what's funny too is my character in ESO can just summon a winged Twilight, just like at will.
Wait, what? In the actual game?
In Elder Scrolls Online, yeah. Because I picked the sorcerer class, so they do a lot of like lightning magic, but that's also the only class I think that can like summon Daedra. So that's you get a Scamp, then you get a Clan Fear, and then it goes to a Piercing Twilight.
Is she as hideous in that game as she is in this one?
It looks better in the card art, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, really?
It's kind of janky, like watching them fly around, and like they have like a giant, like really long tail. It's kind of jank to like look at, and have it just kind of following you around all the time.
Right? It's kind of creepy. All right, I like to play you and have you die the next turn, not to hang around for a long time. Michael Bailey says, been a ton of invade. Thankfully, been playing casual, so just concede most of the time. Don't even stick around. Yeah, that is. I mean, I still find concession to be empowering. I know that may not work for a lot of people, especially if you are trying to ladder. But I like even on the ladder, I'll do that in Magic. I'll just they play like I said. If you play a discard your hand or discard a card from your hand deck, I'll just give you the win. I have no interest in playing with you. You can get the win. I'm not going to rope you or anything, but you don't want me to play a card, I'll send you out. I mean, I've said that before, but it's kind of it's liberating. It's like, all right, yeah, I don't have to play with you. Like you want to play a deck that you have fun with to the expense of your opponent. Go play by yourself, or go play against plenty of other people that certainly have no problem with it. I do. I want to play against people who actually want to engage with me in the game, and that's my choice. That's my not my right, but like I'm allowed to want to play against opponents who are like, yeah, let's mix it up. Let's interact. Let's I don't know. I don't want to say play fair, but just I'm going to pit my stuff against yours and see how it does. So yeah, I personally find some kind of catharsis in concessions. Not salty concessions; those just feel bad. But just going, I just don't need to play against you, buddy. That's the way it is. And if enough people do that, I mean, some people. I mean, obviously, a lot of these decks, I think you're just playing just for the win. Like I don't care. I don't know. I try to catch myself and go, okay. I'll stop. Like if I'm 12, even in Legends, I was doing this at the end. If I'm on turn 12 and the game has gone on, it's been a back and forth, like trying to get myself to say, okay, even if I lose this game, it was a good game because we're both still in it. It's been going back and forth. They've had some answers. I've had some answers. It's a good game, but getting myself prepped for if they have the answer, if they're able to finish it off with a board wipe or a charge creature, whatever it is, getting myself in that mindset that I can still appreciate it as being a good game. I don't have to win for it to be considered a good game. And it's hard I'm not a competitive person, but it's very hard for me to go good game when you don't win, because the last taste you have of that game is a bitter one. But it's not fair to the spirit of competition. You don't have to like losing, but when and I always in athletic events you always give the good game, no matter, even if the opponent was cheating their butts off. You just give them a good game. It doesn't have to be heartfelt. It doesn't have to be like, oh man, yeah, he was awesome. But you give them the good game. You be a good sport. But I catch myself a lot of times feeling very, very, jaded. And I always appreciate when my opponent will say good game, even when they've lost. I'm like, that takes a lot. If we've been playing this game for 8, 9, 10 minutes, and at the end of it, you just ran out of answers, and I had just enough to push it over. It probably doesn't feel great for them either, but they're still gracious about it. So I don't know. It's how do you handle loss? What is your philosophy on just games in general? Like, is it just for the W? Is it for the chase and for the fun of it? Is it a combination of both?
So it definitely depends on what game I'm playing. Like in general, I'm pretty competitive, but like there's some games that I'm just like I'm not competitively good at, like in any way. Like Age of Empires is definitely that one. I love that game. I've played it like forever, but I'm not good at it.
Right.
So like I think I have like a 40% win rate in that game online, which is terrible. But so like that kind of game, I go into it just kind of like I'm just gonna mess around. Maybe I can like annoy someone when I'm about to like lose. So I'll just start like kind of it's almost like the equivalent of like roping in Legends, but I'll just kind of like run my guys all around the base, like you're not winning until you kill all my guys. So I'll do crap like that. But then if it's a game like Mortal Kombat, well, I'm genuinely good at it, and I like to like talk mad shit in that game. So like that kind of game, I'll get more annoyed when I lose, but at least. Again, it just depends, because those games, it's very quick, 2 out of 3, every round's like a minute and a half, so like the longest you're ever going to be in a game is like 5 minutes.
Right, yeah.
So even if you lose, it's not like you wasted a lot of time on it, like in some games like this. And then Yeah, I guess it just depends on the context behind it. Like when I did Night Dark Wolves tournament and he like knocked me out in the first round. I only won one game. I was like kind of salty about it, but I was like, oh, you know, whatever.
Well, and that's so I've found. I mean, I think it's kind of similar now. The RTS is still strategy based. It's you know, again, but I like it's the same thing with. I mean, like Mortal Kombat is a skill based thing. Like I don't know that there are too many, at least that I've seen. I mean, there may be like a moment of lag here or there, but typically in a fighting game, it's you know, it's skill versus skill. There's not a random chance of your punch not landing or something. There's not an effect where it may not. So I think it's a little easier to swallow a loss because like, the only option is he just beat me. Like that's just, yeah, maybe he did have to guess, because when you go for, I guess, for a block or a counter, you might have to, at least I know with I don't know about Mortal Kombat, but like Killer Instinct, if you want to do a combo breaker, you got to guess what their next input's going to be, and so there is a level of RNG, I guess, in there, or just getting lucky, having an idea of what your opponent's going to do next. But some of that's intuition, and some of that's just pattern recognition. But I feel like it's easier to swallow a loss when you gave it your best and your opponent was just better, because there's always going to be somebody better, and so you're like, okay, that's fine. Even if it's a game like you were saying where that you consider yourself to be good in. For me, it's easier to swallow losses when I made a mistake, or I know I made a mistake, or I was incapable in some way versus just losing because top decks kind of deal. But like, but RTS is kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I kind of learned pretty early when I was like getting like really good at Mortal Kombat. It's like, yeah, like because being able to like replay your matches is also like kind of like useful. But like I always would see, and I would do it too, but like people would like complain like, oh, they were just spamming projectiles, and it's like, so don't let them stay far away from you. Get close to them. Get close to them and pressure them. Like there's always like kind of like an answer in those games. It's not like, unless like the guy like just straight up like was, because I've had a game where like basically like one where the guy couldn't do anything against me because I just was reading him like the entire time, and I've also had it happen to me where like they're just reading everything that I can do, because they know the game like that well. They kind of know what every character can do, so they just kind of counter that. They just don't let you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and that's part of the reason why I like to watch games sometimes more than play, because I don't know. So like, I'll play a game. I haven't done a ton of Mortal Kombat, but at least competitively, or with online people. But like I remember playing against locally, but like Street Fighter or something, and kind of I'd have the same thing. I'm like, all he does is spam the fireballs, and like, oh, get close. I'm like, how do you get close when he's shooting fireballs the whole time? But it like you were saying, there's technically somehow there is an answer to everything. Otherwise, you would have everybody who wins a tournament is always just playing this one character, and all they're doing is spamming fireballs. But like there is always a counter for something, and like you said, there's just some games where you just got that person's number, or they have yours. And it's not cheating. It's not, unlike playing against a CPU where it reads input sometimes beforehand. It's like it does perfect block for everything. At least with a human being, you're okay. Look, if you anticipated my moves, I don't know how, but unless I'm going to invoke some kind of like, I think he's using some kind of sorcery, then you just have to go, okay, this person they've either seen my character enough times, or they just figured out how I play, and that sucks for me, but hats off to them.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're all the way down there, but Baldric said like, oh, I would waste too much time watching the peasants chop trees, hunt fish, or do some mundane things to be competitive in Age of Empires. Yeah, so my problem is that like I like to basically I wall my town off so no one can come in, right? And I boom the economy to the point that like I can start crapping out paladins and stuff, like just shit out like a giant army like very fast.
Yep.
And then I just steamroll like the AI with like one massive army. I just I literally just walk them like town to town, and they just destroy everything in their paths. But you can't really do that online because people are like fast. They'll like send scouts at you like 10 minutes into the game, and I'm like, dude, I have like 10 villagers. Like, chill.
Yeah, that's I'm the same way. I think of it as like a turtling type thing. But yeah, kind of like Baldric both. Like I enjoy. It's almost SimCity-esque, but it's like I enjoy building up that economy. I like, laying out my base in a way that looks aesthetically pleasing. I like building walls and feeling all safe. But like what I found the hard way, at least because I would play Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, which is the Age of Empire engine, Age of Empires 2, I think.
Yeah.
So I would do that, but like if I put it on very hard, they would like just absolutely rush me, and I would get wiped out. And if I somehow managed to survive, as soon as I did a counterattack, I would just, like you said, just massacre them. The only way I could get a long game that wasn't cut short by either me or the computer was to do like very hard against 3 or 4 AI opponents that were all on the same team, and then like build my base really quick just to get up to like the tech level 3 or 4, throw everybody into a transport and go off to an island or some place in the trees where they couldn't get to me without like air support, and build really quick building like Air Force Base for defense, and then having to slowly build my base from this new location, because they would just swarm me. Like there was no, even one-on-one, I could never hold them off for long enough. They would come at me within 3 or 4 minutes. And I'm watching the replay, and their economy is ridiculous. And the next thing you know, they're just
so fast too.
yeah.
And that's like, I remember because I watched this one guy, Spirit of the Law. He was like, oh, if you're trying to get online, play against the AI. He's like, if you can beat the AI on extreme difficulty, then yeah, you're ready. Mm-hmm. And like, I can win about 50% of the games with the AI, like on hard.
Oh, damn.
That's about where I'm at. So like, what's my ELO score? My ELO score is like right below 1,000. So I'm like right below the average mark when it comes to online games. Oh. But like, I remember like, because it's funny because like, okay, I got the game and I played a little bit, and then I told my brother, I was like, hey, they have the remaster out. So we played against the AI, and it was kind of funny because like I was way faster at him than it initially. And then I went to work for like a week, and I came back, and he's like, all right, so I figured out build orders, like all this crap, like house walling and crap like that. And then like, sure enough, like the next time we play, he's like steamrolling me in the score and everything. Like I'm like watching his score, he's just like destroying me.
Oh my gosh.
Even though we're on the same team, I just like look over at him, and he's just like doing way better.
Well, I mean, hey, yeah, that's an impressive thing to be able to turn something like that around in a week. Or
yeah,
to
he
be
was
able to have
lucky
that kind of
because he had a job like how I have now, where he got to go home every day, and I didn't have that, so he got way more practice time than I did.
Right. I remember this is incredible dorkitude here, but I remember I think it was when I was doing security work. I was working security desk, which again, kind of the thing where okay, yeah, I'm not going home. Like I'm working long days, but I'm also at a desk most of the time where nobody cares what I'm doing. And I actually sat down and I would draw out my building layout for my next great base idea. So okay, here's where my command center goes, here's where my barracks goes, here's where this goes. Like on a piece of paper, I'm literally drawing all this out and making unit lists of which ones and when, and and writing out, okay, build these things first, then this many units, then tech level, then this and that. And none of it worked. Like, despite it was, I thought it was all brilliant at the time I was doing it, but every single time I tried to actually do that, I either couldn't do it because of something I didn't foresee, or it just didn't pan out the way I wanted it to. But I mean, and that's as a freaking 30-something-year-old. I'm sitting at a desk doing my quote-unquote adult job, and I'm spending my time drawing out on a like an overhead view of where all my buildings and units need to be positioned for maximum economy efficiency.
Yeah, I would. I mean, when I was making all the custom cards and stuff, I would do it when I'm like on watch when I was at work. I'd just be bored. I'd just be like thinking about the game. But, like I couldn't like really like play it because I'm standing and watching. I was like on my phone, like I'm gonna do something like really quick here. This is fun.
And that's why we have so many of them, I guess.
Still a lot of watch.
Wait. Oh, well, okay, let's see. Inu said, I was just about to say, where is that Rat IO? So, okay, Inu, admittedly, when I first saw that comment, I thought you were saying, where is that ratio? But you put a weird spacing in there. So I was like, I didn't know what to say to that because I was like, where is that ratio? And then he shows up online. I'm like, what? No, he says, where is that Rat IO? And then he shows up online. So wait, if I missed Io? Is Io up there?
Yeah.
Or no?
He said hello. And
okay.
He's in game now. I saw him pop up on Steam and everything too.
Okay, all right. We'll have to check him out next year. I actually wrote a thesis about integrating Age of Empires and history lessons. last semester. I like that, Inu.
You could,
we need
yeah.
more of that.
Because they legitimately, they have like a giant history tab.
Right.
And they have like, okay, like all the different warfare strategies, like every civ has its own like 4 or 5 paragraph long like overview of the civilization and things that they did.
Yeah,
and then you also have the campaigns, which are, I would say, like, they're probably embellished a little bit, but they're pretty like historically accurate, I would say.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of people in academia using a thesis as a way to integrate video games, especially video games, into the mix. You know, like at this point, I think legitimately there are no good. There's nothing new under the sun anymore. So instead of trying to do some thesis on like how molecular structure of atoms can contribute to blah 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 blah, you know, who cares about that? What I want to know is how can we make video games more viable in real life? That's and I'm not being sarcastic. I mean, I am a little bit in that, you know, that there's nothing else to do, but I genuinely wish that people would find more approaches like that where I'm going, okay, you know what? Let me just give this some consideration, and like I said, incorporate more fun and engaging things into what is, I don't know about acceptable, what people think of as an acceptable thing. And yeah, like Age of Empires is pretty much unique in that, I think. Like there's a ton of RTSs out there, but they're all fantasy based. I think Age of Empires is probably one of the few that, as you said, has historical figures, historical events, and does lean into the education of it, and not to the detriment of the game. It's not like, I mean, it's an okay RTS, you know, but it's really, the strength is mostly the. Oh no.
You have problems?
I still have, I was saying you still have to play AoE with us. Oh man, sorry Arpad. Damn.
Yeah, that's the main reason why I have IO on Steam, was because we made plans to play AoE at some point.
Well, maybe we're doing the D&D thing on the 11th. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think maybe, I don't know. Maybe before, maybe after. I guess for your time. Maybe we do. Maybe we have like a little session after that. Play a few games or something. I mean, it's been a long time since I played an RTS, but I mean, I was never great at it, so it's not like, oh, you know, I would be crackerjack if I had been playing, but you know, maybe I can team up with one of you guys and I can profit off of not being targeted early.
I was in a game now.
Oh yeah, there he is. All right, let's.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of that's where I'm at too. Like most of the time, so when I play with my brother, he's like, all right, so are you trying to actually win games, or are you trying to like just, because I'm basically tanking my elo so I get like easy games, because I want to appear on this one guy's YouTube channel. He calls it Low Elo Legends, where it's like people that are like they have very low elo scores, but they do like really stupid strategies. Like there's this one guy like where all he does is like just walls off the entire base. Like he walls the opponent in his own walls. And me and my brother have been trying to get like stupid strategies to work. Like, one that we do is like, I'll play as the Vietnamese because they can see the opponent's starting location, and he'll play as the Cumans because they get like a siege workshop an age earlier. So he'll just start spamming battering rams, and I'll tell him like, yeah, send them there. so you're in the feudal age dealing with like castle age troops, and it's kind of hard for a lot of people to deal with.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So yeah, we try to find stupid stuff like that and try to see if it works. My brother's favorite thing to do is he uses the scout to attract like the animals that like attack your villages and stuff. So he'll walk around with the scout being chased by like 20 wolves, and then he'll just walk all the wolves into the opponent's town center.
I've actually seen people do something like that. I don't know if it was Warcraft 3, or it was a game like that where there was a strategy of kind of kiting the neutral creatures into the base and having that be their problem.
Yeah, he did that to me one time, and then another dumb one my sister did to me. And I was just more mad that she did it and she didn't like fix it. But we were just playing against the AI. It wasn't like it was a serious game. But she built a wall around my town center, So my villagers couldn't drop off any resources, and she did it like in the first 5 minutes, and I was like that sets you back like so hard. You have to delete your own town center, and then you have to build it, and I think specifically in the Dark Age it takes forever to build your town center.
Wait, you can't just destroy the wall?
No, because it's hers. Like, she owns it, so I can't destroy it.
Oh, because you're allied, I guess?
Yeah, and then the teams were locked, so I couldn't even, like, switch to being her enemy very quickly to destroy the wall.
What? Well,
Let's knock some heads.
Yeah,
that's all kinds of messed up.
Yeah, another strategy is for us to figure out a way to get into a lobby and be on opposite teams, and just do that to our allies.
The shenanigans. Yeah, I've only played with another human being on my team one time. It was there was one afternoon. Me and my friends had a LAN party. It was me, my friend Ching, and Mike. Shout out to you fellas. I don't know where you are in the world, but hope you're doing okay. But we just hung out at Mike's house and we spent like 12 hours playing Galactic Battlegrounds. That's the only time I've ever been able to actually like play a game like us against the AI. I'd like to try that. Like, so even if we were to play against each other, that's fine. But it'd be cool to actually be able to tag team and try to get like I would like an epic game, like one of those games where it's like you build a fort, like you've got a bunch of resources squared away and you build like a forward camp kind of deal, and then the AI attacks you and you're fighting for that that ground, and then they're trying to flank you and you have to send troops over that way. Like, I like the idea of being like in the middle of stuff and trying to put out fires and trying to progress in ways and take certain parts. Like, I have had a few games against like very hard quote unquote opponents where once I've killed one or two, the two armies that are left, they're not aggressive anymore, but like if I'm trying to take land, they'll just keep spamming troops and stuff at me. So I have to, establish a base, and then they're going to attack it immediately, and I've got to try to bolster it up and get troops out there. And then once, my base is usually, about to blow up and all my stuff is done, but they're fresh out of units at the moment, so I can rebuild and put a wall up. I like that kind of interaction, that kind of, that kind of tension. But it's very hard to get that just against the AI straight up, because it wants to either get the game over with quick or you have to crush it quick.
Yeah, I'll say I've only had one game like that, because actually the matchmaking system is pretty good at like balancing out the teams, because I'll notice anytime that I do play with my brother, it's usually, since I'm such a low elo, the other team has like one really good player and one really like dog crap player. and it balances out, because me and the other crappy guy are like fighting like a little petty war, and then like my brother and this other guy are like all over the map, like fighting each other everywhere. And that's pretty cool. We've had a game where we met like 2 randos, and they were definitely better than me, but not as good as my brother. And the game matches up with a pretty even team for the opponent's side. I got knocked out very early because their top player like came and rushed me very early. But I was sitting there watching the game. There's like 5 different armies just moving all around the base, like fighting each other, and it just looked kind of cool to watch.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's another. I mean, just as somebody who's predisposed to enjoying spectating, I guess that's the upside to it. You get to kind of be, I guess, because I've never done that before, so you get to kind of like, there's no fog of war. You can just kind of observe it as if you were God watching everybody run around.
And it's kind of broken too, because if you're in like a Discord call, you can just tell them what the opponent's doing.
Right. I was going to ask you if you went the dirty route with that, but
I absolutely did. Because that game did last a long time. It lasted like 2 hours, and I was like, y'all need to finish this.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the benefit of being God. You can kind of say, look, we don't have eternity. You got to move a little faster.
Wrap it up, or I'm gonna rapture you guys. Who's next?
I can't say it, but I was gonna make a joke about the fact that the quote unquote God of our DM God of D&D has a propensity for mashing words together, and that is his most defining trait at this point.
And coming up with very complicated names.
Okay, well, yeah, no, there's that too. Names that cannot be pronounced by the human tongue 90% of the time, and certainly not remembered by the human mind. I'm like, yeah, is it the horse gal, or is it the bucktooth guy, or is it the one with the southern accent? I can't remember. But yeah, You mean wixing up my words? Yes, yeah, exactly, Io. That's what I was going for. Wixing up your mords.
He almost made me drink my spill.
What?
He almost made me drink my spill.
You spilled?
It's this robot chicken skit. It was actually Boba Fett. He was like drunk and flying around.
And
he was like, "Whoa, buddy, you almost made me drink my spill."
I like the robot chicken Boba Fett. He's freaking hilarious. I've seen I think like 3 sketches with him in it, and they're pretty darn funny. Like the one where he's in the Sarlacc pit and he's trying to make it sound like, oh yeah, I totally went out like a badass.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh.
Hey, we can dual spectate this one.
Oh crap, you're right. Oh. I wish you could just hit the button and it would like switch over to dual spect. I mean that's my bad. I never remember dual spectate. Never remember it. There we go. Sweet. Good call though. Good call. All right, let me see. So we got
I have to agree
Lagmeister.
with what Lagmeister said. If they actually tried to make a good game instead of running a skeleton crew in an abusive environment and releasing unfinished games for top dollar.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
a huge problem now.
And the crazy thing, I mean, I don't know about crazy, but like I like people like their video games enough where I can almost guarantee you if and I'm not saying, and this sounds like pie in the sky, peachy keen world, but if a developer said, look, we want to pay our people right, we don't want to have this like crunch time or whatever. The game will release in 2027 or whenever it's going to release, like an understandable time, right? Not like something ridiculous. But on release, it's going to cost $75 or whatever because we want to pay them right. We want to hire enough people to get it done. I guarantee there are so many people that are willing to buy, extended editions and blah blah blah, 50 different versions. If somebody makes a quality game and they say we need to charge more for it because we want the people who are working on it to like not lose the love and not like die of like exhaustion, I think people would pay that. Like they pay as long as the game is good. If the game sucks, people aren't going to buy it. But if the game is good and they're going, nobody's going to be like, oh, I got to pay an extra $25 just to make sure that the people working on it aren't living a hellish existence. But it's like, but I don't think that's where the money go. Like even if you were to do that, I don't think that's where developers push a lot of the money. I think it would still be hoarded, but I don't know. Again, maybe it's not feasible, but I feel like there is a company out there either that does that or could do that. Maybe it has to be independent. But
Larian does that. I mean, they're pretty good at making like really good games. Like, because I feel like that's the main reason why like Baldur's Gate like was like such a smash hit. Because like I don't think anyone. I certainly never heard of like Divinity or Larian until like my brother got me on those games. Mm-hmm. So when I found out like that they made Baldur's Gate 3, I was like, that's gonna be a really good game. And I was hearing like all the hype around it too. I was like, yeah, it makes sense. Like they take their time, they have good writers. They, maybe the game's probably gonna have some bugs at the beginning, but like they did a very good job of like patching it and stuff. Which is why like I just caved. Because I was trying to wait for it to go on sale, mostly because of a financial thing. Because I was like, I don't have the money to spend on another game like that. But I just caved because it went on sale for like $5, like a $5 discount.
Oh, I was gonna say, well, damn, I'd take a $5 game too.
Yeah, but then I was like, you know what? I like Larian. Like, I'll still pay almost full price for it. And yeah, I don't regret buying that game because it's really good.
Nice.
Especially when you compare it, like, obviously the other games that I buy that are like brand new would be like Mortal Kombat, but even that game, like unfinished on release, it was so obvious. Like, they definitely rushed it out, and they had to like do a lot of work on it, like as time went on. And I said we could also play Baldur's Gate 3.
You see, I haven't got that one yet. That one wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like nothing, like necessarily like saying no. It just wasn't something that necessarily grabbed me. But I mean, you guys can still do it. It's something that's been added to my library.
I like it because it did make getting into the D&D campaign a little easier for me.
Oh,
I
really?
always, like understood some of the mechanics a little bit, having a visual representation of what it looks like.
Right. Well, that's something too. I kind of wish I'd gotten into tabletop a little bit earlier because, like, starting off with video games, it can be very difficult to, like, you got to get used to. Oh, when I play this or when I do this, this cool sound effect happens, or I don't have to calculate damage. Like the dice roll is buried within the code or whatever. So I do the attack and I just get to see how much damage was done. You don't have to actually do it. But when you're sitting down at a table. Then you have you have to have the pencil and paper out. You got to have the dice roll. You got to be your inventory is not just these cool little icons and the user interface where you can just put things in your backpack. You've got a spreadsheet with a list on there. So it kind of, I wouldn't say has spoiled me, but it definitely, I think it just made it a little bit harder because you instead of learning to use your imagination to fill in the gaps and to fill in everything first, you get it given to you, get to see and experience it as an actual. Now there you go, Deviz. I think I spelled that right. Pronounced that right. Deviz gets the win over Aros. But yeah, and so it's so like I'm almost worried about like, oh man, if I do too much that's like virtual D&D, when I sit down at the table, I'm like, dude, where's all my sound effects? Where's all the cool stuff? Where's all the the carnage and the hacking and the slashing? I have to imagine it all.
It is also kind of hard for me because I used to like to think that I have a good imagination, but like I do like when you're playing a game and it presents you the dialogue options.
Right.
So because the Baldur's Gate 3 run that I'm playing, you can have. So you can play as like the origin character, so you can play as the companions, but there's the Dark Urge option. So basically, like it's still a custom character, but like every now and then you just have like this. You have these like very messed up like dialogue options. Like I straight up like killed like 3 of the companions because one of them's like the guy reaches his hand out through a portal and you have to pull him out, and then he joins you. But if you're playing as a Dark Urge, it just says, "Imagine hacking his arm off." Since I did that, he just like never showed up in the game. So I was like, did I just kill him?
Wow.
But like if I compare that to like if I was doing that in a game, like would I really have like the imagination to just kind of, I ran up to a squirrel and I kicked it so hard against a tree it just exploded.
Right. Well, I will say, I think in my limited experience with it, like most DMs are willing to let you try anything. They just might make the dice roll that you need to pull it off ridiculously high. But a lot of so I have learned that little bit. Like if you can think about it, you can do it. It just may not. You're more likely to fail than otherwise. But you have the chance. You have a chance. But yeah, it's hard because it's like okay, wait, you mean I can literally say and do anything? And then there's the fact that you're kind of aware that you're playing a game, so you want to be immersed in the story, but at the same time you're rolling a dice. Like there's a part of you knowing you're not actually. It's not like a movie or like an improv show where you're the whole point is the creation of this fantasy setting in this scenario, this narrative. The other part of it is actually you are functionally, rolling dice and doing things to determine whether or not you succeed or fail at doing things. So it's like trying to be as serious as possible while also not getting so serious because you're understanding at different points you're gonna have to break out of that. Like I don't know that I could ever be fully immersed in something and to the point where I'm only saying things that I think would be appropriate to say in that situation, because a lot of me is just going, that's part of the fun creativity. Is just. I don't know, but then I think that can kind of cheapen the experience. I don't know. It's complicated. It's very complicated.
Yeah, it is. I would say at least I was a pretty good DM. I can tell he puts a lot of work into it.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yep. And there's a lot of. It never really feels like it goes off the rails. And he's good. For me at least, he's pretty good about not telling you this is what you should do next, but kind of indicating that there is certain things are more urgent than others, which is fine because that's how real world works. Some things are time sensitive. Some things, if you let them go, they can snowball. Other things, they can just simmer and nothing's really going to happen. And so pretty good about letting you know when, so that he's not like, you don't come up to face the hags and he's like, you kind of needed to do this like 3 days ago to actually have a chance. Right now they're just too powerful, so rip,
Yeah. Yeah, I do appreciate that.
Wait, so Baldric's saying Daggerfall had that clunky mouse combat? I completely forgot mouse also means the little mechanical device that moves the cursor around. I was like, what is mouse combat? Like, what is it? Is it a bunch of sewer rats?
So you had to so you would attack by, you would right click and you would swing the mouse around, and it would change like which way you were doing it. Like if you did it forward, it was like a thrust. If you did it like kind of like in an overhead thing, it'd be like a chop.
So almost like motion controls?
Yeah, almost, but it was very jank. That's why I really like Daggerfall Unity, because they just changed that to where it's like, oh, now it's just gonna randomly pick one, and it's just a mouse click now.
Okay.
The Nords must take back Skyrim.
Daggerfall Unity is a good way to play Daggerfall 2. You at least have access to console commands, so if the game ever gets too difficult, you can just turn on God mode.
What? So that's perfect, because I was going to ask you, Lagmeister just said, I never made it past the very beginning. I kept getting murked by common enemies. Did you have to go console command that early in the game? Poop stone sighting! Did you have to go that like, did you have to console early because the early enemies are just really hard, or is Lagmeister perhaps missing an awesome weapon or something in the beginning of these games that would enable him to survive longer?
No, Daggerfall and Arena are like notoriously difficult. I've re-rolled like maybe 7 characters before I even got out of that dungeon, the starting dungeon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. The thing with Arena though is it's kind of easy because you just go like southwest, like basically until you hit a dead end. You just go like the other direction and then you get out. Daggerfall not so much though. The dungeons are more complicated, but I will say the games are much easier if you like do a lot of side content very early on. Like don't go rushing in to do the main quest immediately, because you'll get murked.
Well, there you go, Lagmeister. I know you. Well, you said you don't have your drive in your computer anymore because your graphics card is so gosh darn big. A little bit of a flex there, but I'll forgive it. But yeah, there you go. If you ever do give it a shot again, reroll. I guess you're saying reroll your character. Does that mean reconstruct your character?
Yeah, because I wouldn't even
We must protect
I wouldn't
the
even save the
wellspring.
game until I got out, basically. Because either like if you can't handle the early creatures like that, then your character's not going to survive very long.
So there's RNG in how your character is built?
Yeah, in a way. It depends on how you set it up, because I was trying to go like, the full like role play kind of thing, because you can have like a background and that affects like some of your starting gear. Like it'll be like, like one of the questions like, oh, you got something for helping the Emperor one time, what is it? And you'll have like different options, like, oh, I got a dagger, I got a curious, or like chest armor. And so you'll actually like have that at the beginning of the game.
Oh, okay. So definitely, very different.
Before my blade.
Yeah, very much. Dang, I almost had it, but I think that Odahving was kind of killer.
Yeah. Yep. Even without the arcane salami. Oh. All right. Let's see here. I mean, it's nice. I mean, I remember the last time we I think it was last Friday, Christmas. Well, granted, because it was a couple days before Christmas, but or a few days actually. I actually remember the last time. There weren't a lot of people playing, so I was wondering, like, if we hit the point where, we're only going to have just the bare minimum of people playing, it may not even be enough for like a few hours, but it looks like a pretty healthy gathering of friends. Although, I mean, out of what, 136, most of which we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, I have
16.
130, and I feel like I only see the same like 10 people.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, Oblivion is my favorite one.
Let's knock some heads.
It's the easiest one to mod, and then also it was my first Elder Scrolls game, so kind of biased there a little bit, but I think Oblivion has like the perfect kind of balance because it still has like, you know, the class system and all that. Like you can actually like role play as whatever your class is, whereas Skyrim doesn't have that. Can be kind of difficult if you don't build your character correctly, because then the level scaling kicks in and some characters can't handle an ogre when they finally start showing up.
Oh. That's always an unfortunate thing. I mean, I'm trying to think. There was one game. I think that it was kind of that idea that you can actually get to a certain point in the game and the game does not. Oh yeah, no, it was when that's right, Final Fantasy 1, where it's like you can actually go through the entire game, but if you don't pick up these 2 enhancements or spells and this one item, you're not going to be able to beat the big bad guy at the end. I'm like, that just seems like any game where you can play the game the way it's meant to be played for all intents and purposes and play it in good faith, and you can still, it can almost be literally impossible to beat the game because you don't have a thing. Like I feel like if something is game essential, it needs to be not necessarily labeled as such, but the game needs to be done in such a way that goes, you can't proceed or you can't go to this next step unless you have this, or the character goes, at least there's somebody going, are you sure you want to try it? I think it would be really good to have blah blah blah, or to make sure you talk to so and so before you go out there. You know, where it doesn't break the immersion, but it's enough. There's a little bit of a flag saying, hey, this may not work out well if you don't have these items, or you don't put your attribute your skills appropriately. If you go too heavy into farming, growing plants, you're going to get your butt kicked by a ghoul within the first 2 levels, and you're not going to be able to do anything because all you can do is grow potatoes.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem that Oblivion has, is that it doesn't fully explain to you like how the leveling system works very much, because it tells you like, oh, once you level up 10 major skills, then you level up, but it doesn't tell you that your minor skills affect that also. So the main issue that a lot of people run into, it's what I ran into in my very first playthrough, is eventually, like if you're playing a mage, you're not wearing heavy armor, so you're not increasing your endurance, which endurance is the one that basically tells the game how much health you get every level up. So the way that you gamify it is by maximizing your endurance gains until you max it out, because then you basically have like the max HP that you can possibly get. But all the enemies are scaled with like that kind of a character in mind. So if you're playing a squishy mage, once like the next bracket of enemies show up, like they're gonna destroy you, and then you realize, okay, maybe it's just like this one ogre at the very beginning of the dungeon, maybe I can just run past him, and then you realize all the enemies that were there before are just now all ogres. So like that's all you're fighting now.
Oh gosh. Yeah, and then you become a very squishy to the point of being dead mage.
Yeah, so I will say that's the one thing that Skyrim kind of improved, is like you would still see like lower level enemies pretty frequently. Mm-hmm. Kind of like the way the giants are, which is what I love about it. It's like, oh yeah, at the beginning they're gonna one-shot you, but you get to like level 30, you can reasonably take on 1 or 2 at the same time, and then by like level 50 you can just one-shot them.
Right. I've never gotten to that level, but I have. One of my favorite things to do at the beginning is get a crap ton of arrows and just aggro the mammoth to get the giant to come after you. Get to like a little perch and like just spend the next 25 minutes hitting and running, because the giants will get pissed off if you start shooting them and they can't get to you. They'll start walking away or running away. So you got to go down. You got to ping some more mammoths, get them pissed off at you, run back up, and you can feel the ground shaking as they chase you down. You got to run up and get up there. Like I liked trying to take on giants with like at a really low level, just because it was such a grind. But then you get well, I don't know. I don't remember if a giant's toe is worth all that much, but it seemed like it was a really big. It was like an early boss fight that you could easily win as long as you you weren't overly ambitious.
My favorite thing to do, because I never level up a block, is once I have enough health to tank a hit, blocking it, because block levels up based on how much damage you blocked. So that early on, they basically can like boost your block skill up by like a lot from like one hit. So that's like my way of farming it.
Right. Oh, I never thought about doing that. But like you said, I've never tried block as a you're like trying to level that up, because I always thought I'm like I can handle that. But I guess not. I guess there's a benefit to it.
See, my issue is I always play as like I always play with like, okay, a sword in one hand, spell in the other, so you can't block, so like it just never gets leveled up. So that's the way that I have to like force it.
Alright, so it looks like Dano agrees with you. He says Morrowind is a must play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it's definitely one of those games where like you have to play it for a little bit. You have to like kind of get into it. You have to level your character up a little bit before the game. I wouldn't say it becomes enjoyable, but you can start like. I remember someone described it very well. There's like a certain point in the game where your character, like every character is gonna hit it at some point. Some will just hit it later, but like there's basically a point where you basically become like a god and you're untouchable. Mm-hmm. And the whole point before that is like the fun part. Then it gets boring once you're like untouchable.
Right. No, wasn't it intoxicating innocence or something? What does it Dag out there say?
Yeah. Such a grand and intoxicating innocence.
Right. But I do agree with at least for me, because again I remember I got about a decade on most people. Beewell says I just ordered a controller. I think games like Elden Ring are much better that way versus keyboard and mouse. I mean I grew up with the D-pad pretty much, so I have to it's either controller or arcade stick in very rare cases, but usually a controller. If a game has to be played with a mouse and keyboard, unless it's a game like Legends where it's a point and click type deal, or an actual point and click. Game like Curse of Monkey Island or Grim Fandango or something where you're not really having to be very dexterous with your movements. Unless it's something like that,
I can play with one hand.
Huh?
Like you can play with one hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Otherwise, I gotta go controller. I feel like I'm playing with nubs. Otherwise, like it just like I'm not even. It's weird. It's weird. But which sucks because I think it was. I'm trying to remember the game that. My friends, what is it? Rainbow Siege, I think it is.
Yeah.
But the bummer with that is it wasn't built with the controller in mind, so it's still primarily works better with keyboard and mouse. But I'm like, I can't do it, so I have to have a slightly gimped movement pattern or setup because I can't make that switch. Maybe I could if it would be like learning to throw left-handed. I could do it eventually, but it's just so painful to try.
Yeah, that for me it depends. Like Mortal Kombat, absolutely, I cannot play that keyboard and mouse. It has to be on a controller.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because that's a weird one because the way they usually lay out the buttons. But then like games like like Divinity and Baldur's Gate, playing them on Xbox is freaking awkward as hell.
Oh yeah.
Because like if you just like think back to like all the times that we went into our inventory and like how easy it was because it was just one button and you can do everything with the mouse. For when they put those games into the console version, it's like, okay, you hold the trigger and then it brings up a wheel that has like, oh, one's your character sheet, your inventory, your spells, and you have to like move the joystick over to that and then it brings it up, and then it's also very not fun to interact with your inventory with the controller.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why. And I was gonna say, that's very, like when people. I think did Legends ever come out on console? Was it like on an Xbox at some point or something?
I think they wanted to, but it never came out.
Okay, because I remember I remember somebody asking about them, like, why would you like this game would be miserable with a controller. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible, but like, yeah, you're having to use the little thumbstick to drag over the card, and you have to hit A to hold it down, and then flick the thumbstick, and then I'm like, like you were saying, there are some games that are just made for mouse and keyboard, but I would say any style of game that came out before the turn of the century is probably going to be better off with a controller.
Well, like, okay, so imagine like if it was on controller, and you did something like Necromancer, so it pulls up your discard pile and you have to like scroll through that, but then you're like, wait a minute,
like maybe something's blocking the screen so you can't fully see everything. So then, how do you close the discard menu, and how do you go back into it to do that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like it would just be super jank.
And you'd find out the hard way. Oh no, that button just because in Legends, I will say that's another one thing I wish they had tweaked it or something. Nobody complained about it, and I know it wasn't the worst thing, but like if you actually like you could say for whatever reason I don't want to use this trigger or something or disregard or whatever, and it's like most of the time if you say that it's an accident. You're saying it because you're trying to get back to the screen or something, and you're just like don't worry about it. But like once you forego that option, it's no longer available to you. And I think as long as it's still your turn, you should always be able to access that particular enhancement or card draw or whatever like this. Very few people are going to not choose to do the special thing.
Yeah, it's very specific circumstances where you wouldn't.
Yeah, and even it's like okay, but it doesn't hurt to say like how many times do you have a game or a menu that says, "Are you like I don't want to do this. Are you sure?" Yes. And most of the time when it does it, it's for stupid reasons because it's definitely something you want to do, and the game is not.
Of the living.
I keep a spare.
It doesn't make any sense for it to question that decision, but then games like this, where it actually does make sense to question, it doesn't. I don't know. It's a crazy world we live in.
Lagmeister kind of summed it up for me too. The keyboard and mouse is good for some games, but like I can't play Halo matchmaking with the keyboard and mouse. Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I have to play Halo with a controller.
Yeah.
Like I cannot do it otherwise. I can do the campaigns and stuff with mouse and keyboard, but yeah, I cannot play online.
Yep. Which, and I hate to say it because I know it definitely rubs some people the wrong way, but like for FPSs, using a mouse and keyboard in general to me just feels almost like cheating, just because it becomes very point and click, where it's like, oh, you just put the mouse where you want it to be, versus having to actually have some kind of coordination between your x-axis and y-axis. It's literally just, oh, I want to put the thing over here. So you put the cursor on the guy that you want to shoot, and it's just there automatically. But so like if somebody's like, oh, I'm a sniper, but I'm using mouse and keyboard, I'm like, yeah, but are you really though? Are you a true sniper? Because true snipers wouldn't need to point and click. But that hasn't gone over very well. People usually didn't like to hear the truth. Scathing truth that they're.
That's one of those ones where people like. That's like one of those endless arguments of all time.
Yeah. Yep. Which I can appreciate. Nobody wants to be. I mean, and I could be wrong too. I mean, it's. I think anybody who can adapt and play something in a style that they don't normally play it in automatically kind of wins. So if you're playing keyboard and mouse for Call of Duty, but if you started off with a controller and you adapted and were able to become a keyboard and mouse player, I think already you win the argument, just because you were able to do something that was not, you were able to overcome that obstacle, whereas I have not. I've gone in and said, whatever I'm used to playing it with, that's how I have to play it with, and if I can't do it, I just won't play it. But it's also how awesome is the game. The game needs to be pretty darn awesome for me to be willing to adapt. Just like something as basic as a control system.
The real skill is if you can do both.
What
like if you're able to like switch between the two, like
not ambidextrous, but like it's
Forgive my error.
Forgive my error.
Oh, you got to switch your avatar. That makes it sound like you did something wrong. It needs to be. You need to get Denise's, where it's like, what is it? That very patronizing. What does a kitty say?
This is very sorry.
well, she said, "This one thanks you," but it's done in a way that it makes it sound like, "Thank you so much for being fodder for my awesome deck." It just doesn't. But yeah, there's that one too. Either way, this one is very sorry and very sarcastic.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the Red Guard one. Because what does she say? She says the error was mine.
Oh yeah.
But I really like the thank you one, because I think, what is it? It's like, you are gracious.
Oh right.
It's I love doing that when people are watching and someone rage quits. It's like, they were so nice.
Mm-hmm. I think that's why I stopped. Well, I can't remember now. Like I like the Hail Friend. I like that guy or that avatar, that opening. But I think his apology was. Oh no, I think it was what Io's apologies. It's like I don't want to sound genuinely sorry. That's horrible. I like
I think
it's a good
the
day.
Khajiit one is the best one. 'Cause
Yeah.
the way they say it makes it sound like it can go both ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Khajiit, they're shifty.
I did like the Argonian one too. I'm trying to remember what it was though.
Yeah, you don't hear that one very often.
Yeah, because I used to solely rock the Argonian one, the shadow scale one specifically.
Uh-huh. I feel like they'd probably have the same kind of deal as Khajiit, where it either sounds sarcastic or disingenuous.
I did like their good game one, but By the Egg, a fine battle.
Oh
I
yeah,
love that one.
Yeah. All right, Deviz looks like he's got this pretty good hold on this one. Luckily, his boost is going to get some good value here. And that is probably the third sentence I've said that has anything to do with Legends this entire for the past 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, we've been rambling.
I mean, that's the way it always goes. I'm always curious to like people's viewing experience, like how much of it is, all right, just mute the jackass talking. I just want to watch some good games. How much of it is I'm just listening to the whatever stuff in the background, like just how different people process it, because obviously it's not you're not getting commentary and focus on the game, but you're also not getting a ton of distractions from it necessarily. Like I'm not popping up websites all over the place, and you're having to try to figure out what's going on in the game through it. You just have to ignore what I'm talking about.
I think we get a good balance of it because I like to respond to what chat's saying a lot.
Mm-hmm. Which yeah,
I would do the same thing too. Like when I was streaming, I would just like I would start talking about something else, and I'd be like, oh yeah, by the way, I'd be like, oh, good job to whoever just won that game. Nice job.
right.
Then, as I was saying, just continue.
Yeah, before I was interrupted. Oh crap! Spoke too soon. I mean, luckily there's an edict.
I think he still has a chance. Still got a chance here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's not over, but it was looking really good there for a second.
Do you not fear me, mortal?
Speak,
You should.
citizen.
That's a good guaranteed 5 damage there. What was it? So I think it was it?
The battle is yours.
Okay, have you heard of scaling stopper mod for Skyrim? He says it's like a mandatory thing for him. It stops the guys from scaling because it's like bandits shouldn't be on your level. Like the whole point of you getting stronger is so that they can't. So what you were talking about earlier, apparently there's a mod to stop that from happening so that you can kind of get a better gauge for how awesome you are by, going back to a cave where the bandit that killed you the first time and you go up and he's like wailing on you for an hour and it's not doing any damage at all.
See, I think the bandits are fine. The one thing that I would want that to affect is the Draugr. Because yeah, once you get like to a certain point, man, the Draugr become just freaking tanks.
Oh.
And that's the main reason why I get so dragged out of Fallout. Because like you're like actually like shooting things with a gun, right? I really hate when I run into a tanky enemy in Fallout because it's like I just unloaded a freaking 100 mag LMG like round of bullets into you and you still have like 3/4 of your health.
Oh jeez.
Like for that, like that kind of thing is kind of like egregious to me, which is why most of the mods I use for Fallout, they add like realistic weapons, so they'll be like M4s, MP5s and stuff.
Oh, nice.
And you can change the scaling of like the damage, like when you like workbench the weapon or whatever. So you can kind of like scale it to like the enemies like as you progress, or you can just make a sniper rifle that does plus 500% damage. And because sniping like that feels pretty good in that game. But yeah, that's the main problem with Oblivion too, is that because that's the main mod that I use in Oblivion is basically the stuff that like predetermines what kind of enemies there are, and then usually those people make like it's like a whole like overhaul of the game. So they have like tons of like different like new enemies that you can fight and all that. But like the one that I use is Oscuro's Oblivion Overhaul.
Okay.
And yeah, he basically makes it kind of like the way Morrowind is, where like yeah, some enemies will scale to you, but most of them won't. So you'll start off very weak, like you'll go into a cave and like you'll just get demolished by the people in there. But you come back 20 levels later and you can actually like hold your own.
Laughs in a contest. What could be better?
Yeah, I feel like that should be a fundamental part of the game.
Oblivion also had the issue where like so like the bandits themselves would scale up in level, but also their gear would. So like in Skyrim, you know, they kind of always have, except for like the bosses, they have like just basic like leather armor and stuff. In Oblivion, once you get to a high enough level, they're all sporting Daedric and glass armor.
Oh gosh.
So it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, so you spend the whole game not able to access any of that, and then you hit like level 20 and suddenly you can find a full set of like top level gear just by going into a dungeon. It's also why are bandits carrying around this when they can sell their gear to get a place in the city?
Oh right. Yeah, there is that. I mean, I feel like Skyrim does a pretty good job of balancing kind of like real world stuff, but like, I mean, there is that whole thing. Like, there's no way I could carry 65 loaves of bread, 25 wheels of cheese, 6 things of armor, whatever. Like, there is somewhat of a suspension of disbelief there, but there's also that idea like, wait, why was this, like you were saying, why is this chump here wearing this awesome armor? At the same time, I would prefer, because I think it would be more excusable for a bandit to wear,
I keep a spare blade in
really, really awesome armor and stuff, and that be the reason why he's a lot harder to beat, because he's able to, you're not doing as much damage when you hit him than it is for, you know, there just to be like, I'm wailing on this guy and he's wearing nothing but a loincloth and he's still kicking my butt. Like, I still want there to be, I would like there to be that kind of realistic interaction where if you're not wearing armor, I mean, and for us, that's the way it is as a player character. If you go out there with nothing on, you're going to get shellacked. Whereas if you armor up and you weapon up and everything, you're going to be much more effective. I wish that was kind of the same for them as well. Like the better weapon they were to get. If you had some thief that was able to steal this awesome piece of, you know, this awesome suit of armor from whoever, and that was like one of your quests. And he's not talented. He doesn't have high hit stats or anything, but he's got the advantage of having one of the best armor sets in the game, and having to overcome that. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Oh boy, a Parth loop. Yeah. But I will say that's probably like the one thing that I think Skyrim kind of got right is like, for the most part, the game is like that, where, you know, you still run into a lot of low-level enemies, but like enemies like the Dragon Priests and stuff, like if you run into them at a low level, like they'll wreck you. But Morrowind did a very good job, because specifically I can recall like when you get to the end of the Mages Guild, you have to kill the other Archmage to become, so that we can take his place. And they're like, everyone like in the Mages Guild is like, yeah, dude, he's not really a good spellcaster. He just has like really good gear. and he literally has like, an amulet that gives him like 50% spell absorption and like plus 100 magicka or whatever. So, but like you can kill him and then you get that. So like it amplifies you once you get that. But like, yeah, in Morrowind for sure, you're like, your whole character's strong because of their gear.
Which, you know, it's awesome at this. I mean, and that's the way the game has to be. But you know, you kind of want to feel like I'm more than just.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he gets a freaking lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's like the problem is like Bethesda's never like quite nailed it, because they always change so much between their games. So like every game has like a very good thing about it, and then several other like very terrible things.
Which is weird, because I mean, I understand. Look, I began to learn probably in my 30s that adults don't have a magic. There's not a magic thing. Like once you hit a certain age, you make good decisions. You're smart. You're wise. Like you can have, and people aren't necessarily. There it is.
Nice.
There it is.
You are gracious.
Kapow! Play into those outs, baby. Nice. I mean, the guy had to go for it pretty much. Unless he had a salami in the wings where he could get a bunch of heals, he was going to have to do that anyway. But nicely done, Io. And I think that was why you didn't play anything too, because if you play something and your opponent has a way to eliminate but also gain light, like I think I can't remember now, it's been a while, but I remember there was something where it was like, oh crap, I shouldn't have played that because now he can squish the Wimpy with this. But you know, an opponent would squish their own people to get life before hitting face if they can do it. So, but it's a nice game there, Inu. Io, sorry, not Inu, not Inu. Sorry, I don't want to misallocate the props there. But Inu did say also, he said there's an X2 to 4 damage for everyone. So even though a bandit stays weak, you can't ignore getting hit by 3 of them. And also, as Vincenzo said, the Draugr will not tank 40 hits. I like that too, where it's like I don't want to be. It's also kind of unrealistic, like you said. You're you know, it's kind of your gear is it. You don't become immortal or anything. So in theory, if you're stupid about it, you can still get taken down by scrubs because they can still cut you. But you know, you're more capable of taking them out quick. But you still have to be smart about it. Where I feel like you were saying, when he becomes like a certain level of God mode, you can't be touched, and you can literally just stand there and they'll hack at you and nothing's happening. I don't think that should be the way it is either. I think it's like if you're smart and you're incisive and you have a correct threat assessment, you can take care of everybody easily enough. But if you turn your back on them and just start walking away all casual like, or you're not paying attention, they could still get one over on you.
Yeah, which I did. I did kind of do it a disservice by saying like, yeah, you kind of are made by your gear in Morrowind, but that's mostly because like enchantments can work as spells too, which is kind of like a weird like thing to adjust to. But like, so you'll get like really powerful stuff that like can like there's one ring, I think it's actually the Mentor's ring in Morrowind, but like it can just like sap someone's health and it does like a lot of damage. So you'd be kind of careless if you have that equipped and you start taking damage. But the skills work way better because like, if you level up your block skill and your heavy armor skill, you become way harder to hit. Because like, your character's taken a lot of hits already to get to that point. So skills are very big in Morrowind, I will say that.
Gotcha. Yep. That makes sense. Also, I was vindicated in my assertion. Io just said he was concerned about dragon aspect, which I'd forgotten, but that was it. That's that one that if you put a card down, your opponent's just waiting for that, and they can dragon aspect you and heal for 7 or whatever. That was it.
Yeah.
Great minds. Now, would I have thought of that when I'm playing? In fact, most of the time I don't. Most of the time I play the stupid card and then I get Valentiel, however, cannot tank hits. Hey, Io, there is no need to invoke Valentiel. Valentiel is a very strong, capable, and brave and awesome character. I don't think he needs to be besmirched in this forum. I think you'd respect the integrity of Valentiel and what he offers to the party. He's a central figure that the world revolves around him. So let's just not besmirch the good name of the half dwarf, half elf.
So he's so I know he's a magic user too. What class specifically?
Give no.
This one can be counted upon.
Oh, well, I do lightning. Is that what you meant? Or...
Well, like mine's a wizard.
Oh, Blade Master. Blade Singer.
Oh, that's interesting. Never heard of that.
I got there before you said it, Io. It's just been a long time since somebody's asked for my credentials. Yeah, it's so I wanted it to be where he knows magic and he uses magic, but he also has like he's not worthless if he like I wanted him to be able to have a like if I needed to poke somebody, I could do that and not it just be like a kind of a secondary thing like, oh, I've got my Swiss Army knife stashed in my my pocket and I can poke at a guy. It's like I want to be able to do some serious damage with a Schward, but I want to be able to I'd like to use that in conjunction with a decent repertoire of spells. I've been mostly doing spells, but that's because I've also been at range for most of the time. And it's hard to not use the magic missile. I mean, you don't have to roll to hit. You just get to roll 3 or 4 dice and boom, boom, boom. So, but yeah, it's that Io. That's not a unique to your game. That you didn't invent Blade Singer, right? I don't think you did. But yeah, it's kind of a warrior monk type deal where you fight with your Schward, but you can also shoot lightning bolts.
Okay, cool. I usually try to keep it simple. Even in Baldur's Gate, like my main character, she's just like a wizard. But it's kind of cool because the way they do it is like there's subclasses and stuff, and the one that I chose for wizard, every time she casts a spell, she gets like a little ward. And so it's kind of like a nice defensive boost because you know AC is very low. But then now that I hit level 9, well, I think it happened when I hit level 8 or something like that. But like now I can project the ward onto other people, and it stacks in conjunction with like magic missiles. Every time that hits, you get like another level to the ward. So now she walks around being able to just like shrug off like 13 damage.
Oh gosh. Well, yeah, and that I think that's kind of, I mean, that's probably the most like power. It's definitely the most powerful thing in like Tessel, but like also there where you can have where having a strong offense also shores up your defense. So you really, it's kind of hard to figure out how to get through that, because like as long as this person's attacking me, like unless you can nerf their attack somehow, or you know do something to kind of disrupts how the defense gets portrayed. It's like that's a great combo there to. Like, okay, I'm going to attack you with impunity because I know you can't really hit me back.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. She's kind of broken, too, because she has a cape from being the Dark Urge player. Basically, every time she kills someone in combat, she immediately turns invisible.
Oh, jeez.
so like, she's like, boom, and it stacks, too. So, like, okay, I can stay invisible for a little bit, and then when another enemy is about to die, she can pop out, kill him, and then right back to being invisible.
Wow. And that's just from one item?
Yeah, it's like a cape or something like that.
Nice.
And then her other gear does cool stuff, like when she does elemental damage, it infuses her staff with it. So like if someone does get close, she can do some elemental damage still.
Have you, now I couldn't remember, have you beat the game at this point, or is it another kind of Skyrim thing where you keep resetting and using different characters?
No, I haven't beaten it. I've gone to Act 3, so I've gotten to the end game. But I started messing around with mods on my PC playthrough, and then it kind of like messed it up. So I had to restart on both PC, and then I recently started my Xbox playthrough.
Gotcha. Yeah, mods. I think mods are probably responsible for half of my resets, just because like I'll put the mods in and I'll be like, yeah, okay, I'm good with it. I'm not going to put it in, because a lot of it is not necessarily like the mod you put, especially on console. It's not necessarily the mod you use. It's taking them off, putting them on, switching them out, and everything. And it kind of just, it can break the continuity or it can break the game at different parts. I would say most of my resets have been because I've been like, but I really want to use this mod. I'm sure it won't do anything, and I don't know which one it is. I don't know how it, whatever, but I just know that the game starts crashing every time I try to fast travel, or this thing starts popping up, or Serena no longer acknowledges that I'm there, and it's like, all right, well, I must have done something that screwed it up. Yeah,
you can't like, they highly recommend against putting new mods in. I haven't really ever noticed an issue of putting mods in like in the middle of a playthrough, but definitely when you take them out, it starts really like messing with the save file.
Yeah. It's my fault for adding all those waifus, you know.
Gone.
Let's see. IO did confirm that Bladesinger is in the source book, so it's not, because I know in that game there's a lot of stuff that he custom does, like certain spells and stuff that he kind of makes that apply specifically for his universe and his games, but that Bladesinger is not one of them. That's an official. Not surprised about the wife.
The staff he gave me has like a custom spell attached to it.
Which I can appreciate too. I mean, it's balancing in anything, whether it's a game like this or real world stuff, where you want it to be cool, you want it to be noticeable, and for people to care about it, but you can't make it so darn cool that. Oh no, he died. Well, he's got to risk a prophecy. He can javelin that, but he's got to do 2 damage first. And his opponent just doesn't have the nerves.
Scared him enough.
Yeah. Well, he probably knew he didn't have or figured realized he didn't have a prophecy that was going to change it one way or the other. Which is a bummer to realize, because that's your only out at that kind of situation. And you're like, well, I don't have javelins, I don't run this, I don't run that. All I could get is an Oreo cookie gal, and she's just going to clutter my board, not going to save my bacon. I was not surprised about the waifus. Hey, I haven't mentioned waifus. I actually say just I find the name funny and what they connote is pretty humorous, but I don't know that I actually have a waifu myself.
Meol the Lioness is it for me in Skyrim.
Who?
Meol the Lioness.
Meol?
Yeah, it's like MJOLL. Meol.
Oh, I think I looked this one up. Oops. Let's see.
Speaking of which, how have I not made a card for her yet?
Oh,
like
from
her.
Skyrim.
Yeah, I like her because she stays essential the whole game, so she's like unstoppable. Like you'll never accidentally kill her or anything.
Okay.
There's nowhere.
Which
That's
yeah,
the
okay.
problem
So,
with
so it's a
Lydia.
functional
The
waifu.
hunter.
Yeah, I've accidentally killed Lydia like so many times.
Oh yeah. No, she's a cry-fu. She's you just go, oh damn it, let it. Oh, either that or she's never where you need her, and so she's got all like if you give her stuff to carry around, she's like, sure, I'll take care of that, and then you lose her at some point, and like she has all my gold. Damn it, Lydia. She's not at the Jarl's house. She's not at my house. Where did she go? I don't know.
Or it's just like you spend a lot of time giving her good gear and then she dies and you don't have enough like space in your inventory to carry it out with you.
Yep. Ninu says, "Don't lie. The W in Schwartz stands for
Let's see
waifu."
if we can find something.
It
useful.
does, but the AAA's
course, I'm
after.
on your
What is it?
Wafu.
Yeah, it's extra emphasis on the waifu. Let's see. Someone chose horrendous waifus and it's not worth finishing. Yeah, I think I need to find one though. I think every healthy single 45-year-old male should have a waifu, a dedicated waifu. I will say there's Schwaifu. That sounds pretty cool. Schwaifu. You're my Schwaifu. There we go. That's how I'll know I've met the one. If I walk up to her and I go, damn, baby, you're my Schwaifu. And she's like, oh my gosh, that is so hot. That's it. That'll be my soulmate. There we go.
Let's put these to use.
That's all it
I
takes.
was gonna say something, but we're online.
I feel like there's so it depends for me. Like I don't think any gal in Skyrim can be my waifu vanilla because all the character models are hideous. But there are some where if you get like just general don't look horrendous mods, there are quite a few waifus in there at that point. I'm like, oh wow. Like even there's some that make even Lydia look pretty good. But like you said, functionality should be key. I think I like Ayala a little bit, but because she seems pretty cool and functional, but I don't think I've ever played with her as a companion all that often, so I don't really know how awesome she is as kind of a
Care to
tandem.
make a friendly way.
Yeah, that's why I like Meol, because she's just like, because normally I play like magic users, so I tend to be a bit more squishy. She can run up and soak up some damage,
Right?
and she doesn't die, so like that's a plus. And she's one of the few
You've never
spouses that you can marry that can actually like go on dungeons. She's probably like the only one that doesn't die either. So got everything there in one package. But I was gonna say the one thing I hate with like the mods is like my favorite thing is to like get like new armor and like new weapons and stuff into the game. The problem with like the armor mods is that people like over sexualize it.
Oh yeah.
So it's like hard to find like some that like look good enough that like I'd be okay with like having in my game. Because sometimes like my wife will come and just be like, "What is that?"
Right? Yeah.
And I'm like looking through mods and I'm like, look, I'm not downloading that.
Yeah. It's like if you can see your like the characters, because I mean I'm the same way. Like that's something I'm not gonna say I like the one thing I didn't like, because I was never necessarily into Conan and that kind of storytelling or that kind of area. But like with Red Sonja, I'm like I just can't get past the fact she's running around in the frozen barrens wearing a bikini. Like I want to respect the wardrobe choices of said waifu or however you want to think of them, but it's like you can't just be running around, like it's kind of the same thing as you're saying. Like I want her to be armored up and not have like a bikini bottom or bikini bottom boots and like shoulder pads. It's like that's. I need you to look like you're here for real, not here for a script show.
Yeah, like there was one that I got for Oblivion, because like it made the armors like for the it did it for both male and females, but like for the females it like basically just made it look more unique. Like yeah, some of them were a bit more revealing, but it wasn't like extremely revealing, with the exception for one glass set where they just made the glass like see-through.
Oh.
So I'm just like, I'm like, come on, dude, like you had it right there.
Right.
Stopped.
Yeah. Well, there is one mod I think that I like that just all it does is tailor it. It tailors it to the female form, so it's pretty much the exact same armor that you would have in the normal game, or even if you get like a custom set, but it indents it a little bit at the waist, so that you're not just like, it's like, oh, you're just throwing on this sack of whatever. Like even like just a basic, like I guess it is kind of like the canvas sack that you wear if you're just like you just see somebody who's working in the mine or something. Even that kind of it shows the figure a little bit, which I'm totally fine with. I just want it to be, clothed, not like you're saying. Just
yeah, like I like that too when it's like form fitting. Like you can try to like find the right ways. like you can tell that it's not just like, especially with the armor pieces, because it's like a lot of stuff like the glass armor just looks like you're wearing the male set anyway.
Right, yeah.
Like you want it to like stand out at least a little bit, and having it be more form fitting is just kind of like, it's also nice to look at when you're playing a female character, Like I do want my female character to, at least if I'm staring at her for 40 hours, I want her to at least look good.
Yeah. Which is something apparently like modern day game developers don't quite understand. If you look at a lot of the character models, character designs, they even did it with like Diablo 2. They call it the Mamazon, where it was like they kind of made her look like a dude, like gave her like this like really strong jawline, and it's like, come on, guys. I mean, now granted, in Diablo 2, it's almost nothing because your character is so small and you're never seeing him from the front anyway. But it's like just the idea, like the gals it's a fantasy world or whatever. The guys don't all have big muscles, but in the fantasy world, we like them to be muscular and look like they can handle themselves. The gals, we like them to be attractive and not sexualized, but they can be attractive and functional at the same time. Which that was something that Io said. Damn, baby, you're so functional.
Yeah, he said when I was talking about like when I'm browsing the mods, he put it in quotes. What is that? And I can explain.
We don't do obesity in Tamriel. Exactly, and to be let's be fair too. Like, it's survival of the fittest out there. Like you're talking about people who are doing things, like physically doing things. Most people, all day, every day. Nobody's going to be chunky in. And I'm not saying that there's any. If somebody wants to do a custom character where they make them big or whatever, but like when they're trying to like, oh, let's make it realistic. Realistic America with our like incredible overprocessed food and crap loads of sugar and everything. Yeah, it may be realistic, but in Skyrim, in a place where people are swinging swords and running everywhere and working in fields all day, no, you're not going to have people that are obese. You can't. You can probably barely eat enough to compensate for it.
Yeah, like okay, they literally live in basically like I would say like the Iron Age, right? About how many obese people do you think were running around in the Iron Age? Not a lot. That's like the very rich people.
Try something.
So
yeah,
it is very realistic to like not have just. Yeah, that's something that like it just depends on the setting, basically.
Right. Yeah. Oh man, I went. So apparently, Aros talked to Diviz.
I didn't see that.
No, I don't remember.
Unless he was taunting him by like taking a while on his turn. Or something.
Oh, maybe,
like
well,
that.
maybe he said because he will say like, this one thanks you or something, something like that, where it's not necessarily a good game, but I don't think it's a taunt. Just kind of like when Denise says this one's thanks you, she's not taunting. That's her way of saying thanks for playing. So I don't know, but maybe he was for some reason. But usually, if he's not provoked, I don't think Diviz is a provocateur. Io says something. I don't understand the sentence. I do like pizza. Okay, that makes sense. pineapple is a decent topping. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Is Viva that one channel where they do the like the skits where it's like like it'll be like speedrunning, someone speedrunning a game, but it's from like the NPC's perspective, and like the guy's like running around and he's like, oh, buy, sell, skip, and he's like zooming around. Yeah, okay, that is it. Yeah, I do love seeing those pop up on Facebook.
Yeah. Well, Dorkly did some pretty good stuff too. They have some pretty crass humor. I'm not like I wouldn't say I wouldn't recommend it to everybody necessarily, but they have some stuff like that where they'll show like Mario, but from the perspective of like the Goombas, or the turtles or something, and it's just if you switch the perspective, like he looks like a monster. But the reason I found their channel is they had this whole thing where a guy was giving a speech about the Death Star, and people were he was like giving a press. The guy who designed the Death Star was giving a press conference, and people were getting pissed at him because it was so easy to destroy. And he's like, look, I didn't know they had space wizards. And look, things don't just naturally like exhaust ports blow smoke out or exhaust out. They don't suck it in. There's no reason to think. Anyway, they do clever stuff where they just look at different perspectives, but they do it all in like 8 or 16 bit. It's pretty. It sounds similar to what you're saying, but not exactly.
This one, I think my favorite one, I saw it recently. It was like, when you do like an evil playthrough, and like the guy was like, oh, well, I'm gonna be evil, distract the shopkeeper, and he starts like pickpocketing him. He gets caught, and the guy's like, what are you doing? He's like, he's like, are you mad? No, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. I'm just disappointed adventurer. But yeah, just like funny stuff like that, or like they did basically what we were just talking about, like female armor in games, and like it's a male and a female, and they buy the same thing, and like he's like, I got it for you. He holds up a bikini. Like, it gives +5 defense. She's like, but what about my chest or my stomach area?
Right.
No, it'll protect you. Look, it's made of metal.
Yeah, you just don't. The logic behind it, I don't. It's there's no logic behind it. It literally is just we want to do this thing, so we're going to. This is the way it is. But I do appreciate that more things are a little. Try to rein it in a little bit. And especially Skyrim, like the vanilla game doesn't really have any. I don't think it has any ridiculous armaments or anything like that. It's pretty.
I would say the only one that like
Speak.
almost crosses the line is the one that ALO wears, but like even that's not even that bad.
Yeah, and it does look. I mean, the boots look a little clumpy, but yeah, you're right. It is a little bit of a short skirtness, I believe. Is that?
Yeah. And like it's just like kind of like more exposed for a character that is kind of like a fighter, but like even that's like the one set that like other than like the leather stuff, but that also kind of makes sense because it's just like bandits wearing that kind of crap.
Yeah. Let's see. Io says Poopstone can eat sand, or Poopstone can eat pineapple on pizza. Either way, Poopstone will be miserable. And I'd love to see J Money play Daggerfall. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe. Well, I can't remember now. Vincenzo, have you done streams or videos with your any of your playthroughs, or is that future plans you're talking about?
Probably be something I do in the future because I at least would want to do a full playthrough of Daggerfall. I'm still very early on because a lot of it is like you have to level up to unlock a lot of the quests, so it takes a while. And I'm only like level 3.
Oh.
So like I've done like 2 main quest missions, so I know what happens like throughout the game generally, but like I want to like experience it before I start a whole playthrough. I just feel like Daggerfall is a very long one. But I do have an idea because I kind of like the people that do like really in-depth reviews of games, like the one guy that did like. He did like 8 hours for Morrowind, 12 hours for Oblivion, and then like 20 for Skyrim.
Jeez.
So like I kind of want to do something like along those lines, but you have to like really like sit down and like play those games for a very long time and do a lot of research and all that. That's probably
Yeah,
the kind of stuff that I would
The forest
gear
is
myself
my
more
cloak.
towards. But I really want to do Mortal Kombat because I have a lot to say about those games.
Hey, that's
And-
that's why people make the videos, because they got a lot to say.
Yeah, and especially because the newest Mortal Kombat, there's been like rumors, and the game developers haven't like said anything about it, probably because it's good marketing. But like the newest Mortal Kombat game apparently is already like not going to get any more support because
Oh,
the
no
most
kidding.
recent DLC flopped.
Oh.
So it's like, yeah, they also went into this game saying like they wanted it to be their most supported one. And they're gonna stop it like just a little over a year of content being made for it.
Jeez.
Which I think the last character, if that's the case, the last character they're gonna add in is either Conan or the Terminator, the T-1000 from Terminator 2.
Right. Wow, that was like, how long was it? I feel like was it Mortal Kombat X or Mortal Kombat 11? One of those two feels like it was around forever. Like they did so many characters for it. They had Jason and
Yeah, that was Mortal Kombat X. Yeah, that one, like honestly, that's my favorite one. That's the one that I played like competitively really well. But yeah, like this game, they wanted to do even more than that, and yeah, they probably are like a character or two short of hitting like the MKX roster with like I don't know, there's been like 5 DLC characters, maybe.
oh, well, I mean I guess that's not horrible, but I mean it's certainly not like you're saying. It's like if they're saying that that's going to be their most supported game, that's not even close to that.
Yeah, well, what feels bad is that like all of those are like guest characters.
Oh, okay.
So we've gotten like okay, it's more like 8. It's probably like about 8 DLC characters.
You took a wrong
So like only half of them have been like actual Mortal Kombat characters, and then also like half of those are already like the tag fighters. So it's like there's so many repeats. Cats are sexy. I don't think I have them.
I'm just curious. Sorry, I was thinking again. How long, one, does it take to set up the Elder Scrolls board game, and two, how long does it take to actually play through the thing? It looks like it would take as long as the game actually takes to play. Like, is it like? I mean, it just looks like it would be one of those things where you have to kind of just put it on a shelf and come back to it like every week. Like you're not going to get it done in like a 2-hour session. It looks like it's a very extensive. But I'm just curious.
Yes, Underhill. I would definitely short if you ever do it. If you ever do a Daggerfall playthrough, go on a GOG for it, because they have the Unity version of it. That's the one where it's like updated. It runs better. You have access to like a console to kind of help yourself out a little bit.
Okay.
And you can also like download mods like directly like in the game, kind of like the way Skyrim on like console is. So
Okay.
yeah, Underhill made a good call there.
All right. Yeah, because I think Lagmaster said it's free on Steam right now, but obviously if that's not the hip and jiggy version, then
Yeah, it's not the ideal one to play.
Okay. All right.
We draw power.
But dang,
from
Morrowind is $6. Oblivion's only $3.74.
I mean, you know, it's nice that they're willing to. Well, I mean, those games are what, 60 years old now? They came out in the 40s.
Oblivion and Morrowind.
Yeah, that's somewhere around there. I'm sure I'm not exaggerating at all.
I'm actually curious. I know Arena is older than me
Are you listening to me?
by like a year.
Better be.
Oh, really?
I think, hold on. Oh, never mind. 1994, so it's a few years older than me. It's Daggerfall.
My clan.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
Daggerfall came out in 1996, so that's the year before me.
see, that's one of the things that sucks when I was born. That like there's no, unless it's an Atari game, there is no game that came out before that's older than I am. I am older than every game that is ever gamed, pretty much. I mean, there's like Pong and crap like that, but like when you think of consoles, or PC, there is no game that predates me, and that's a feel bad thing.
and then Morrowind came out in 2002, so I would have been 5, depending on when it came out. Oblivion, I think, is 2006, so I would have been 9.
Kashyyyk is done for.
But I think it released like right around my birthday too.
Oh. They knew you were coming. They're like, this guy's gonna love this game when he's, in 15 years.
Yeah, I didn't play Oblivion until like 2010, so like literally like the year before Skyrim came out. So I was like, oh dude, they pump out these games like every few years. I love this. And then Skyrim was the last one.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's they get you spoiled. You're like, oh man, just keep the gravy train going. It's like, nope, 2 decades before the next one. Which, yeah.
Which it better be the next thing that Bethesda's working on. It's been long enough.
Well, it's not like they're giving us gangbuster amazing games in the meantime either. I mean, I guess some of them are good, but some of them have just been at best. Like, man, you got to distract me. If you don't want me thinking about Skyrim, you got to give me some good stuff, not Midland, fair to Midland.
Yeah, like I bought Starfield when it came out because I was like, okay, cool, another Bethesda RPG, and this like Starfield is apparently what like the kind of game that Todd Howard like has been wanting to make for like years, and like I just can't get into it. I've played it for like maybe 2 hours.
Oh, jeez. So, you said you can go through an entire tabletop game of Skyrim in 10 to 15 minutes?
I mean, I feel like you could probably do it like the way like at least if it works kind of similar to the way like I guess D&D would be. It's like, oh, like you can just do like make it like a dungeon crawl.
Oh, no. Okay, no. That's the setup. Okay, there we go.
Oh.
That
Oh, never
that
mind.
makes sense. Okay, we didn't even get to the gameplay. All right, but he does. There are save boxes, you said, so you can, I guess, literally physical boxes. You can put all your cool stuff in and pick it up later on. But yeah, that was like kind of the bummer. I remember like Risk. I enjoyed Risk. I wasn't great at it, but I enjoyed it. But man, the setup for it, it's like 15. Maybe not 15, but it's like probably 8 to 10 minutes to get all your little pieces out there and then figure out where they're gonna go. And it's like, man. I got good with Monopoly. I memorized the money count and everything. I could get a Monopoly game set up for 4 people in a few minutes.
Feasting on your bones.
Yeah, that's a long setup. But I mean, that's where you all kind of sitting around. You're just shooting the breeze and everything, kind of getting into it. And I feel like you can get some good friendly banter and bonding going in while you set it all up. But one mission might take 2 to 5 hours, depending on how much side questing and dungeon diving you do. Wow. Now, is it PvP? Like, are you competing against the other players, or are you all kind of just doing your own things and just trying to survive and that? Or are you actually going against each other? Like you're trying to gear up and then you have to slay the other Dragonborn because there can be only one. Very Highlander-esque.
But you probably have to do it like a party system, Like,
oh yeah.
Everyone's on the same team.
That would probably make more sense. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Before Pong, there was Tennis for Two. Games made on radar screens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Underhill. Like, yeah, like there are technically games. That's why I was like, okay, console and PC, because I know there was, yeah, the video games I think go at least back to the 50s or 60s, like the very first one by technical definition. But like any games that people are playing nowadays, they all I was there before they were. I was there, Gandalf. I was there before the first game was ever made.
Okay, Grandpa.
I could be if I. Let's see. Well, maybe. Well, yeah, I could be a grandpa at this age. Technically speaking, I would have had to have got an early start on the relationship, but it could have made it happen.
Same reason. See, I had Fallout 76, and I felt so bad because I was playing with one of my friends that I've known since like middle school, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna give you this legendary pistol." He was like, "Please give it back at some point because they don't give it out anymore." And then I proceeded to never log on to the game again.
Oh no! And his world, his life went downhill from there. He's now homeless, and way to go, Vincenzo. Way to go.
No, actually, I hung out with him. It was that one friend when I left your house. I was like, oh, yeah, once I go to San Antonio, I'm gonna have lunch with my friend before I see my family. It was that guy.
Okay. So he's forgiven you then.
He probably doesn't even remember.
Boy, that works as well. But yeah, I think it was. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say anything great about Starfield. The best they can do is like, it's not the worst thing, or it's not horrible. Like, it's never glowing praise. Like, nobody wants to actually like admit to that. They won't say that it's crap, but most of the feedback that I've heard on it is crap, which sucks because the concept of it, I love the idea of interplanetary travel and having a very in-depth type deal, but it just apparently they didn't focus on the more important things of it. It wasn't. I don't know. It was a big project that I don't know. I don't know. I never played it. I just was never compelled to after I heard what people had to say about it. I was like, well, if even the diehard people are going, well, it's not the worst thing. I put in 20 hours. I'm like, nah, man. I put that much into freaking Mario Brothers. If I'm only spending 20 hours on a game, that ain't worth it.
Yeah, like I will say what you will about Bethesda, but like, yeah, Skyrim, people have been playing that game for however long.
Well, but I think that's probably part of the problem is that they don't remember, or they don't want to acknowledge or whatever that the reason it's still being played is because of all the mods. Like, if Skyrim just came out and nobody did anything to it, and it still had the bugs, and still had, and none of you couldn't mod anything on it, I think I don't know that it has the same longevity that it does now. So Bethesda has it in their head, hey, we created a game that's, we can resell every 5 years and people will buy it. It's like, yeah, because there's a modding community that's kind of almost made it a completely different game, or there's enough mods where you can make it a different game, or they have those expansions that was it like Return to Clockwork City, I think, or whatever that was it was a fan-made DLC kind of thing, and it was amazing, and they they incorporated it. So I think Bethesda may not remember that it wasn't necessarily just by their hand that Skyrim became as popular and long-lived as it is, and that they can't just crank out whatever and it's gonna have that same thing unless a whole community rallies around it and mods the crap out of it. But
that's literally the only reason why people love their games, and that's probably why like even Morrowind is like the least popular one, because that game is way harder to mod compared to Oblivion and Skyrim. But like, yeah, like pretty much every time I log on to like Nexus mods, like people are still making like Oblivion mods like very frequently, and they're doing like very interesting things. I would say. Depending, like some people have even started making like because you can't get like not everyone can get voice actors for their mods, so people are like, all right, we're AI generating for this one mod all the dialogue for like this one mod that you can go into elsewhere in. Like that's like a lot of content to like even just like kind of piggyback off on someone else's work and just be like, I'm gonna kind of help them out a little bit. Like that's how in-depth the modding scene is, that people are making like translations and stuff for like other languages for like the popular stuff.
Well, that's what I love. That was encouraging. It was frustrating a little bit because it made it a lot to browse, but ultimately I wouldn't complain about it. But like in Skyrim, you'll see there's for a lot of the mods, like you said, the more popular ones, there's a Spanish version, there's a German version, there's like, which is good because you don't think about, like, at least I don't think about naturally, like, oh, I wonder if people like that can play it in Germany or whatever. But like you just like, and except for there's like one or two mods that I can only find in another language. I'm like, what happened to the American version or the English version? Could never find it. I found every other language, but except for the one that I wanted. Aside from that, it was a really cool thing just to realize that they were, like you said, they're successful enough and in demand enough that they could make, for these modding communities, that they're willing to make, custom mods for the different languages, so people all over the world can enjoy Skyrim. And I guess to an extent also the same thing with Oblivion and Daggerfall and such.
Yeah, like that's. I feel like that inflated Bethesda's ego, because I know they just kind of like make whatever kind of games now too. So it's just like, yeah, they're definitely milking Skyrim because it's like probably the best game, you know, in sales terms, the best game that they've made. But like they put enough work into it, like it is like the minimum amount of work to keep it like kind of going on. Like every now and then they do like updates and stuff, but it, like just make Elder Scrolls 6.
Right. Yep. Well, you know, and I think, you know, that could very tie well into Legends Fate. Maybe they're like, if they'd actually, I think, I mean, it's there's no way this is the case, but they're like, wait, so you mean people can't just mod Legends? No, that's not how this kind of game works. Well, crap, you mean we gotta do all the work to keep it updated? Yeah, I mean, it's really not that hard as a card game. You just have to have a few people that just kind of know how to balance stuff. No, if the modding community can't make it better, well, then we just have to cut the ties with it, because that's just not sustainable. It's too hard. I'm sure that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I got a lot to say about that, too. I'll spare everyone a rant.
What, a Legends going away rant?
Well, it kind of like ties into just like how game companies are now.
Oh.
Like, cause like they could, you know, probably for if they just gave it a few months, they could be like, all right, we'll work on a way to make it at least playable, so that way you can do stuff. Like maybe some other cool stuff once the game goes offline, because you won't be able to play with anyone. At least so you could still like do something with it. But you know, there's like pull the plug, it's done.
Yeah.
It's like it's very lazy.
Well, and it like I've started to think a little bit. I don't think about it too much anymore at this point. But like before, I was thinking, okay, you know, maybe it just lost. You know, there's just a point where the people that were supporting it either moved on or something happened. It almost the abruptness and the lack of transparency on it almost makes it feel like they're trying to bury it for some reason. Like, I mean, it's not. I'm sure it's not this, but like, one of the reasons, as I understand it, one of the reasons why like Disney wouldn't do expanded universe stuff is because they don't want to have to pay the authors or the creators of that stuff like royalties or, you know, for the rights or for the whatever. Which I don't know how all that would work anyway, but it could be something like that where it's like, oh well, I don't know, but it just the speed, the as expeditious as the news was, and the lack of any kind of explanation or malleability or flexibility when it comes to different ways to keep it going, it just makes it seem like there's somebody with a very fierce intent to get it out of here for whatever. Maybe within the code, it's kind of like what was it called, what was that movie with Ryan Reynolds where it was, I think his name was Guy in the movie, but it was like he was in a game, but he became real because of the AI or something. I don't know. But anyway, like there's something in the code of Legends that if it gets into the wrong hands or the right hands, it could mean the death of Bethesda. And so they're like, we need to get rid of this game so that nobody can access it. Otherwise, it could destroy us. That's the only reasonable explanation I can think of.
It's very extreme.
Right. Well, I mean, but that's what happens when you don't say stuff. There's speculation. I'm not going to spread rumors about it or pretend that that's the truth. But it strikes me as bizarre.
Well, what I find interesting too is like the only reason why we've gotten some of the like new alt arts the past couple months is because like Night Dark Wolf asked like CVH about it.
Oh, really?
That's kind of based off what I've seen like on Reddit a little bit, because he comments like on a lot of stuff. Because yeah, there's like a lot of like alt arts that like never got used, but like I also kind of feel like part of it is like the CVH was probably like the only one doing like anything with the game in general.
Right.
And I feel like he loved the game enough that he wouldn't, like, he probably would be fine with it, like, being the way it has been for the past couple of years. Just like, yeah, people love the game, let them keep playing it.
Right.
Well,
can you tell Death Row to add me, since you've been watching him a lot?
Oh, yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, especially like when we like reached out for him for like tournament stuff, he's like, oh yeah, like it takes a little bit of like work and stuff, but like yeah, I can get those people their rewards and stuff.
are quicker than your
And also when you like hear like the stuff like, oh yeah, he had to like manually put in like the rewards for all these gauntlets for the past couple years. Every time there was like new stuff like that, kind of is like it's kind of interesting to try to see like what it's probably like for him to be doing all that. And then I remember when I talked to him, because I reached out on Reddit and he like gave me his like email, his work email. He was like, yeah, just specify like what you're talking about in the subject because this isn't the only game I'm working on anymore. It's like, dang, even he's getting like, you know, told probably by someone else like, hey, this isn't the only thing that you should be focused on.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: if Bethesda was hopping and bopping, if they were cranking out project after project and you know putting stuff out there and updating these things, like if we saw a high level of productivity from Bethesda, then you go, okay, I get it. Like they're managing so much, they got so many pots cooking. They've got so many people on the payroll and yada yada. It's their least popular or least cost-effective thing. They can't spare any resources, people, time, money on it, and they just need to streamline and keep their head down. And look, we got Skyrim 6 or Elder Scrolls 6 coming out in the year, and they're spending a lot of time with that. If you were seeing that, I think it would make a lot more sense. But you're like, what are you guys doing? You're cranking out an absolute abysmal game every 3 or 5 years. Why exactly do you need? Why does this? Why are you getting rid of this? Like, you really don't have any other resources? Is it literally just... What's that guy's name again? The leader of it?
Leader of what?
The head guy?
Todd Howard?
Todd Howard. This is Todd Howard and CVH. Run, for the entire company. All of Bethesda, it's just Todd Howard and CVH. Then I could understand, okay, we need to cut this off because CVH needs to be freed up. But otherwise, it's like you don't have a big enough library of work. I mean, I'm sure. Hey, you know what? It's one of those things that defies common logic, but that doesn't mean that if you were to look at the inner workings, you go, oh no, crap. There's a lot going on. It takes a lot to prep, a lot to do X, Y, and Z. I mean, I'm sure they're not doing just out of spite, but it does make me curious. Like, what exactly is so much more pressing?
It was just like how cold it was. Just like. The only silver lining was like, hey, everything only cost 1 gold now. It's like, well, that doesn't matter to someone like me who already kind of had almost everything.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, even then they're still, and even now, like they're releasing alternate art cards that never existed, but there's still plenty of alternate art cards that did exist and were rewards for, gauntlets or for pre-orders that still aren't available.
Yeah, and so they'll never see the light of day.
Yeah. 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 All right, let me quick scan through here and just see if I'm missing anything. Underhill is a space wizard. I understand. Which, if you were to ever attack a Death Star, they wouldn't factor you into their plans. Maybe they would now because you've made it clear that you're
preparations have been made.
Watch this.
So I did ask him. Hopefully he'll add you. He said it's okay. I said if it's too much trouble, don't worry.
Oh yeah, Death Row did add me.
Nice.
I sent Coldson an invite too. I thought I had him, but I guess I don't.
I have no patience for fools.
There's a reason adventurers are extraordinary. They fight giants and dragons. Yep. They ruined my Amazon girl indeed too. Yeah, it's always baffling to me when you can somehow have an update that makes it look crappier than the old version with the crappier graphics. It's like somehow even back then with the lower resolution, these characters still look better than the update. Like you've got any way to give crappy art or ugly characters high resolution. That's kind of not exactly what we do.
Well, yeah, because you should just leave some of those games the way they are. Because I remember the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas remaster looks really freaking goofy because they're using.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, they're using the same faces and stuff, but HDing it, and they don't look right. It's uncanny. It's really weird.
Yeah, as we've realized, some things just don't look good in HD. Like if you're not going to do a full it's not a remaster, it's a remake. If you're not going to do a full remake, then a lot of times you're just making it very clear. Like, I mean, I'm experiencing that a little bit with Final Fantasy VII. I don't know exactly what it looked like back in the day, but like I'm sure the pre-rendered backgrounds and your kind of polygonal guy, they probably looked a little more similar. There was a little more. They didn't look as drastically different because the resolution on the TV wasn't all that great anyway. So you could probably still tell your character is not exactly on the same plane with it, but it wasn't as distinct as it is now on the Switch with a higher res monitor. And you're going, okay, I can see these character models. They look like they're not even interacting with the background. Like there's so much separation now because higher resolution and you can't upscale pre-rendered stuff. You have to redraw them completely.
Yeah, is Final Fantasy VII the one where you play as Cloud?
Yep.
And you start off in like a underwater kind of thing.
This one you're in the slums. It's a big city. And you've got what is it called? Mako stuff, and it's it's the terrorist group Avalanche. It's what's his name? Barrett. He's a big dude with a machine gun or a freaking minigun for a hand. And Tifa, my wife.
I only ask because I've played one Final Fantasy game and I played it for about 30 minutes.
Oh.
Because I bought it when I got my Switch because I was like, I've never played one of these. But then I forgot that like my least favorite part about JRPGs is like kind of how long they take to get to the point.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like lost interest, but I definitely remember I was like, okay, I'm playing as Cloud. I recognize him from Super Smash Bros.
Oh.
And the last thing I did was I was like swimming around in some like underwater like thing.
Well, there might be because they did do a remake of it that is apparently drastically different from the original. So if it had like updated graphics, you might have been playing the new version, which may have started off in the water. I just know I'm playing the original from like PlayStation 1 version, and it's. I don't think we were in the water. Yeah, it's. Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been what I was playing then, because.
Okay.
Because it had like two options at the beginning to play like the original version and like an updated one or something like that, but it's on the Switch, so I don't know. I'd have to find it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've been assured that if I stick with it, I will. I'll enjoy it. I love it. But yeah, we just now got through. They were saying until you get out of Midgar, I think is what the place is called. Like that's when the game really picks up. But it's like 3 hours to get out of Midgar. So I'm counting on my fellow Final Fantasy VII players that the game is now going to become mind-blowingly amazing.
That's a long time for. Well, like again, like those games came out at like a different time. So like people would like sit around for that long, but like I feel like that's very slow like for like nowadays.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's what we even had that discussion. What were they telling me? Oh yeah, because there was a puzzle thing to solve, and I was like, how in the world? And it wasn't patently obvious. It wasn't like something like, oh okay, I figured out what I need to do. I just need to like sort it out. It was kind of like, what am I even supposed to do here? And the guy was it Lagmeister, I think, said, if I could figure this out when I was 9 years old, you can figure it out now. And I was like, how did you stick with it? And he's like, well, I love the game and I just wanted to keep playing. So there is if you're an adult with a bunch of games that you could be playing and, in the back of your mind, you're like, time is a limited resource. I don't want to waste time doing something that I'm not loving. Versus a kid going, I got nothing. I finished my homework. I got nothing to do other than to play this new game I have. You'll figure it out because that's just what you do. I think like I said, it's a different mentality. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the game has for us. I mean, it is kind of fun just going through the dialogue, and some of it's got some heart. It's got some laughable places, but it's keeping me entertained. I'll put it that way. And as long as I got folks kind of helping me out. Going, oh hey, no, go here. I know it looks ridiculous, but that little speck of dust down there, that's actually an item that you need to have in order to get out of this particular place in the game. It's like, oh okay, well, good thing I know that now.
Yeah, going back to what you said, like when you're a kid, you sit down and figure those things out. That's exactly how I feel about the original Resident Evil. Because I probably like right around the time my son was born, I started playing it again, and I remembered enough to get out of the mansion. But then after that, it was like kind of a blur because I remember I went on like a binge when I was a kid, like trying to finish the game after I got out of the mansion. So like all of that started to like kind of blur, and I didn't know what I was doing, but I was like, I could be playing so many other things. I don't have time to figure out walking around this entire map trying to find like, oh, the one lever that I need to open this one gate.
Yeah. I hate to say it because it makes me sound like the opposite of a boomer, like somebody who has no attention span. But it's like I need you. I don't want you to hold my hand, but I do want you to give me a better idea of what I need to do than just, well, this thing happened. We need to go north. It's like, oh, okay. What am I doing when I'm going north? Am I supposed to be looking for something? And the big thing that I hit was that it's sequencing. Like, I don't know if it's like that in the Resident Evil game, but like, if you can do the right thing, but if you don't do it at the right time, like if you don't do something before that, nothing will happen. And so it's like, but that just makes an infinite number of ways that you can, like, instead of going, okay, I missed this item, I need to go back and talk to this one person. Okay, that helps it. But if you know that, if the only thing you know is, okay, I need to talk to somebody first before I do this thing, the combination of that, it's a rippling effect. You could be like, you could be talking to a million people at different times, trying to figure out what you're supposed to be doing because you don't know when you've triggered that extra dialogue from another character.
I said the original Resident Evil had like moments, like I guess the best way to like say it is like if you progressed certain parts of the game, then like other things become inaccessible. But it's usually just like side stuff. So like it didn't ever really like matter that much. Like you could still finish the game. Yeah, Lagmeister has apparently played the original Resident Evil, but I do specifically remember that sequence. You have to kind of do that. And then there's one where you fight a giant snake, and if it bites you, you get poisoned. You have to kind of have figured something out before then to be able to survive it. If not, there is like a failsafe, but you can also screw up the failsafe.
Well, I don't know. What do you call that then? If it's not a failsafe.
It's also weird because you can play as Jill. She generally has an easier time with that kind of thing, or you can play as Chris, and he's kind of thrown more like to like the figure it the fuck out kind of play style. Because I remember there's like a part where after you fight that giant snake, he has to like walk around like the entire mansion like before he dies of the poisoning.
Oh jeez.
And then, but like if you're playing as Jill, there's like another character that just like as soon as you step out of the room, he comes in. He's like, "Oh, here's the antidote."
Nicely done.
You're too kind.
Oh yeah, yeah. My brother got to that point where he was able to beat the game with just the knife on the higher difficulty.
Ifrit, guide me.
Where like if a zombie bites you, you just instantly die.
Oh my god. Io, are you quoting Jar Jar? Watch out for Misa? I don't know.
He absolutely was.
Which is unfortunate. We try so hard to forget. I mean, Honey Badger, hail! Good to see you. That was another one who was MIA for a long time. I think he popped in for the first time like 2 days ago, and it's like, okay, well, Honey Badger's alive. We're slowly discovering that, you know, that all the people we feared had met some kind of tragic fate are actually alive and well. They're just blowing us all off. You know, that's fine. That's fine. You do what you got to do. But without Honey Badger here, we hadn't really had any prequels references in a long time, and then Io just has to Meese, plural of moose. That's almost dumber than what Jar Jar would say.
Yeah, like Meister, my brother got like very good at that game, and he would just like, once like, you know, the enemies like the hunters and shit show up, he would just like run past all of it. He would probably pull out like the bazooka for like some of the boss fights, but like that was it. It was primarily him just knifing everything. But I think they both started with the gun. The problem was that Chris had a smaller inventory.
Oh. What? So, okay. So but what was his upside? Because usually they balance it. Like, okay, Chris has less inventory, but he has more health, and he's able to punch down doors. Like, was there any downside to being Jill or upside to being Chris?
I don't remember what the upside of being Chris was. You had because so Jill would have Barry as like your supporting character that would pop in and help you out every now and then. But Chris, it would take longer to get to her, but you would get Claire, I think. Something like that. Yeah, Chris honestly did not have a good time in that game.
So maybe that was just a difficulty thing. Instead of having like an easy and hard mode, it was like, okay, if you play with Chris, it's kind of harder mode. If you play with Jill, it's a little bit easier.
Well, it's weird because they also had a difficulty mode attached to it, so you could play Chris on the hardest difficulty, and it probably would not be a fun time.
Oh, okay. Well, but I do love it, especially like here as too dumb to be dumb. Don't worry, you're not the only one with that problem. I suffer with that ailment as well. Too smart to be dumb.
Yeah, arrange is the hard mode.
What is it? Oh, arrange.
Yeah, arrange mode. That's like the hard one.
Oh, okay. You can just run past everything if you know how. Oh, God.
Yeah, there's like specific points. Like there's one very early on where like you go down this very long hallway, and I think once you get like halfway through it, like dogs burst in through the windows to attack you. But if you're fast enough, you can just run right past it. And then even when you come back into it, like they're still there. But if you know how like their attacks work, you can just like jank your way through it, basically.
Which, I mean, that ties in, because Underhill was talking about, like, he has done some speed runs on different games before, and, like, that's kind of a speed running thing. Like, it's really blows your mind if you're watching a speed runner go through, like, wait, you mean I didn't even have to interact with that stupid thing? Like, they just, when you know the game that well, you just know that, okay, if I stop here for a second, 1,000, 2,000, and I can go, and however it works with the code or whatever, you have every step, down to a T, and you know the things that you have to interact with, the things you don't have to. Some people will take damage because it actually is more expeditious that way. And it's like, you're not going to take any more damage, so it doesn't matter if you take that little bit there, but it's better to take that than having to take the long way around. It's like, he only gets to swipe at you one time. So like, there's a level of precision that is amazing with some of these playthroughs, and like, when people know games that well, it's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, I used to be like that with Halo 2.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, like, because that game has, like, very weird spawns, but you can take advantage of it. Like, I remember there's, like, certain parts where, like, okay, you have, like, a sniper rifle, but the enemies always come out of this, like, one corner, so you can kind of just sit there, wait for them to spawn, shoot all of them, and you can just progress to the next part easily. You just have to be a decent shot. Or then you start getting into the weird things like, oh, I'm gonna hijack the Banshee and fly out of bounds and cut the level in half.
Oh, jeez. Oh, but that's more of a glitch, that part?
Yeah, sometimes it's glitches. Other times, I mean, in the Master Chief Collection, it's still in there, so is it really a glitch?
Oh, right.
They could have fixed it by now.
Oh, yeah. Well, then nobody will be able to beat the game because everybody's used to using the glitch. So it's like, wait, I have to play the whole level? That ain't going to work. How do I do that?
Yeah, there's one. It's like the second level of Halo 2. You can, like, jump onto the roofs, and you skip, like, the entire beginning part of the level, which takes, like, 10 minutes. Oh, and then if you're fast enough, you can run through, like, the, like, next, basically, like, 4 or 5 minutes. If you're fast enough, you can get through it pretty quickly, killing minimal enemies. And then you get a Warthog, so you can just drive past everything after that. And the whole level, if you do it, like, optimally, it can probably take you, like, less than 5 minutes.
Jeez. But I mean, it's very rewarding, I think, to be able any game that you can do that with, like, it's worth the time. It can be worth the time because, like, you get to that level of proficiency, and you just, like, as soon as because you typically don't forget that kind of thing. So once you develop, like, a proficiency in, like, Halo 2 or something, you can always go back pretty much at any time and just kick butt, and it's a very satisfying. While other people are struggling, you can just be like, nah, not a thing, not a problem for old.
Oh yeah, for sure. Every time I replay that level, I do the rooftop thing on that level. It's also not a very fun level because the whole beginning part is like it's a defense section. if you're playing on the higher difficulties, it starts to like really eat away at you a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I do that every time now because you just don't forget it. You don't forget the method that takes that.
Right. Well, now Underhill, I'm curious because you mentioned, you did if you did, game developing, it kind of kills your love for it, which I can totally understand. My question is, do game developers, do they know about all the stuff that people do in speedruns? Because my thought is, you're on a tight schedule. You're not trying to figure out like ways to like not break the game like literally, but like you're trying to find ways like glitches, things that can soft lock people, things that can make the game crash. Places that are impossible. You're not necessarily play testing as extensively to try to figure out all the different exploits and everything. So, I mean, is that accurate? Like, a lot of these games come out and there's like, I don't know that anybody when RE came out that the game developers knew. Oh yeah, you'll be able to get through this without having to take any damage and all these things. Like, it seems like that would be something that you would only discover with a lot of people playing the game for an extensive amount of time and go, oh, I didn't realize it, versus just being, well, if you want to run it optimally, this is what you do. We programmed it specifically where you should be able to do all these things. It would be interesting to know if that's intentional or if that's just, look, we got the game running, it works well. If you play it like an average Joe, especially like the first time through, you're going to be able to get through it, but it's going to be a challenge. Or if they're like, yeah, if they can figure it out, they get to breeze through.
Yeah, I mean, he said, like, yeah, they're aware of speedrunners, but that's not the audience that you're designing the game for. So, like, it's kind of like, I guess, whatever at that point.
Right? Yeah. Which, I mean, that's like they're not doing it. They're not doing it for speedrunners, and they're not doing it taking that into account. Like, they're not trying to go in and say, okay, what's the most broken way we could possibly play this level that so that you don't have to. Like, yeah. So I mean, it would make sense. They make sure the game is playable and it's fun and enjoyable at a certain level. But then if you give people enough time, they're going to find ways that, even in a very well put together game, that you can just jank the system. Like, kind of like what you're saying. I'm sure when they did Halo, they weren't thinking somebody's going to figure out that they can just, pop a squat here and snipe the entire, all the characters here. They probably figured most people are going to have to grind that out. And they probably didn't play test it that extensively to figure out every little piece.
Yeah, also I remember seeing something too. I think it was actually specific to Halo 2, but like the developers were playing the game so much, like they didn't know how hard it was. Which is why Halo 2 has the most notorious legendary playthrough. Because it's like a very not fair game on legendary.
Oh.
But yeah, like they didn't know. Plus, the game was also rushed, so they didn't have time to like quite tweak it. But I can definitely see the point where, like, if you're developing the game, you get so used to it that you kind of don't really know what the actual difficulty is to it.
Right.
I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom.
All right. Chris is just screwed. I played it with both characters and played it on arranged, which is the highest level, right? That's the hardest, is what they were saying. I'm trying to catch up on a little bit of the. You need the plant poison to kill a mutant plant. Hit the pictures in the right order and find the heart key and arrange the jewels and statues. Yeah, and see, that's just not my kind of game. That's where I'm struggling in a little bit with Final Fantasy VII when they start doing that. But to its credit, anytime it's gotten to a place where it's like I don't know exactly what to do and it's not very clear on it, it's just like, okay, well, you know what? Like it just kind of it gives it to you, which sounds like it would be hollow, but it's not. Oh, nice! I think this is the combo Cats Are Sexy was talking about. That's exactly the look at that! Hey, he did it! Nicely done, Cats. Nicely done. Well, now watch what I would do. Well, no, that's darned purdy. That was fast. It was. Usually when people have to do combos, We have to watch him. Except for the Thin White Duke. He's another one that he's like, here's the most bizarre combo that I'm trying to do. And an hour later, he does it. Satisfying. Exactly. That is the word. That is the word. I made this one game that's slower, non-hit stand, physical laser like a Star Wars blaster. I could crush the game and target perfectly, but nobody else that played it could. So you never know until playtests.
The eight protect us.
Yeah, no, that's what I like. You know, that was something. It's kind of the same thing with like riddles. Like, I mean, I can't remember what it was, or like even a joke punchline. When you think of the punchline, it seems like so obvious, or like a magic trick. If you know how the trick works, it's very, very obvious, and you're like, oh, nobody's gonna be challenged by this. But if you don't, if it's not your brain that comes up with it, it's a lot harder than you might think. You know, because you know we develop things or we come up with things that are intuitive to our minds or to our way of functioning, and we just assume it's. I mean, it's like any talent. You know, somebody who can sing, they just walk around singing their heart out, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, you sound amazing, and like, I'm just singing. Everybody can do this, right? And it's not until you find out that other people can't do that you realize, oh, I mean, this doesn't make me like special or amazing, but it's not as easy for everybody as it is for me. But I don't know that it's not easy because for me it's easy and there's no other way for me to be. So it's the same kind of thing. The same mind that thought of it. You know, like if you think of something, it doesn't strike you as something terribly complicated or hard to figure out because it came out of your head. It's just like, well, no, I think it's patently obvious, or it's so easy. All you do is wiggle, and this, and you're good to go. And it's like, well, yeah, but if you're not the one who made the wiggle, this,
now I have.
then it can be very difficult. And sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's universally easy. But I think that's probably not as common as the former.
What are y'all talking about?
Preparation.
Oh, just the idea that, like Underhill was saying, like he made a mechanic in his game that for him was very easy to use. And so he thought it was easy to use universally, but then until somebody else play tested it, and they're like, no, this is actually very hard. And I was just saying that it's the same with, like if you make a joke or you come up with a riddle or something, if it comes out of your mind, to you it's very, very simple, right? Or also like a magic trick. If you develop a magic trick and you know, oh, all I'm doing is, you know, pawning or palming this little thing, like everybody's going to figure that out. Well, it doesn't come out of your mind. It can be a very mysterious thing for other people, and so it's the same thing with the game. You, as a developer, it may just be very easy. All you got to do is jump here, and do this, and both from a mental standpoint and a mechanical standpoint, it's very easier for you. But somebody else may sit down and go, "This is freaking impossible." That's why it makes me think they had no quality control on Battletoads. I don't think anybody actually sat down and was like, "How is this to control if you're not the person writing the game?" No time for that. The Super Nintendo's coming out. We got to crank out this piece of garbage before that happens. Okay, let's not worry about playtesting the controls and making it awesome. We'll just make it stupid instead. True story.
Yeah, or at least like engaging to use.
Say what?
Or at least like just engaging. Like at least make it comfortable. Make it like something that someone could feasibly spend some time like learning how to like do.
Yeah. Within and I mean, to be fair, again, like we were saying, it's far more reasonable or far more understandable for you know, to expect kids to spend the time and the effort and everything to figure it out. Which I guess in theory, I mean, that is what you make your games for. You make it for kids, and kids are more resilient usually. If they're gamer kids, they're willing to spend the time because they're not buying a new game every 2 weeks or whatever. They're going to sit down and they're going to figure out how to beat the game they have, whereas an adult may be like, I got a lot of other things I can do right now.
Let's see if we can find something useful.
Yeah, I think your patience also goes down a lot more as you get older for that kind of thing.
Which sucks because in a lot of other ways, that is so you're absolutely right, but it's so counterintuitive because you think the older I get, the more I learn to persevere, the more I develop patience. But it's situational patience. I become more patient in these things. I understand that I have to wait for this. Experience tells me that, you know, good things come to those who wait and stuff like that. But other things like video games or things, I guess, ultimately things of less consequence in your immediate life become far less tolerable than they normally would, because you're thinking about life on a broader scale, and you're understanding there's a lot more to life in this game. Whereas I remember I was at the point, like at Christmas time, I was like, you know, again, I believe in God. I know it's not everybody, but like I believed in enough where I was like, God, don't come back, don't do the rapture until I beat Donkey Kong 2. Which, I mean, it's the most absurd notion, but that's how important this game was to me, that I didn't want to go to heaven until I beat the game, because I was pretty sure I was going to be able to play it in heaven. A ridiculous notion, but still, that's how consumed I was by gaming at that point. Whereas now it's like, there's not a game in the world that I could think of. I'm like, it's that important for me to beat or to play. But I mean, that was a genuine prayer. I was like, not now, Lord. I know you can come back at any time, but don't come back now, because I need to be able to beat this game.
Yeah, no, even with my first playthrough of Divinity, like there'd be like some puzzles I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna try to figure it out. But it'd be like, if I'm spending more than like 10 minutes on it, it's like killing the pacing, like too heavily for the limited amount of time that I have. Yeah, I'm just gonna like Google it. Look it up. But also back then we didn't have Google for like games like Resident Evil. It wasn't that easy to do, so you kind of did just have to like tough it out and figure it out.
Yep, I remember doing that with the first game. I wanted to call, because I think it still existed at that time, that there was the Nintendo Hotline. On the back of almost every game brochure there was and it had like Mario with a little like utility box or something, and it was like you could call the Nintendo Hotline, and in theory for I don't know $2.95 you could per minute. You could talk to somebody who could give you advice on it. I remember asking my parents, I know it's stupid for Mega Man X, it's a very simple game, but I could not figure out how to do damage to the final boss. I tried every weapon, I tried aiming at everything. I couldn't do any damage to it, and I asked my mom, can I call the hotline? And she was fine with it until I told her it was going to cost money. But then I remember I went back down to the basement, and I spent the next 2 hours experimenting, trying, and eventually I just figured, you just charge up the Mega Blaster to full power and shoot it in the head, and Bob's your uncle. And it felt so rewarding and so satisfying, but that was the closest I came to trying to essentially what the equivalent of going to Google would be back then. And I'm glad I didn't, but if I had the option, if I could have done that for free, I would have, and I might have missed out on a really character-defining moment.
Cathartic experience.
Yeah. But that said, I'm with you nowadays. Like you said, I'll give something the old college try, but if I'm stumped for more than 20 minutes, I'm either quitting the game or I'm going to look it up, because who's got time for that nonsense? The reward of going, I figured it out myself is not commensurate with, I kind of want to beat this game in less than 70 hours.
Hold your position.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when it's like, it's primarily like a time thing for me. It's like I don't have the time to really sit down and jot this, like all the notes that I need to take to be able to figure this out. Or it's like, basically like, geez, I've already been playing for a few hours, and I need to go to bed soon. This is the last thing I'm gonna do.
May the ancestors bless us.
But yeah, I'm interested, since Underhill is a game developer, and he said
Where was I?
hit scan is boring. Let's make something that takes more thought, but players were not into it. I feel like video game players are probably the worst people to make a product for.
Yep.
Because you're never going to please everybody, and like everyone kind of knows that going into any kind of field. But like I feel like with gamers too, like especially because even like kind of the stuff that I want to do, where like you go on and make a video. Some people make a 12-hour long video ripping into your game, telling you how terrible it is.
Right.
But you had your own ideas going into it, I'm sure. So, but it's very interesting to see the other side of the dynamic, because I'm also a video game player. I can complain a lot about these games.
Yeah. Yep. Nope. I agree.
You will not pass.
Oh, yeah.
I do think though, because I got into like a discussion with somebody. It didn't go very long, because he actually said, if you respond, I'm not going to listen or talk back to you, so don't even bother. And I was like, I responded. I said, well, I'm actually saying this for the benefit of the other people in the conversation, because I think what you said is kind of patently ridiculous. But the idea, like what's getting me now, or what I find to be baffling, is a lot of these companies are, whether it's a movie or a video game, they're making sequels, or they're taking an IP that they spent money on, and instead of, and the guy was saying, well, you can't please everybody. Like, no, but the reason that IP is popular, and the reason in theory why you as a company have bought that IP, is because you have a built-in audience. you give them more of what they want from that IP. Most people are not, they don't like the IP because they're expecting it to change drastically. You can create new chapters, you can create new material, new content. I mean, I hate to say it this way, but like, I mean, the Mega Man series, Donkey Kong Country, like, I know these are very trite examples, but these are things where they kept the basic formula and yet people kept enjoying the games, and the games have endured because they didn't go so far. They didn't make it a completely different genre. They didn't bastardize it. They just kind of kept it that way. And it's like, once you have that built-in audience for a franchise, Skyrim, Fallout, whatever, there's a level of innovation you do expect and can anticipate, but a lot of the developers, people who are making these movies, they're like, well, we bought the thing, this IP, or we want to work with this IP because it has a built-in audience, but then we want to redefine what the audience liked about it, or we want to change it up completely. And it's like, you want to do that with a brand new game and find your audience, that's fine. But the reason why an IP has value is because you already know who the audience is and what they like. And all you have to do is give them a slightly modified version of that. And you're still not going to please everybody. That's fine. But you are going to please the majority of people who are already a part of that fan base. But you taking an IP and then saying, we're going to take it in a whole new direction, you're guaranteed to lose the majority of the player base because that's not what they signed up for. That's not what they were looking for in that game. So I agree with what you're saying in general, but I think what we've seen recently is a lot of developers favoring a new direction that is guaranteed to lose them the majority of the existing audience, making it completely a stupid move to even use that IP anyway. You might as well just make a different game and hope to find your audience there. So, but the guy was equating the two. He's like, well, you're going to piss people off either way. I'm like, yeah, you're either going to piss 80% of your fan base off and have 20% go, yeah, it's cool. I didn't really like the game until now because you did these things, and so now I'm a fan of it. But you've lost your 80% that liked it the way it was, or you can appease those 80%, and then the 20 people who didn't really like your franchise anyway are gonna be like, it's stupid. And it's like, well, yeah, you didn't like it before, so we're not trying to get the 20% in favor of losing the 80, but for new titles, 100%. I mean, you are going to have just people that you don't, I mean, heck, even my little example pool, like, I make a video or something. The few times that I've got feedback, I've had people say, I really love this character. I liked character A, but I hated character B. And I've had people say, I loved character B. I hated character A. Like, even in my very small and insignificant sample size of projects that I do, I've had people like and dislike almost everything about it, but not everybody. Not everybody saw it a certain way. So it's like, all right, out of the 20 people that saw it, nobody liked it, but they all disliked it for different reasons. So I wasn't going to get it right anyway, because nobody liked, nobody liked enough of it. Everybody had something about it they didn't like, but it was never the same no two people hated the same character or liked the same character. It was it's completely baffling.
Yeah, I can relate that a lot to Mortal Kombat, because for one, none of the past 4 games are similar to each other almost at all, other than the fact that they're 2D fighters. There's always some kind of really insane mechanic that they're adding in, taking some stuff out, changing it up completely, and then now they're doing this whole multiverse stuff. But now, so 2 of the DLC characters are Cyrax and Sector, but they gender flipped them, so now they're women.
Oh.
And apparently that's a big deal. People it ruined the characters, blah blah blah. We just want them the way they are. But that's also kind of very specific to Mortal Kombat, because my biggest gripe with the past few games is they very heavily lean towards the MK2 era of characters. That whole bunch of characters have been in every game for the most part.
Right.
So it makes the roster very boring, and then they use these characters in the story. So the story just doesn't have any legs to develop in a meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're following the same 4 guys. They never lose a fight when you're playing as them, and they also never really get fought. You never play as the villains.
Oh.
So it kind of really hurts the storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
But now they tried changing it up, and then everyone's all pissy about it all of a sudden. And then they change up the roster. They don't include as many of those MK2, MK3 era characters. They try to introduce some of the ones they got were in the PS2 era games, and people don't like that because it's just not the same thing. So yeah,
Right.
that's why I feel bad for game developers, because it's just like, yeah, you're never gonna please everyone. Which, honestly, I think this new Mortal Kombat game is honestly my favorite because it has so much of that representation from that PS2 era of games.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, for me, that's great. I love that. I've been wanting that for the past like 10 years. And other people just don't like it.
Right.
Should have been
They're in my sights.
Yeah, that can be a little like I'm a big proponent of like have the creativity if you want to like, because I think I know what you're talking about. Some of the characters like with Mortal Kombat, I didn't know much about it, but like I remember like when I played Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, I remember there were certain characters a certain way, and then like you said, they changed it. And I'm like, look, if you just want to say, hey, we want to have just as many female characters as male characters, I'm like, then make new female characters and put those in there. Don't overwrite, like don't swap out, bastardize existing characters to squeeze in more of what you want. Like be creative, find a way, and see if fans gravitate towards them. Don't overwrite stuff that already exists, because I think one, it's lazy, and two, it just it becomes it's instead of adding to, you are taking away. Like you're not just saying, hey, we're going to add a new character. It's okay, we're going to add a female character at the cost of a male character, versus going, we're going to create one, we're going to sideline this character. He may come back at some point, but he's going to be set off to the side. We've got this new character in here who's going to do these really cool things, and hopefully people will like that character. But you can always you can always dip back and bring that character back from 2 games ago, because his data hasn't been overwritten. He just was sidelined. He wasn't part of the the new story. But it's everything these days seems to be overwriting. It's not develop something new, something fresh. It's destroy what was already there, or recraft what was already there to fit. And no, for not really, you're not getting anything new out of it. You're not getting an added. It doesn't make it more creative. It doesn't make it more dynamic. It doesn't make it more interesting. You've decided this is important for whatever reason, and so you're taking the time and effort to change things that didn't need to be changed, and possibly at the cost of other aspects. Like there's no game developer, there's no film studio that comes in well under budget and well under time. Like, so you don't have time or money to spend on things that aren't going to make the game better. But I think we've seen a lot of developers spend time on things that really don't help the game itself. They don't make the gameplay better. They don't make the game a better experience. They just check certain things that these developers have decided are important, like,
ooh, that's
objectively
nice
or not, which is interesting. That hurt. Tusk has some of the worst luck. He has my kind of luck in this game.
And for Lagermeister, they gender flipped them, because right now the way the story is, the timeline got reset again. Liu Kang is now like the god, and he basically like changed everything. Like the original Sub-Zero is still Sub-Zero, but now his younger brother that eventually replaces him when he dies is Scorpion. So it's like a whole bunch of like weird crap kind of going on there. But yeah, for some reason he thought it would be good to make Cyrax and Sector females, but it's also weird because there's like the whole backup like tag fighter kind of thing, and Cyrax and Sector are already in the game as their male versions. Like they're very classic MK3 like style, basically. So it's very weird.
Right, and and it would, and again, I still wouldn't be a fan of it this way. But if you can correct me if I'm wrong, because you know better than I do. But Liu Kang never decided that female characters should be changed to males, right?
Yeah, that hasn't happened yet.
So it seems a little disingenuous for it to be like, oh no, it was just a whimsical thing, versus, well, then why isn't Sonya now Sonyo, the whatever. Yeah. Like it's like it seemed very, very intentional for one specific thing, and it's like that doesn't. It just doesn't feel. And again, and it's like you took the time to do that instead of just saying, hey, let's just port these characters over and update them and their moveset for this game. Somebody actually sat there and thought, but should we change their sex? Like that's really important that we figure this out. Like why wouldn't you just default to keeping the characters the way they are? You're spending resources and time figuring out which character to sex swap or do whatever swapping to, and again, it doesn't make the game better. Like I don't know that Mortal Kombat, is better because Cyrax and whatever. And didn't they? Are they not? Did Cyrax and what's his face? Did they ever have like actual faces? Did we ever Like, did were they just like machines, or were they actually people that they took their helmets off and you could see their face and everything?
So they were they were human before. In MK9, you got to see them before. And I know, like, very, like, in the PS2 era, Cyrax was always the one that was, like, not totally for being turned into a robot. So he eventually had an arc where, like, he had, like, alternate arts where he was, like, yeah, still, like, half robot, but, you know, he was, you know, Sector was always the one that was, like, fully on the robotic shit. And Cyrax was, like, not, because it happened against his will.
Oh, okay.
But like, yeah, the whole gender flip thing is kind of pointless because now they still have like those same elements, but now they're not even robots. They're just basically wearing like Iron Man power suits.
Right. And that's what there's the other thing too, because it would defeat the purpose if you can't tell that they made the change. Then what's the point of making the change? There's also something in I think in whether it's fantasy or real world, there's something called it's character integrity, and it's not how honest your character is. It is the composition of this character as it exists, not as a real person or as a real character, but as a creation in our world. So if I have like Spider-Man, I can have a figure, and yes, Peter Parker as Spider-Man doesn't actually exist, but Spider-Man is comprised of a bunch of different characteristics, and all of them contribute to character integrity. And when you start saying, oh, we're just going to swap the race, we're going to swap the sex, we're going to swap, anything that's not something that a normal character would actually do, like, okay, if you get older, your hair grays. If you want to dye your hair, you can dye it. If you want to get a tattoo, you can get a tattoo. But when you actually make fundamental changes to a character, you are eroding character integrity to the point where what does it actually mean to be this character? Because now you've taken away solids, like there's a convergence of factors that bring this character to where that character is. Parents, where they grew up, how they grew up, and when you change things, you start to alter fundamental aspects of that character, and so you're no longer, you're just it's a skin suit. You're using that character's name and maybe their costume, but the fundamental aspects of who they are has been compromised. We don't have to deal with that in real life. Like, you can't make those changes to me and be like, oh, well, I could just be this, I could be the exact same me, I'm just going to be a female, or I'm going to be from, from China. Like, that fundamentally changes me. You don't do that to real people. And so even though they're fantasy characters, they still have a composition, they're still comprised of certain elements that should not be changed because they don't change it in our world either. So I personally have beef with changes like that on a fundamental level just because of character integrity. I want the character to have a consistency to it and not just be like, well, when this person comes along and they decide they want it to be this way, they just change these things about them and now it's a completely different character. It no longer resembles in any significant way the character as it was. And so you just don't, I don't know, it just don't feel right to me. But that's my own. I mean, obviously, I don't feel as strongly as you might, Vincenzo, just because I don't, at least with like the Mortal Kombat thing, because I haven't played it that much. But I do remember, like I said, the only Mortal Kombat game that I played to any extent was Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. So I remember those two characters from there, and I thought they were pretty darn cool. And I'm like, well, now they're fundamentally different characters. They don't exist anymore as they did in Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, which it makes me sad, and I'm going to lose sleep over it.
Yeah, I will say I do agree with like Underhill a bit, because like when he says I don't see a character as something that has to be static, so like I can appreciate the fact that like they tried to do something different, but they should have just tried to do something entirely different. Like, okay, so you have one character that was against being turned into a robot, you have the other one who's like all for it, they're hard for it. Why don't you just like flip that aspect of it? Like that could create some, interesting things. Because basically the way it is, it's the same character, but now they're female.
Right, but that fundamentally changes a lot of things about a character. Like, male and female are not interchangeable. So you, like, it wouldn't make sense for the character to be fundamentally the same in any way, shape, or form, because when you alter the sex of somebody, you've altered something significant about them.
Well, I will say the story, the DLC story is very brief. But I guess like the one thing that they did with Sector now being a female is like, oh, now they portray her as being like super loyal to Sub-Zero to the point that it almost looks like they have like a thing going on. So like maybe that's something that they can do with it, because you know before Sub-Zero and Sector were both males, they were not attracted to each other.
Right.
Maybe now that's on the table for something in the future, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, to each their own. I like, for me, like, just like I said, I am a very character centric. Like, when in the story, I don't care as much about a lot of different things as much as I care about the character. And if that character can change just because because I look at them as humans now. The thing is, you can make a lot of changes. You can change loyalties. You can change, like, there's a lot of things you can functionally change based on changing alternate circumstances, or a what if type scenario. Like, well, if if Liu Kang said, okay, this was a defining moment in this character's life, but it's so traumatizing and it's what led them down this road, I'm going to change that. And so you've now changed, not that you haven't gone back and just like, oh, I'm just going to change the character's sex. I'm actually changing a crucial event in that character's life. And so now fundamentally it's still a different character, which I'm still like, but you are, it's how that one instance or that one situation sent that character off on a different path. They're still going to have a lot of things in common with their other self. It's just going to be that one aspect that, maybe they're more favorably disposed to this particular idea or to this relationship or to this alliance, because they don't have that one element in there. I think that kind of thing where it's more of a psychological alteration or something that changes the trajectory. I think you can have a lot of fun or interesting things with that, but it doesn't change the fundamental aspect of a character, which I just don't see a need for it. Like, why would you go there?
So it baffles me too, because in the main story, Reptile and Baraka are now good guys, right? And it's because of how like Liu Kang sculpted this like new universe. Instead of Baraka being born the way that he looks, with like the arm blades and the sharp teeth, this time he was just a normal dude and he got a disease that like does that to you. So now he has like this other like the one you can play as him in the story. So now he doesn't just lose every fight that he's a part of. So he's not just a bad guy,
right?
But like now he has like another layer. Like he goes into like, oh, like I had a family. I was like a merchant and like I lost my whole family, basically to this disease, and I'm the only one that's still alive. And then like even Reptile, he's not just like a servant. Like his family was being held captive by Shang Tsung, and now like he's basically like only working for the bad guys because his family's lives are at stake. So like now they're good guys, but like hey, like that's good. They did that in the same game that they just gender flip people.
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I'll just say it this way. I prefer universes because Underhill, your point, they do. There are people that change a lot. There are also plenty of properties where they don't. So I would just say I'm a fan of properties or stories where the characters don't have what I would consider to be just unnecessarily whatever changes. Or like, I mean, Dragon Ball Z, like fundamentally, like Goku, yeah, he becomes more powerful, but there's not an inference or any reason to expect that he has, that he's no longer Goku. Like I think they said, if I'm not mistaken, when he first became a Super Saiyan, he did become more aggressive and was more like, wasn't really thinking things through, whatever, like the power does a corrupting thing or something like that. Which, okay, I can understand how power would impact that, but it's not a fundamental change. He can still become regular Goku again. He just has a transformation. But in general, I like my characters to change as normal people would change, because I relate to people. I don't relate to somebody who can just change their sex or transform into something else. I don't relate to that. Not as like, oh, I don't see myself in that. I just, what do you do with that? Whereas, like the most common human experience is, yeah, people can grow and mature and change, but they don't just become completely different people.
Yeah,
so it's
with Mortal Kombat though, they kind of wrote themselves into a hole in the last game, because they're like, okay, we have to restart the universe again because of the way the last game ended. So instead of like developing these characters over the course of like the past 10 years, there's like, we're just going to shove all these changes into this one game. Whereas they could have done it more naturally over the course of a few years. And some of the character stuff that they've done in the past has been good. but they focus like specifically on like basically like 5 characters the previous 3 games. So those are like Johnny Cage like is probably the best written character that they have because he's the only one that like never got turned into a villain basically. So they had a lot of time to flesh him out. And yeah, like it just goes to show like they can do some cool stuff, but the way that they like the gameplay works out is it never really happens like that.
Right. Oh well. Oh well. What are you gonna
Awaiting your command.
Slashy McStabby, I love that name.
say? What?
Slashy McStabby, the opponent.
Oh, classic. Classic. You hear rumors about Slashy McStabby, but you never actually get to play against him.
I slay the unworthy.
You always do what I did, make your game exactly how you want, and watch everyone hate on it.
Well, I mean, and that's, I mean, there is that thing. Like, I mean,
Well,
I
let's see if we can
very
find
rarely do
something
stuff that gets people going, yeah, and I can say, okay, I can be true to what I want to do and tell the story that I want to tell, and it may or may not get received well, or I can tell 90% of the story I want to tell, and maybe that'll be well received. I mean, ultimately, you got to tell the story that you want to tell. I mean, or make the game that you want to make, like whatever it is, you want to do that. But I think there are ways to do it. And I haven't figured this out myself, but there are ways to do it where you go, okay, here are the things that mean a lot to me, and I want to keep these things. This is what I want to do, and figure out where I would say, okay, but here's the thing, right or wrong, 85% of my audience doesn't like this. And go, okay, well, am I compromising my entire project by not having this in there? Well, no. Okay, well then if I want to appeal to that 85% of people, I'll just leave this out. Or I'll put this in here, or I'll make this change, or I'll make sure, I mean, like I don't particularly necessarily like the very rigid structure of, you know, storytelling in movies in general, where it's very, in fact, before George R. Martin, well, I don't know if it was before him or not, but I remember telling a friend I wanted to make a TV series where every episode you did not know if the main characters were going to die or not. I was like, I think that would be really exciting. I said, because I'm tired of seeing fight scenes and chase scenes that are just a waste of time, because you know, depending where you're at in the story and who the characters are, who the leads are, whatever, who the actors are, you know, either this person's not going to die, this person's going to get, like, you know, kind of what's going to happen at the end of that fight scene or chase scene because of the normal ebb and flow of a story. It's like, I would love to tell a story where people didn't know if the main character was going to die or not. I think that would add a dimension to it. And then every fight scene matters, every chase scene matters, because you can't take it for granted this character isn't going to die. And I was talking to a producer friend of mine at the time. He said, well, that'd be really hard to do logistically because, you know, you've got actors under contract and blah, blah, you know, and it gave me, they weren't unrealistic. They weren't wrong reasons for why it would be hard. But like, I remember having that, and that was back, I don't know, 20 years ago or something, maybe longer than that. Now, George didn't get that from me. I'm not saying that he did, but that idea of having characters that could die was something that I thought would be really cool. And as it turns out, that is something that one of the big things people liked about Game of Thrones. I mean, it's, you know, the political intrigue and everything, but just the unpredictability of it. And they made it work. But, you know, that could have been something that was a fart in church. Like, people don't like the idea. They like getting comfortable with their characters. They like being secure and knowing that no matter what happens, this person will always be there. And, you know, they could have made Game of Thrones and it could have flopped just for the exact reason that people loved it, because it really hadn't been done that much before. That was kind of a new. I mean, it had been done. I mean, you had like movies or something where a main character would die at the beginning, like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. But to have an entire TV show where the whole run of it, you never know who's going to die or not, that could have been something people did not like. They didn't like that uncertainty, but happily for them, it went off swimmingly.
Yeah, well, it's more like I kind of see it as the same way as like when I'm writing music. It's like you have all these different like concepts and stuff that you can use as like a toolbox, right? It's not ever like a guaranteed blueprint for what's gonna work. But having something like that where like, okay, yeah, like anyone can die at any point, like you can rely on that in the way that like, okay, well, the stakes of the story are probably very high for the characters, basically, and you can like kind of lean in on that.
Watch yourself now.
Soul Deer?
What? Wasn't he up against Dano before? Or was that? No, I think that was Aros. It was
Actually, I
Aros.
played against Thuldur and I beat him.
Did you really?
I did, yes. I screenshot it. I think I tried to, at least.
Nice.
It was actually a very hard game because we were both playing like mid-range. And yeah, it went back and forth for a long time.
It's good. It's good to see him mixing it up, and yeah, I think so. I think he played against. I've seen him twice, and the first person he beat, and I think the second person was able to eke it out, and kind of the same thing. It was a mid-range, probably similar to this one.
Dano's in chat though saying it's fake Thuldur.
Oh, it's a fake.
But the one that I played had like an underscore at the end, I think.
Dog.
Oh, okay. Okay. I did not know there was a fake. Well, that's a bummer. No, he doesn't emote. Oh, that's true. I just thought he had the vanilla name. I was like, why would Thuldur? Like, who else would? Is Thuldur from like a different property or something?
I have no idea.
I thought that was. I mean, probably wasn't an original name necessarily, but I thought it was obscure enough that the original Thuldur would have the proper name. It wouldn't have the underscore, but Thuldur.
The tribunal will always count.
That's kind of interesting because this guy is also using the name and he's in the top 10 right now.
Right, exactly. That's why, like, yeah, if he was at the bottom. So I guess maybe we didn't see him then, because I think it was the same name. It was written the same way. So I think I guess I haven't seen him play. But it's good to know that he is playing though, even if I didn't get to watch him. He was about as good.
Oh, he bought the account. So I didn't play against the real Thuldur. Wow.
No, maybe you did. Wait, what?
Maybe. Dano and Chad said that he thinks whoever has it bought it from him. Like he bought the account.
Oh, well, yeah, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see. And like gamers freaked out over Zelda 2 having different feel, so they should have given. Well, they didn't change Zelda. They didn't change Link. They changed the style of play. It's the way you approach the IP. I'm talking about fundamental character integrity. I don't know. I mean, maybe you can point to anime, Underhill, but Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. I mean, you would be very hard put to find characters. Ocean's 11, any movie that has sequels, Harry Potter, any number of movies where characters just, they suddenly are absolutely completely different. Now Harry Potter might be a bad example because apparently they're going to be changing a whole bunch of stuff for the TV show, but very rarely, and maybe it's just a Western thing, which I'm okay with. But I mean, even in the anime that I watch, My Hero Academia, characters aren't one thing one episode and the next thing they're completely different, swapping or anything. There's, I don't know of that happening in a lot of things, but that doesn't mean that the format doesn't change. I'm talking about character integrity, not style of play.
I think it really just depends on the execution, really. Like, because even like with the Mortal Kombat, like, they executed some of it pretty well. A lot of it also not as well, but I can at least appreciate it that they took a risk with characters that have existed for like 30 years to try to change something up. And yeah, they wrote themselves into a corner where like, yeah, these are just brand new versions of the characters, even if they're like mostly the same as they were before. Yeah, it's still a brand new version of the character.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Khajiit will keep
yeah,
you safe.
that was a good conversation.
Well, and that is an interesting thing though, Underhill. The question is percentage-wise. Like you're saying, 1980s. I think the majority of people have issues with race and sex swaps, and I could be wrong. But I don't think that's a time. I don't think that has to do with the 70s or 80s or whatever. I think it's a modern. It's a modern concept that these things are fluid, or that we should be changing these things. I don't think it certainly hasn't been around. In the majority of the media that we consume, it's a new thing. but I don't personally don't think it's a predominant thing, and nor do I think it should be. I think there's many other ways to be creative and to change things up and to make things fresh than bastardizing characters and taking away character integrity.
Yeah, just write better. Write better. Just write better.
Right. Yeah, again, create new characters. Create new things. And again, just the last thing I'm thinking if I'm creating something or telling a story is, how do I fundamentally change a character that already exists, instead of how do I introduce something new that changes how that character behaves? How do I create a character that, or something that reveals a new side of that character or puts them in a situation they've never been in before? Like, these are all options that are fundamental storytelling principles that don't require you to fundamentally change a character, that can make it fresh, can make it different. You know, you take a character and say, okay, he's doing time travel now, and then you got a character now he's in space or whatever. Like, you can put a character in completely different circumstances that'll change it drastically, but it's still the same character. Indiana Jones is Indiana Jones for all 3 movies. He doesn't become something different in the second or third movie because characters always change. Because then it's not the same character. I don't know.
It's more like you have to watch them change and grow. It can't just be like a sudden, like, switch of a flip or flip of a switch.
Right.
Huh.
And I'm okay with that. But like I said, if it's a Western prejudice, now again, wearing a dress is nowhere near the same thing as having a complete sex change. Not the same thing at all.
The tribunal's
It's weird because like you mentioned that one show that was it Ranma. I've never seen that. The arcane salami. It comes at all the worst times. I need to look up Ranma because I've never heard of that one. Ranma.
True peace, ferocity.
I mean, I recognize because there was another anime that came out with another redheaded character gal. What was her name? I can't remember what it's called. I recognize the character design, so yeah, it's definitely an older.
I don't watch a lot of anime, so yeah, I have no idea.
1987. Okay, yeah, and that's actually apparently that's the main theme, is a character that sex changes to advance his goals or something. I mean, if you're into that, yeah, that would be something that I wouldn't be interested in. But yeah, but I mean, that's not all anime. Like, that's not a fundamental aspect of anime or entertainment. There are series that have that in there, and there are series that don't. And I'm okay with. I mean, hey, there are people out there that enjoy that kind of story. I'm like, doesn't work for me. But
I like that Lagmeister has consistently called you J Money.
Is he really? I gotta see that. Hang on. I mean, it is my, I agree with J Money.
but all night.
Well, in Underhill also, the Ranma that you're talking about there, that is a fundamental aspect of that character. Like, it's not, they didn't take the character and then change it later on. That is a fundamental key aspect of the story. And so to me, that's different. That is a character who is a character who changes. Like, but that's not typical, but I think that's different than Ranma being this character and then the second season is a completely different character or has changed sex. A fundamental aspect of that character is that he or she is able to change his sex. So that's different. I mean, if you could say the thing, if Luke Skywalker could change his sex, if they just said as a Skywalker, that's a fundamental aspect of a Skywalker, that Skywalkers can change their sex, then absolutely. Okay. I mean, whether you like it or not, that's a fundamental part of that character. But because that's internal to the story, that is actually a part. So to your point, I guess, or I guess to my point, if somebody were to make Ranma and didn't have the sex changing in there, it would be, I would not be okay with it, because it would be fundamentally, it would be taking away something fundamental to that character. So when the character is created, it's a character who can change sex. So if somebody were to say, "Oh, I want to make Ranma, or Ranma, but I don't want the character to change sex," you say, "Well, no, then you don't want to make the story, because Ranma as a character changes sex. That's integral to that character. If you take that away, it's no longer Ranma, or I don't know if that's a character's name or not." So it works both ways. If that is how the character is, then you need to keep it that way. And if you take that away, is Ranma still Ranma? Is the series still what it is? I wouldn't think so.
So Underhill is asking about like Cyrax and Sector.
Right.
No, they didn't get changed by like a beam. It's just like whole new universe, but like in this universe, Sector and Cyrax just happen to be female. That's like kind of like all it is. It doesn't factor in really at all. So that's why I kind of say it's like a what's the point kind of thing. But they're basically written almost exactly the same as they were before. So it's like basically the same character, just gender swapped. Yeah, no one else has been turned to another gender. You have people that were once bad, now they're good. Some good characters. Actually, no good characters are bad now. But like also like a character like Shao Kahn is in this game, but he's not the Khan of Outworld. He's just a general in the in the army. So like plenty of other characters have had like a lot of changes too. But that's like
we can't anticipate.
Yeah, in his own universe, Cyrax is still a guy. But that universe doesn't exist anymore. Basically, the way the story's written.
Chimera, spirit of the sky, guide us.
All right, so wait. So,
mine.
Well, first of all, hang on. Where is? I just saw it. Honey Badger, welcome. Sorry, I just saw you there. We were having an animated discussion because it was about.
Yeah, we've been rambling on this for a while.
Yeah. But hello, and I'm glad you made it to your workstation. And I'm glad you're with us. Did you know, Honey Badger, we actually, Inu?
I do hope that
Inu showed up today. We had Inu here today, so we don't no longer have to be concerned. Although I don't even know if you were there for that discussion, Honey Badger, because we had this whole discussion about all these people that have gone MIA in the past few weeks, and you were on the lists, but then you're off the list because you showed up, I guess, a couple days ago, briefly. I think it was during the Christmas episode. But slowly, we're at least discovering that everybody's okay. They're just.
Everybody was just taking a break.
Yeah. Well, and Inu was playing a board game of what is it? Of Skyrim. So, which is also we lost Boulder
out of my way.
He was also playing. Board games are encroaching upon our digital time. Board game.
Yes, Honey Badger. Basically, it is multiverse stuff. So yes, the original character was never changed, but. You ever think about like going forward are the game developers going to keep or bring those characters back, or are they just going to kind of stick with it? Yeah, they were always female in this universe. Basically. They're just written exactly the same as their previous counterparts.
Dano, you said you're running just made a mono blue BM, no red. How is it?
Yeah. How is it BM with no red?
Yeah, that don't make no sense, Dano. Explain. You owe an explanation. That's just mono blue, unless he means bad manners. I made a deck that BMs people, but it's only in blue.
Yeah. So when I initially brought this up, it was because like to me, I don't care about it like that much. I just kind of see it as like, what was the point of it? You could have just brought them into the story normally because nothing fundamentally changed. But like so many people in the as far as like the fans go, like hate it like so much. So it's kind of like, yeah, why do you hate it like that much? Like, I can see why, but like, it's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, Captain Britain. Yeah, especially in What If. That's kind of like that, but except they were just born that way.
All right, I want to see this BM non-red BM deck that Dano's.
Dano, yeah.
Like if he just meant it's all dual, or maybe the only. Oh no, it doesn't have. It doesn't. I thought it might be that he's only running dual attribute cards and no red, but there is how. How is this BM? Croc to proc.
Good night, Inu.
Inu.
Yeah, he said it's like 2 a.m. for him.
Wait, did he say that in? I don't see it in chat. Did he say it? Or did he say it in chat and I missed it?
You probably did miss it.
Of course.
This one will protect us on the roads.
We must protect our stronghold.
All right. What are we at now? 7:20. Okay. All right, we got a few more games left. We'll wrap this.
The best protection.
All I see is mono blue, no BM colors. I know, that's what I'm saying, Io.
And I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Oh, Underhill, how did the I think I asked you this in the last session, but how did it wasn't a toy fair. I know that you said you were going somewhere, I think, to sell or to promote or something, like you were doing something with the business that you were actually going out for. How did that go? Did you get I don't know, do you get pre-orders? Do you go there with like the merchandise of the toys and you just sell them at the different venue? I did okay at the Christmas thing, not super great. Okay, all right. So I do two things. I sell at festivals and I can sign in shops. Okay, okay. So the festivals, there's no like, okay, so are you able to advertise in for the shops, or is it like how does that work? Because I know we had talked about that, because you talked about like stores taking, like we talked about like stores when they put the merchandise out, it's taking up space. Like, is it like you get a certain area of the shop to be able to put your stuff, or do they like, are you able to hang like advertisements or anything, or is it because like festivals you can advertise for the festival, but can you act like, in other words, I'm just wondering how much stuff like kind of goes before your toys to like kind of introduce them to people before they actually see them on the shelves. Or is that just where you're going like, look, I just need to sell them as people come in. I'm not necessarily worried about that, or is that even something that's feasible? Breton instead of a rapid shot. Okay. So basically I put product in the shop, and when it sells, he only gets 25 to 35%. Okay. So not entirely unlike YouTube here, where the venue gets 30%. Okay. It's usually up to the owner how they are presented. The owner presumably wants them to sell. Right. Okay. And so at Christmas, was that a festival, or was that a combination? It sounded like it was a one-off type deal. The IRS is listening in the chat. Who's the IRS, Lagmeister? 'Cause Don't tempt me, Frodo.
You took a wrong turn.
What is that in reference to? Is Cadwell at least in there? Oh, there you go. It would still be blue, Dano. It'd still be blue with Cadwell. Still be blue. I think you're the champion of Cadwell. At festivals they sell themselves. The table is a glittering pile of color. Nice.
Let's heat things up.
Who owes you money?
Apparently we
Dano
all
said you
owe
owe me money.
we all owe Dano money for something. Why do we owe Dano?
I don't know. I just came back.
They're in my sights.
No, I was just kind of wondering aloud.
You took a wrong turn.
Oh, the IRS. Oh.
Die and see how
Yeah, that's yeah. IRS, good old IRS. Well, if they owe you money, you might not see it for 10 years. You owe them money, you're going to prison. Even if it's $1. I thought of this on my way to work, and chat, you can weigh on it too. Who would win, Batman or Iron Man?
Iron Man would.
Huh?
I feel like Iron Man would.
See, and that's the problem with these. I love this. There actually used to be a it was a website, and then I think there was a channel briefly, and it was
Death Battle.
Huh?
Death Battle. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, where they would actually take like Juggernaut versus Hulk versus whoever, and they would try to find canonical ways to say, like, to justify which one would actually win. The problem is, again, and I'm not trying to harp back to the discussion, but like character integrity, like what Batman is capable of doing on any given day is almost superhuman and supernatural, and like his ability to plan, has been chalked up for him being. I mean, if he can beat Superman, which I think in probably multiple versions in comics, there have been instances where Batman has beat Superman. Granted, it's with kryptonite, but he has to find a way to use it. Batman's whole deal is that he can beat anybody if he has time to prepare, and because of his detective skills and his analysis, he can always find a way to do it. I mean, he can find a way to EMP Tony Stark's armor or whatever. But same thing with Tony Stark. Different iterations of Iron Man have been different levels of invulnerable. Some of them have been vulnerable to certain things. Some of them aren't. So, I mean, I kind of I like the theme, billionaire versus billionaire, whose tech wins out. But I mean, really, I feel like you could write it either way that would be either believable or at least.
Yeah,
like
that's definitely like the one matchup where you could see it going either way. Because one, it'd be like, okay, so if Iron Man is just jumping Batman while he's like not suited up and doesn't have access to his stuff, yeah, Iron Man's gonna destroy him, but Batman could do the same thing to Iron Man.
Right. Well, I mean, but even if you go toe to toe, if you say Batman's facing off against Iron Man, so Tony's in his suit, Batman's in his suit, they're in neutral ground, I still think you could write it
That was fought well.
quote unquote realistically either way. You could have Batman do a tricky dicky thing and pull out of his bat belt an anti Tony Stark thing, or Tony Stark could just snipe. I feel like Tony's the easy answer. Like in theory, I think Tony has like 50 different ways to one shot Bruce. Like Bruce typically isn't wearing something that is going to protect him from repulsor blasts or whatever the heck Iron Man is capable of doing now.
Yeah, because Batman has to do like the research, like the one cartoon where or the animated show where he had like an answer to everybody.
Yeah.
Like everyone on the Justice League in case they went rogue.
Yep. Anyone versus Batman. Exactly, Underhill. That's what I'm saying. Yep. It depends on how long Batman has to prepare. Spider-Man can't punch people. Iron Man wins. Well, that's true too.
Spider-Man
has beat Superman. Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. So for any character who can beat Superman, I gotta say where he beats him with a conversation. With money, anything is possible. That's not as inspirational as it should sound.
Actually, what if the real battle is that they fight each other and they waste all the resources and it just turns into who has the bigger bank account?
Right. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. It just becomes a battle of attrition. It's like I'm down to my last dollar. Well, I've got $1.25. Screw you, Bruce. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I think somebody pointed this out, Batman technically isn't a billionaire. I think like he is a hundreds and hundreds and hundreds millionaire, whereas Tony Stark is a billionaire. I may depend on the version, but somebody actually called that out. They were having a discussion about like why Batman is so noble or something, and it was that he's a billionaire who da-da-da-da. And it's like, well, technically he's actually not quite at the billionaire level. I'm guessing he's crossed that threshold. I don't know, but Tony might have.
My favorite argument, and it was actually a video I saw yesterday, I think. It's this author that I've seen like post on like Facebook pretty frequently, but he said, how expensive do you think it actually is to be Batman or Iron Man? Like, think about it, like they have all these gadgets and shit that like people build for them. He has to pay those people to do that, right? He has to maintain all that equipment, like the Batjet, the Iron Man suits, even just like the buildings that they live in.
Right.
Like, it's all owned by them. So it's like, how long could you feasibly like do that, even if you had your own company? I thought that was a very good way of like looking at it.
Yeah.
Khajiit will keep you safe.
Batman was richer, but he was holding all this Enron and Philip Morris, right? That's what toppled Batman. To your point, Vincenzo, it wasn't the might of anybody. It was bad investments on Bruce Wayne Enterprises. Okay, never mind. All right, so there we go. Google's AI overview puts Wayne's net worth at just over $9 billion, whereas Wayne Enterprises is $31 billion. Okay, so easily a billionaire.
Stark Industries.
Yeah, exactly. How much is Stark running? But I mean, at that point, I mean, if you're going, well, $9 billion versus $10 billion,
that's still a huge jump.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a huge jump, but in terms of like, unless they're going to get down to like literally financial attrition, like it's not going to be like one's going to show up with slightly better tech just because he's got an extra billion in the bank, which is so weird to say. What is it? But I mean, like Stark is funding. It says 12 to 20 billion. I mean, you figure, I mean, he's got the Avengers. He funds, I mean, granted, Batman funds the Justice League, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's saying 20 to, which is a huge, 12 to 20 is big. Oh no, Tony Stark's network is 12 billion. Why is somebody saying how much Robert Downey Jr. is worth? That's not even part of the conversation.
It's not the same thing.
No. Oh wow! Now somebody's saying 163 billion, and it's a net worth of roughly 3.4 trillion.
Preparations
For Stark Industries.
Yeah.
That makes sense though, because he deals in like, you know, like with the military making weapons. Yeah. They probably pay him a lot to do that.
Well, yeah, and I mean, and you figure like, so Batman's tech, like everything that Batman uses, is definitely
The best protection money.
not anywhere near like the Iron Man suit alone probably costs $1 billion. Like I mean maybe not that much, but like the suits that he goes through, like a regular suit, like he changes his suits as much as other people change their jeans, and those suits have to cost extra. Whereas Bruce, he seems to have enough money that he can do pretty much anything he needs to do. But he still has a Batcave, a Batmobile, a Batwing, and an outfit that, let's face it, is as much gear and gadgets as he has. It's, you know, it's a grappling hook and a bulletproof vest and some Kevlar. Like it's.
Yeah, he can shoot lasers out of his hands and fly.
Right. Now here's the question: if Bruce wanted to, could he do? No, never mind. That's not a good question because Bruce has the detective mind. He has that, as Underhill said. You know, if he has time to plan, he can figure it out. But he's never claimed to have the intelligence, the mechanical or engineering know-how that Tony has. So Batman on his own could never be Iron Man. He could not create his own Iron Man suit. Although Alfred apparently. He's the mechanic and the brains behind a lot of the Batman stuff, depending on which version you're reading. So maybe Alfred could create him an Iron Man.
Yeah.
suit.
Do you think it's mostly just like Batman being like, I want a car and I want it to be shaped in a bat, and Alfred's just like, all right, we'll start working on it.
Very well, Master Bruce, you crazy nuthead.
Yeah. Also, Iron Man's always portrayed as like being able to like figure out the issue to a problem, like they're on the spot, basically.
Mm-hmm.
At least most of the time, I feel like that's how he's portrayed. Warrior skeletons.
Alfred be like, all right, bet. I could definitely get Sensibly Gotham always had problems. In The Dark Knight, those problems follow him to Gotham. I mean, but imagine, like, that's something we have to address, though. If that is, I mean, that is an overpowered, like, that is a ridiculous power. Like, as much as Superman, you know, is essentially a god, sans kryptonite, for the most part, if we seem to all have agreed on this without even saying it, Batman's superpower is if you give him any amount of time. No, we haven't specified what. We just say give him time to prepare. That could be 5 minutes. It could be an hour, whatever. If you give Batman the time to prepare, he will always win. Batman cannot lose if he has the time to prepare. That's a hell of a superpower. That is undefeatable, barring surprise attack. Which, to be fair, that is technically possible. But that would be to say that the only way Superman wins, the only way Tony Stark wins, is to take out Bruce Wayne in his sleep. Or to ambush him in the Batcave.
The victory is yours.
Like, that just seems to be an accepted thing, but we kind of just nod and go, okay. But it's like, but that's a hell of a superpower. Like, that might be the most OP power in the entire DC universe. That Bruce Wayne, given any reasonable, quote unquote, amount of time to prepare, can defeat anybody. That's just cray-cray. Let's see. According to comic book resources, Aquaman has an estimated $60 billion in shipwreck treasures alone. Take that, haters. Aquaman is king. Honey Badger, how does one person, how can bad takes like converge on one human being so profoundly? Like, if there's a good take to have about something, Honey Badger has the complete opposite. Aquaman, his real name is Awkward Man, but they don't pronounce it correctly. That's canon. His name is Awkward Man.
This one is destined for
This baffles me.
greatness.
It's just mage, no battle.
We of the Reach.
Okay, just mage, no battle. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Dana, thank you for the clarification. We got there. He has a bad everything. Crocomage. That's not going to be a thing. Did we lose Vincenzo? Vincenzo, you here? I think we lost Vincenzo.
Yes. No. Sorry. My wife came in. She cut our son's hair, so she was showing me.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I figured it was that. I was like, yeah, you just missed a hot take from Honey Badger. We won't talk about it. Oh,
no,
yeah, okay,
no,
there we go.
What was it? Let's face it. Flash is the most OP super. I mean, yeah, he can. Can't he like go so fast that like time slows down anyway? So like.
Oh no, it's above that. I think it's above that. It's about Aquaman.
Oh, Aquaman. Oh yeah, how he's I saw it earlier. The net worth of gold that's in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see it, but Aquaman doesn't do that. So.
Yeah, no, Awkward Man is just.
Let's shed some light on the problem.
I'm putting my vote in.
I mean, and here's the thing, because if we don't give Batman that superpower, he doesn't beat anybody. If he's just a dude who only has the finite resources that we know he has, whatever he can actually legitimately truly fit on his bat belt, which is the grappling hook, which its actual efficacy would be in question, a few batarangs, and a few bat pills for pot toxins and stuff like that, and Kevlar, or some form of incredible body armor, he pretty much loses to everybody. So it's kind of an all or nothing with Bruce Wayne. Either his planning gives him the upper hand, or he doesn't really get to beat anybody because he's really just a dude in a suit. Versus, I mean, Tony Stark is a dude in a suit, but that suit is, well, it makes a pretty big difference.
That suit can allow him to fly.
Yeah.
Take up your Dagon's
Yeah, they do science stuff even if it was ridiculous. Dang, so Aquaman is the real baller. Lagmeister, don't feed the delusion. No. Honey Badger comes in, he's tired from a long drive and a long commute in. He comes in and says crazy things. All you can do is just go, yes, Honey Badger, you're absolutely right. You placate.
My favorite iteration of Aquaman is the Family Guy one, where everyone just craps on him because there was like, so your ability is that you can talk to fish.
Right.
And like,
look, that's
all
not,
that they focus on.
That's not even crapping on him. That's just stating the facts. That's his superpower. I mean, like, now granted, I will give you this. What do they say? 70% of the world is water? Now granted, I mean, that's a lot of rivers and lakes and everything that aren't necessarily connected directly to oceans, but I would say Aquaman has the biggest domain, and he has, like, by square footage, he has the most. Like, he's definitely in his element on a much bigger scale than other people. Unfortunately, all the cool stuff happens outside of the water. Unless they write an episode for him in the water, it's like everything's happening on land. So once he gets on land, he's what is it? But yeah, I would agree that Flash is the most OP.
He's Jason Momoa. Now that's all you need to succeed in life.
Careful there, friend.
Yeah, good old Momoa. I don't know why bro didn't try drawing Bat, but he threw that game because he chose Viper. It might have been just a play mistake, Io. Could have been. I mean, I know we had. I won't call him out, but like we had one of our players early on just missed a removal. Just didn't think about the curse. So it could have just been a misplay. Maybe you're in the habit of, or you're prepared to play a certain kind of card. I don't know. You never know. But unfortunately, the crux of the conversation right now is not the giant bat, which I'll admit I completely missed that as well. I think I saw it, but it didn't register that's what happening.
I am too sleek for you.
Jason was a good Aquaman. It broke the mold, that's for sure. He wasn't what like you saw in like the animated series from like Hanna-Barbera. Jason Momoa is Aquaman, just like Christian Bale. Well, Honey Badger, that's definitely, I mean, you've got plenty of people that would say Keaton is still the definitive Batman. I don't have a particular way to go. I enjoyed Keaton's portrayal of Batman better. But whether he was the definitive version, I don't know. I mean, if I had to pick one at all, it would be Adam West. That animated series was terrible. What are you talking? Whoa, you can't just drop that. What are you talking about, Io? Animated series? Which animated series, Io? You're not talking about Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. That was a fantabulous animated show. No, sir, that will not stand. Will not stand. If that's what you're talking about. If it's not what you're talking about, it may very well stand.
Are you able to hear my background at all?
Nope, at least not over the game.
Okay, good. Because from down here with the door closed, I can hear my son. He's not like yelling, but he's just like talking.
Mm-hmm.
So I just hear all that baby gibberish. I'm like, all right, I hope no one else can hear that.
Nope, you're good. You're good. Aquaman can shut down global shipping, decide the outcome of any ocean battle, has access to endless rare resources. He's also the king of Atlantis and wields the weapon of a god. Aquaman has the power to talk to fish. Batman the animated series was badass. Oh, the 60s. No, you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth, Io. Oh no. Okay, you're talking about the Super Friends. Is that what you mean? I mean, come on. It was Hanna-Barbera. Like good old superhero campiness. I wouldn't watch it at this age, but I don't know that it was bad. I mean, for 5 to 8 year olds, it was probably pretty gangbusters. I enjoyed it, like watching the reruns. It was fine. It gave you just enough to help fuel your imagination when you were playing with the figures. Oh, but if you mean the animated that Aquaman from Justice League or the Super Friends, yes, he absolutely was. Yes. Okay. Gotcha. The 1960s Super Friends Aquaman was. I don't know how they incorporated him, but it's cool, bro. Kids will be kids. Super Friends was cool as a kid. Today it probably wouldn't hold up. Oh no, definitely not. I mean, most stuff doesn't, Lagmeister. I mean, most of the stuff from the 80s. I mean, to be fair, most of them are like pretty much just big budget commercials.
No matter what.
Very few of them.
I feel like mid-90s was where it was at when it came to animation.
Yeah, you had less. I mean, you always had merchandise that you could employ, but like 80s cartoons were specifically to sell the toys. Whereas like Pinky and the Brain, yeah, you had Pinky and the Brain T-shirts and keychains or whatever, but like the cartoon wasn't there to sell you Pinky and the Brain merchandise, which is why Pinky and the Brain is one of the best shows ever made. But which came out in the 90s, so it fits to your point.
Ren and Stimpy, that'll never have toys made for them.
Oh right. Well, I think they had something, but yeah, they were weird looking creatures, man. Goodness gracious.
Also,
all right,
just
so
a weird cartoon.
Huh?
Also, just a weird cartoon in general.
Yeah. It was. I would almost say peak early's Nickelodeon. Super Friends parody stuff is hilarious. Yes. Oh, same thing with G.I. Joe. You remember the PSAs that they did at the end of G.I. Joe? Have you seen like what is it called, the pork chop sandwiches? Like, so they essentially, I mean, it's a guy doing it, like probably some college kid, I think it was, doing it just casually on whatever. It wasn't like a big production, but he did. He would redub the voice line for the G.I. Joe PSAs. Some of them were just stupid and not really, but some of them, the lip syncing was actually pretty good, and it's just, yeah, very goofy. But okay, yeah, the Super Friends, yeah, the 90s were great. Ren and Stimpy was insane. You seen those G.I. Joe ones? Yeah. Pork chop sandwiches. But also, yeah, I've mentioned before. Oh wait! They did that with He-Man as well. The PSAs at the end of He-Man, or you just mean the cartoon in general?
Familiar. That sounds familiar.
Because I'll say the cartoon in general, yeah. I actually, my friend got me the first season or the second season on DVD, and I was watching it the other day. I'm like, what? There's like no continuity whatsoever. Like, and Skeletor never uses the same. They never use the same device twice, which I mean would be lazy, but there's no reason not to. Like, he has this whatever thing that he made, or he had Shadow Weaver make, and it does exactly what it wants it to do. But then he gets overconfident and makes a mistake, or taunts He-Man, or does something, and then He-Man gets a drop on him. It's like, dude, just try it again and don't be stupid about it. But I mean, that's thinking way too deep about a freaking cartoon. But it was still, there was just so much. It was like, if He-Man needed to deflect this laser bolt that Skeletor, the blast that Skeletor said it can destroy, it's the power of the sun channeled into a beam. If the episode wants He-Man to get beat by that, he won't be able to beat it. But if he needs to, if it's the end of the episode and he needs to beat it, then he'll just smack it away with his sword. It was just, there was no understanding of what the heck could do what. It was just pretty much whatever we need the story to do, that's what happens. So, but the poll is in. The poll is in. The people have spoken. Iron Man with 12% is tied with Awkward Man for 12%. So despite the vaunted abilities of Awkward Man and the perceived and real abilities of Iron Man, it is the general consensus that Batman would prevail in a battle. Which, again, the way he's written, I can't really argue with that. And put it this way, and this is probably what's the most important thing. Batman beating Iron Man would be far more entertaining than Iron Man beating Batman. And same thing, Batman beating Aquaman, if we're going to go that route. Or Awkward Man, I should say. Because the other ones are just pure brute force or tidal wave or lasers or pew pew, whatever. The far more entertaining showdown, or the far more entertaining result, is Batman beating pretty much anybody. Probably just
that's the appealing part of that whole question. Like, because watching Batman beat up Superman that makes for an entertaining story anyway.
Right. Yeah. Because somehow, I mean, well, here's the funny thing. I think tidal waves are cool. Well, I mean, collateral damage, but I mean, they are very cool. I'm just saying, but I mean, that's predictable. I mean, if Aquaman were to beat Batman by just unleashing a tidal wave, yeah, it would be a visual spectacle, but people would just be like, and? But here's the thing.
I'm gonna drop a tsunami on Gotham City.
Right. He would be reined in by his moral code, I'm sure. But no, and Underhill, I was that guy. Like when I was a kid, but see, there's a little bit different. Like Batman's 1960s Batman, I can watch that, and because it was probably written for like late teens to early 30s, like it wasn't necessarily skewed towards kids. It holds up a little bit. It's still goofy, it's still campy, but it still holds up. I like watching He-Man as a kid was amazing. Like I would try to sneak it because I wasn't technically allowed to watch it. So you get a bowl of cereal, which I also technically wasn't usually allowed to eat, and sneak a get a shot of He-Man and that kind of stuff. I loved it as a kid, and that's all you needed. What I guess the impressive or awkward thing about He-Man is, at my age, I could not write an episode like that. And it's not because I'm amazing or anything. It's just I don't have that childlike mentality, that like I would be thinking this doesn't make any sense. And that's why I can't play with Legos anymore. I can't have little battles with my G.I. Joes and action figures anymore, because I'm always trying to think about a story. I'm trying to think about why they're fighting. I'm trying to think about what is going to happen next. I can't just have them be like, oh, psh, 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 we're fighting. Like, it's just, my brain doesn't work that way anymore. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I miss those days when I could do that. But now it's like I have to have a plot. I have to have a story. I have to understand the motivations. I have to understand what the characters are doing, who their alliances are, what other thing could happen, what's going to come and intervene in the situation, or and it's just it's too much. So the idea of writing something as, for lack of a better word, simplistic as He-Man as an adult would be almost impossible, because I would be thinking, well, how does this affect the continuity? What does this mean about the next episode? Even though they're standalone for the most part. But
writing episodes for a lot of shows back then was just like completely different to how it is now. Because even kids shows like now have a surprising amount of continuity in them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So like back then, when it used to just be like, oh, Saturday morning, like even with like Pokemon, it was just like, yeah, there was an overarching narrative, but like it was mostly just like, this is the one Pokemon we're showing off this week. We're gonna dedicate a whole episode to it. And it would be like really goofy or whatever.
Yep. Well, and that's one area for sure that like anime, even something like people diss on like Dragon Ball Z and say it's simplistic or whatever. Even Dragon Ball Z had like exponentially more complexity. Now, granted, Dragon Ball Z was actually based on an existing manga. Like the manga was out for a while, and then they created the anime based on that. Whereas He-Man was literally created by the toy company, and they had a guy write the Bible in like a day or something like that, where it's all the characters' names and what they do. And they pretty much said, hey, here's what the character looks like, give it a backstory. So there's a very different approach to it, but you see that in the execution, because like anime series, that like if you miss an episode, you might not understand what the heck is going on, because each episode kind of builds on the other. Whereas like He-Man, G.I. Joe, Transformers, all those, they were kind of one-offs. They were isolated in their own little, they told a little story. Sometimes they would tack a little, like, here's the message, kids, don't go away with strangers, don't, whatever. And that was pretty much it. And that's all they were made to do, and that's all they needed to do. Whereas, anime was, already had a lot of lore behind it and a lot of story behind it, and they were just translating that to animation. But yeah, so I guess it's respect, but also curiosity. Like, how does an adult bypass all of that? Unless it's like you were saying, Vincenzo, like you're just cranking out episodes. To be fair, it is the shortest distance between 2 points. Like having to think about ramifications or logic or reason in a cartoon is probably a waste of time, to be fair, especially for kids. But it's going to take a lot of time. But if you just go, all right, so in this episode, Skeletor finds this mystical crystal of Azeroth and is able to banish He-Man to the Netherworld, and Orko is going, like you can just make it up and then just go, okay, now just throw some dialogue in there and we got the episode.
Very generic. I'll stop you. No, you won't. Kind of dialogue.
Right.
And it works for a 15-minute runtime.
Care to make a friendly wait?
Right. Yeah. I'm curious. Well, I guess the 22 minutes is what they needed without outside of commercial breaks. But like, I'm curious, like, because I'm pretty sure I would feel the same way about Transformers. Like, I watched Transformers as a kid, but I'm pretty sure like they would be kind of that. It would be that like ridiculous kind of thing to an adult. Thundercats, pretty much anything really, but yeah, no, I mean, I liked a lot of stuff as a kid, but like even like Dudley Do Right and the Wacky Racers, like a lot of stuff like Rocky and Bullwinkle. You got cartoons that were being made in the 60s and 70s that my dad was laughing at. That like I could probably watch now, and I can almost guarantee I would still enjoy and think that they were actually kind of, you know, comical, or they would have, you know, something funny in there. They're not going to be, you know, the best thing in the world, but like there was a time where animation, even before the 80s, animation was done to appeal to kids, but also adults could enjoy.
Watching.
Whereas,
Yeah. That's why I love Bluey, because I was actually my son was watching it a couple days ago, and I've seen this episode 10 times and I never caught this one line, but Bandit, the dad's like playing with like a pet unicorn, and Bluey asks the pet unicorn, "Hey, what's your favorite food?" And he shoves the unicorn into her face, and he says, "Children."
So children?
It's like a solid second. He's like, "I'm just kidding."
My
but like that made me like cackle like out loud. I was like, "Oh shit, I've never noticed that." But yeah, when cartoons would do stuff like that, even rewatching Pokemon, like one of the very early episodes, it's like Brock's dad, and he was like, "Oh yeah, Brock's dad like left home and never came back." And it's revealed that that guy is Brock's dad. He's like, "Wait a minute, so you're the good-for-nothing father that left home and never came back?" Like, just calls him out in front of everyone. that aspect of early 90s animation is very funny to me. Watching it back now while my kid's watching.
All right, Honey Badger, that's an interesting. So first of all, when you list off your Batman things, you don't you left off Michael Keaton, and you added Kevin Conroy, who is only the voice actor. Kevin Conroy as the actor. Like if we're talking about the portrayals, I mean, you've thrown animated Batman in with real life Batman, which I don't think we can really do that, because that Batman it's a completely different set of rules for animated Batman.
Yeah, honestly, also because I think that other than Heath Ledger, I think Mark Hamill did the best Joker in the animated one.
Yep, agree. Definitely agree. But I would say, like, just brute force in general, or just intimidation factor. I mean, I don't remember the whole sequence, but Ben Affleck, there was that scene. I think it was in the Batman vs Superman. I can't remember if it was that one or the Justice League. I didn't watch either one. I just saw this clip, and it's Ben Affleck going to town on the bad guys. He's doing like chokeholds and this crap. Like, Ben Affleck's Batman was badass. Now, I haven't seen the Robert Pattinson one. I have seen Christian Bale. I saw Adam West, Val Kilmer, and George Clooney. And even with Michael Keaton, I still think Ben Affleck kicks everybody else's butt. Like, in an actual, like, his version of Batman and the way he is portrayed, I think he kicks the crap out of all the other Batmans.
That's like the most recent one, right? When they had like the DCU going on.
Yeah, but I mean, it's probably the most jacked we've seen him. And yeah, he's just throwing people. He's bashing them in the face, kicking them, punching them across the room. But yeah, he definitely looks. The Batman is good, more noir style. Yeah, I mean, I haven't. It could just be the hero thing. I don't know what, but I just hadn't been compelled to, or interested in necessarily watching like a. Well, not too many things actually. I got my friend recommended Ted Lasso to me. I've been watching that. It's amusing. I enjoy it, but I don't really.
Diagna gives me strength.
Shall we begin?
I haven't gravitated towards that. Haven't you seen any movies recently? You don't need plot. Well, that's very true, Honey Badger. Well, you don't need cohesive plot. You need, you just need CGI and I don't know what, but yeah. No, plot's definitely not a requirement. A cohesive plot is not a requirement for modern cinema. Carlos, I mean, I'm with you, buddy, but I'm with you. Like, I would say in the reality of it, but you got to remember what we were talking about. Batman has the magical power, or the superpower. If he has time to plan, he can beat anybody. We've all kind of accepted that, even though I think most of us would think of Batman as the underdog in pretty much any confrontation with any other superhero. I still think we all say he wins, and it's all because of the ineffable, the intangibles.
Yeah, he has to have the time.
Yeah. Aquaman versus Iron Man, who wins? Aquaman wins any confrontation by being impossible to find and flooding the world.
They will pay the blood.
All right, well, hey, okay, here's this. Who wins between Aquaman versus Iron Man with the least collateral damage? Now, the impossible to find would still be a thing.
Probably Iron Man, because I feel like he would know where Atlantis is. He would at least try to figure it out.
Right.
Because it'd be like a mystery that he needs to figure out. And yeah, he'd probably know where it's at, and he could probably just send a nuke into the ocean. That's probably less collateral damage than Aquaman throwing a tsunami into LA or wherever Iron Man's at.
Right. Okay, to be fair, I just gave Underhill the benefit of the doubt when he said Aquaman wins any confrontation by flooding the world. And I was just like, okay, yeah, sure, Aquaman control water, why not? But then like I said, Aquaman can flood the world. And Underhill's explanation, sure, why not? Just use your massive army of Atlantis warriors to move icebergs and tell the fish to pick away at the glaciers. Like, so suddenly it went from just like, oh yeah, sure, that's what Aquaman would do, to, okay, this is turning into a comedy sketch. Oh, crack open fault lines. Okay, what powers does Aquaman have on dry land?
I mean, I guess he could if he could control the water. He could probably generate enough force to do it.
Yeah. Can Superman breathe underwater? He can breathe in. Well, no, sir. Again, here's the thing, folks. This is where it gets. I don't want to poo-poo the party, so I won't go too far. No, but like, if you isolate any of these characters at any given point in their development or their history, their power levels and what they're capable of doing drastically fluctuate, including Superman being able to breathe either underwater or in space. Like in the Justice League, he has to wear a little helmet. In other versions of it, he can fly through space without problem. So, like the limit of and sometimes he's like on par with Flash in terms of his speed, and sometimes he's just faster than a speeding bullet, and Flash is, can break the space-time continuum, which that might actually trump the water thing. I don't know. But like it really comes down to who's writing it and at what point have we established. There's not enough consistency with any of the characters to really say. I mean, I'm guaranteed there's probably a version of Aquaman that wouldn't be able to do any of that. Like he literally just talks to fish and is in theory stronger than the normal guy, but then you have versions of him that are like that, where it's like he commands the waves and the oceans themselves.
Yeah, or he's just Jason Momoa, and that's all you need. You just win.
Right, yeah.
You win ally.
It's like a game of Magic the Gathering where you just have the Jason Momoa card, you just win.
Yeah.
Kevin Conroy is Batman. Arkham City Batman kicks everyone's butt. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If we're yeah.
I've always been so mad because my brother played through the Arkham Batman games, and I never had them. So I actually, when he came over to visit a couple days ago, he like pulled out like, his half of all the games that we owned, and I saw those in there. I was like, dang, like I should have played those.
I've heard they're really good.
Yeah, I've heard they're very good too. But I was just kind of watching. I was like, okay, it looks like Assassin's Creed, and I was always kind of okay with Assassin's Creed. I never like loved it or anything.
I only need one shot.
Yeah, apparently I think I played one of the Batman, or I started to play it, and I wasn't necessarily like super stoked about it. Like it was okay, but I wasn't drawn into it. And then I told my friend about it. He's like, oh, you played the wrong one. Like apparently there's one Batman game that's not as great as all the other ones, and apparently that's the one I tried to play. So I don't know which one it is.
Specifically got the worst one.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean to. It's just my luck. I was like, I just remember, like, all I remember is Batman Arkham games, awesome. So I was like, oh, there's one for the Wii. I'll grab that one. And I was like,
on the Wii? Oh, yeah, no. Any game ported on the Wii is, like, not as great.
Hey, look, the Batman game on the Wii, you could use the extra... Oh, no, it was the Wii U, I'm sorry. You could use the extra screen on the Wii U as your Bat computer thing, so you could look at that and still play. And it still apparently wasn't the good version. I don't know.
I say that jokingly as someone who went to a retro game store last week and I bought a Wii.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Nice.
I got kind of gypped though because I had to pay $30 for Wii Sports, even though that like normally comes with the console.
Oh
And
yeah.
then I tried buying Super Smash Bros. Brawl, but the disc doesn't work, and they say all sales are final, so I can't even like go back and return it.
Oh man. Wait. So the game, the system works, but the game doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And it sucks too because like, I looked at it and like the disc isn't even scratched, so like I kind of don't understand why it's not working.
Does it not recognize that it's in there?
No, it runs it. It does like the whole loading screen. It does that, but I think it's something with like the opening cinematic before you can even like skip past it. Something about that just doesn't work.
Oh man. Now is that the GameCube? Because I know you can play GameCube in Wii. Is it the GameCube or is that's the one that came out for the Wii?
Yeah, it's the one that came out for the Wii.
Oh man.
But I have Wii Sports. I can play Wii Sports.
Nice. Did you get that because like for your kid or whatever, or you just wanted to have the access to the Wii library?
Yeah, partially just because I wanted. I feel like I had like some sort of like. Well, I've always had like this. So like I want like my brother brought a PS2 when he came to visit, so we got to play some like old games like that.
Mm-hmm.
So like I want these like retro consoles. I want to like have one of each.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'll start off with the Wii. Those are typically like cheaper than most other ones, like other than PS2s and stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, that was the main reason, and it cost like $150 in total.
That ain't bad at all. That ain't bad at all. Good deal. Yeah, I'm a big. I think just retro games are just it's good to have in general, and it does also help you appreciate where we've come from as well.
Yeah, especially when you're playing a Wii game or even like a PS2 game on an HD screen, it looks so terrible. But I'm like, hey, it didn't look much better on the very small square TVs.
Yeah. Yep. We worked with what we had. We didn't know there was anything better or there was going to be anything better. Honey Badger says, Batfleck is Frank Miller Batman, a Batman that's on the verge of Red Hood almost, meaning really enjoys punching people. Look, you gotta love what you do, Honey Badger. I think a Batman who enjoys what he does is better than a Batman who doesn't enjoy what he does. So that's which just shores it up. I think Batfleck is going to be better just because Batman is he's living his best life, you know. I haven't watched a superhero movie in years. Aquaman because he can stay in Atlantis and Iron Man would have to figure out how to fight.
That was a nice pull.
What, the Guardians?
No, the Ultimate Heist off of Siege.
Oh crap, he did that, didn't he? Who was that? That was Tusk?
Yeah.
Down goes. Okay. Now, why, Honey Badger why does Honey Man have to go after Iron Badger? Why does Iron Man have to hunt down Aquaman? If they're gonna fight, I think the premise has to be that they're on the same battlefield. And if field is the key word here, then we're obviously not in there. But like, why? Like, it's not that Iron Man wants to fight Awkward Man, sorry. It's that Awkward Man and Iron Man are fighting. And so we have to decide who would win in that battle. Now, I'll be the first to say, I think Awkward Man would beat Iron Man. Just because I'm pretty sure Aquaman has been deified. I mean, that's the thing with DC. DC is pretty much deities. That's what DC stands for. Deity Central. Pretty much everybody, except for Batman. I mean, Batman is not a deity in power level, but as we've already discussed, when you have the power of preparation and you win every fight, that is a level of deity. That's omniscience, I guess you could say. So almost all the DC characters are or can be at any given moment a god, like unbeatable. Flash, they made him unbeatable. Like he could just go so fast. He's able to go through time, and he can come out of time and punch you in the face so hard that you just fly through the time rift and you get torn to pieces. I mean, they've made everybody at some point or another. Every single DC character has been overpowered and godlike. So Marvel doesn't necessarily do that. I mean, they can BS it, but in like no matter what, all their characters still, well, except for like maybe Juggernaut and Hulk, but even they have their limits. So I think
I would say like Marvel, maybe not in the animated stuff, but like in the movies, they do a good job of like scaling the power level of what the heroes are fighting. Like Captain America never fought like anything that wasn't from Earth, basically, in his movies until Thanos showed up. So like I feel like they kind of do a good job of like doing that. Sometimes they can write a good like grounded story. Sometimes.
Wait, DC?
No, Marvel.
Oh yeah, no.
That's as far as the movies go.
That's what I'm saying. I think Marvel is easier to write for, and personally, like that's why I like it, just because. Like even Wolverine, I mean, yes, you've got regen and adamantium skeleton, but it's weak to Magneto. He can still technically, I mean, you can still kill him. He has, I don't know if they were what ifs or whatever, but I've seen there's different. I mean, you can drown him. There's like there are other ways you can kill him, and even if you can't, there are ways to take him out of commission that don't require some kind of like really super crazy, stuff. Spider-Man, same thing. You can shoot Spider-Man. Spider-Man gets shot in the leg. I think he does have, a faster healing than normal person, but you get a few shots into him, he's going to have a problem. Whereas I don't know that Aquaman is susceptible to small arms fire, or, I'm pretty sure I don't think you can exist at the depth of a Mariana Trench, that your body can withstand the pressure of being miles under the ocean and not be able to resist even big arms fire. So I just think anytime you've got, well, this is cool looking. You got a little
Latchernok action going on.
Yeah, nicely done, IO.
Yeah, honestly, what I like about Spider-Man is like, okay, yes, technically he has a spider sense. He can feasibly dodge bullets, but if you shoot him, like, yeah, he is just a kid. He is a little bit superhuman. He can probably take a couple bullets before he stops fighting.
Right.
Whereas, if I got shot, like, yeah, I'm done.
Right.
But yeah, like there's still like a level of like scaling there, and I think they do a pretty decent job of showing that in the movies. I really loved Andrew Garfield's version when like the guy pulls out a knife and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm really terrified of knives."
Right.
Like, don't stab me, please.
And I mean, I think honestly that's why, like, the only hero they have had a hard time adapting a Marvel character for screen has been the Hulk. Really, I mean, everybody has been able to find really a manifestation of it, and that's because the Hulk is, for all intents and purposes, a typical DC hero. He is virtually invulnerable, almost completely invulnerable. Like canonically, he just gets stronger the angrier he gets. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why. Like, what do you fight Hulk with? What do you put up against him that makes the audience go, "Ooh, is he going to win out or not?" I mean, and there's also the fact that it's a 9 foot tall or 8 foot tall big green person, and that's a little bit harder to pull off. But I think every other character has a limit or has a weakness that is really not that hard to exploit if you want to write it that way. Whereas I feel like DC, you've got to, unless you're just going to throw any kind of canon or history out the window, you've got to find something extraordinary to combat them with. Which, I mean, they did a fine job. Like, my favorite comic, for the most part, was The Death of Superman. Like, Superman fighting Doomsday, because that was the first time that Superman actually, like, he would always say, "Oh, you got to stand up to evil," but he would do that like when he's standing up to being shot, and it's like, okay, well, you're Superman. That's not a big risk. That's not a big anything. But when he's getting torn apart by this killing machine, this evolutionary killing machine called Doomsday, he put his life on the line, put his body where his mouth was, he went the distance. Yeah, he did the thing, and he went down swinging, and he, well, I mean, both him and Doomsday came back later, whatever, but it was actually a drag down fight, and there was no kryptonite anywhere. There was no, like blackmail, nothing to nerf Superman. He was allowed to be his badass self, and we just got to see that even then, there are, he'd be like, aha, I can just fly above Doomsday. Oh no, Doomsday can actually jump. Now, they didn't do full Superman God mode where like, he can fly, like he would be able to fly away from Doomsday. Like if he really wanted to, he could sky. But they made it believable enough that Doomsday with his particular power set was able to counter Superman, because Superman always had to come to him. Because Doomsday would just be tearing apart the city, so Superman couldn't just stay up in orbit and fly. And I think he does do damage with his laser vision, but then Doomsday evolves and adapts, and so he can't do that anymore. So I don't know. It was a bit weird, but that's the extent you have to go to actually believably or feasibly put DC in danger. Whereas, Spider-Man technically could get a knife in the back, or he could, have a really bad day and smack a building and. And now he's limping or something.
Yeah, he misses that, which like imagine he just misses one of those like web slings when he's slinging around. He just smacks right into like a building or a skyscraper.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, what was it? I was like, I'm back. And he's like, my back, my back.
Yeah, this game just immediately turned into a stalemate.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's still looking good for Io, though.
Nicely done.
If only had a way to trigger the maid. Well, I guess that wouldn't matter too much.
Rise, my servant.
Yeah, I think it does too. I mean, I think a Lava Atronach is very hard for a assassin to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, minus a Viper, I think Io's got this.
Well, really 2 Vipers.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think we've seen any. This guy's really heavily relying on the RNG stuff, though.
Save me, RNG! Save me!
Out upon
Honestly, it isn't even fair to compare anyone else to Aquaman. It's like comparing them to Doomsday. Oh, well, here we go. I didn't even see Underhill's comment, and there we go. We got the reference to Doomsday. I remember they renting the game. I think it was a good one. Wonder Woman is literally the daughter of Zeus. Yeah, I mean, and again, that just goes with the pantheon, if you will, of... Okay, so he's still alive. Oh, nope, there you go.
Yeah, no, he won.
Yep.
That was fought well.
GG, Io. That was a nice victory there, and a nice fresh take on the Atronach archetype there.
Yeah, I feel like you usually see them in like mage, but also leaning on stuff like Iron Atronach is kind of fun because you never see that guy.
Well, yeah, he always gets nuked before he can really do anything. Hold back. He's still a man. A Spider-Man.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at the screen. Yeah, Spider-Man also. Yeah, he pulls his punches.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, his power level isn't what isn't the question there, but he's not invulnerable. I'll put it that way. He's how strong he is one thing, but
that adds like another like layer to it. Like yeah, he could feasibly like kill all these bad guys, but he refuses to do that because at the end of the day, it's like it's supposed to be Peter Parker. He's a kid in high school,
right?
I wouldn't want to kill anyone while I was in high school.
Well, that's a whole other discussion. But that's where my beef is. Like nobody ever wants to kill anybody, but how many times has his rogues gallery murdered so many people because he just won't end it?
Yeah, true.
It's
true.
like how much is your conscience worth? How many lives is your conscience worth? I think that's a sacrifice that a hero has to make. This is something that nobody wants. No sane, rational person wants to have murder on their hands or have somebody's death on their hands. But it's either that or you have a bunch of innocent people getting killed. Like, I feel like you got to make that call. But I mean, I know it's intrinsic to his character, and honestly, he has a rogues gallery. Like if you compare Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery to Punisher's Rogues Gallery, there's no competition because Punisher doesn't have one. Because when you kill all the bad guys, they don't come back, and you don't have recurring villains. So from a creative and commercial standpoint, I understand the reasoning for it. I just don't like the way they justify it in the actual comics. It's like I kind of think like you. I mean, I did a whole tirade on Maximum Carnage where we're literally watching people get murdered every panel by these psychopaths, and Peter's like, no, but we can't hurt them because, you know, we need to be nice to them and we need to be okay. And it's like, dude, that 17 people just died in the next panel and the next page where you had the chance to kill them and you didn't. And because you don't want to do that, 17 people, how much do you care about those 17? You keep saying you want to save the people and the innocent people. You seem to care a lot more about the criminal and the psychopaths than you do the innocent people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're yeah, and that's like, that's why I like that that's intrinsic to his character, because yeah, you can do a lot of cool stuff with that, but also like, especially like in the comics and stuff where he's interacting with a lot of like other heroes, you can have someone older like Tony Stark who's like, who can be there to be like, yo, kill him, what are you doing?
Right.
Because someone like Tony Stark probably would not be adverse to killing someone if it meant like, oh yeah, greater good.
Well, and that's the thing, like Captain America, nobody thinks of him as like a psychopathic, mean, whatever person. He does kill, like that's not his MO. He's not like Punisher where he's like, that's his first option. But he has, in the comic books, like forever in his inception. Yeah. Because, I mean, even he realizes there are just some people that you've got to take that. But usually Captain America, his adversary is like Doctor Doom's minions or Hydra, where it's like he's not actually fighting the big bad. So he never, doesn't. And that's what I'm saying. I think it's the commercial and meta awareness of, okay, we need to keep our villains alive. Otherwise, we're having to create iconic villains every episode or every comic book. That's not going to work. But I think Captain America balances that, where it's like, okay, you don't have to create a new villain. You can keep the main villain. Red Skull he never really, his confrontation with Red Skull are very few and far between. So you don't really know, what he would do. And maybe he gets beat, but he doesn't, obviously not get killed. But
yeah,
he does.
Or he has a way of like getting away every time we do fight.
Yeah, exactly. I used to have a deck pre-Falkreath Defiler nerf and pre-Indoro Mastermind where I put Iron Atro in a discard pile and summoned with Defiler with Atronach Tutor in play. Ooh! And that, IO, my friend, is why they nerfed those two cards. Because people like you were doing degenerate things like that. It's your fault, sir. It's your fault we can't have nice things.
You're a monster.
You're a monster. But yeah, Wonder Woman is she's the same thing, like you said. I mean, and she's also somebody who has, well, she maybe more so than anybody. Well, no, I guess they've retconned a lot of Superman stuff too. But like her origin changes. I think it's changed like 3 or 4 times. But yeah, she's right up there. She's pretty much Superman without the kryptonite. And sometimes she can fly on her own, and sometimes she can just leap and use her lasso. But yeah, you're right. Every superhero is the greatest on Earth in their own comic, in the old school superhero sense. Yep. Look at Spider-Man. What's the DC equivalent of your friendly neighbor? There is no equivalent in DC that I can think of. I mean, Batman would be the closest.
I can't think of one either. And that's not even comparable because Spider-Man is supposed to be a kid from freaking New York.
Right.
Like working with like freaking bare minimum on equipment.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Which, I mean, you got to say his tailor is amazing.
Yes.
For somebody who doesn't have a budget. Marvel made Wolverine. He was built as an antithesis to Hulk. They needed something indestructible to beat something indestructible. I do remember. I actually have. I've got a repro of the. It's on a piece of wood. I don't know that they did that with the covers, but like one of the earliest version of Wolverine. It looks very goofy, by the way, because he hadn't been fleshed out.
Jumpsuit.
No, I understand.
Well, the yellow jumpsuit, but like he didn't have like the cool like nowadays his mask thing like kind of comes up and it's almost sometimes exaggerated. It's like super spiky. This one was like just like little barely nubby ear kind of things. Let me see if I can find it actually.
Okay,
Yep. This
Real Honey Badger asks a real question: Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, or Tom Holland? Which Spider-Man wins?
Oh. Well, honestly, I would say from a how good they look doing what. Well, I don't know. I don't know that I've seen enough Tom Holland. I like Garfield Spider-Man. I'm not saying like the plot and everything was the best, but I think he moved and behaved as Spider-Man, probably one of the most comic book accurate versions. With Tom Holland coming in second and Tobey as a distant
Onward
third.
to battle.
I feel like I'm in the opposite, mostly because I didn't watch any of the. I still haven't watched any of his movies, but I've seen like clips and stuff. So like I kind of know like how he acted. Yeah, he acted like Peter Parker, and I like that. But yeah, I grew up with Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
Right.
I was like, well, damn, when did that movie come out?
95, I want to say.
Raimi Spider-Man movie.
95, 97, something like that. It was pretty close to 2000.
2002. So yeah, I was like 5. So yeah, I grew up with the OG Spider-Man trilogy.
Right.
So it's kind of hard to not picture it as Tobey Maguire. I will say though, yes, Tom Holland has the advantage of having Tony Stark's tech integrated in all of his stuff.
Right. Yeah, I would say in an outright fight.
That was fought well.
Well, also the other thing too, and I mean this is not a small thing that Tobey Maguire Spider-Man has the webs built into his body somehow.
Yes, that's true.
And Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland both have the canonical deal, the comic book version, which is the shooter.
Yeah, they make their own web fluid.
Yeah. So in theory that makes them smarter, but also with a finite supply, whereas Tobey Maguire could just squirt it all over the place for, in theory,
Also,
forever. I don't know.
What I liked about the most recent Spider-Man movie was that they acknowledged the fact that Tobey Maguire is old as shit. He's 20 years older. So, like, he's been Spider-Man for a very long time.
Right.
And, like he gets pulled into Tom Holland's universe as still Spider-Man. So, in his universe, he's still actively fighting crime.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. You see that
no help from, like, the Avengers because they don't exist in his universe.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing to think about. This dude's doing it, like, solo.
That's very true. Very true. Well, here, really quick, just while we got a brief thing on that. That's the Hulk. That's the comic book cover I was thinking of. But you see Wolverine. I mean, he's got the claws, so it's pretty close. And you see the basics there, but like the mask isn't quite. It's kind of like stretched around his mouth, and he doesn't really have the pronounced whatever they are in the mask. So he just kind of bald Wolverine looks a little strange. That's all.
Yeah, but, is that the first one that he appeared in, or is that just like the first Hulk Wolverine thing that they did?
I mean, it says he's here, the world's first and greatest Canadian superhero. So there you go, Io. I'm sure Io's a big fan.
I think whoever said that is right. That they literally made him to be the Hulk's counter.
Right. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that Hulk just rips Wolverine in half. I thought that's there. I mean, there's a version of it. Again, I don't know which multiverse it's in or what version it's in, but let me see.
Nicely
Hulk
done.
Rips. Yeah, they're like we literally have this. So I don't know, but again, I think it's World War Hulk. But it's like I said, I mean, kind of what we were saying earlier. It really just depends on whose story they're telling and what they're trying to do.
Of the character it is, all that matters a lot.
Yeah. Red Hood and Punisher are better at their jobs than Batman. Agreed. Honey Badger, agreed. Dawnbreaker should have never been nerfed. Also agreed. Honey Badger, holy cow, that's 2 hot takes in one within 3 minutes that I actually agree with. Dawnbreaker should never have been nerfed. Yep, absolutely. I remember the alternative universe Batman from Flashpoint Paradox where he has no problem using high-powered sniper rifle. Oh, no kidding. I think I've seen that one too, Underhill. I think I've seen that one. And it's like is it the one where it's like post-apocalyptic type thing where he's like out in the desert or something? Like he's like super beefy, has the short like bat ears or whatever. If that's the same one, yeah, I've seen that as well. But yeah. Who wins? Andrew Garfield wins. Yeah, Carlos, that's my man right there. Toby is the OG. Holland is most technically advanced. Garfield and Holland deal with limited web. Toby just makes it. But I mean, that's where you also have to fight canon there. I mean, I don't think there's any version, maybe Ultimate Spider-Man. I don't think there's any canonical version of Spider-Man where he makes. Huh?
I was gonna say we do have, like, in the MCU, all three of them have met and they all like acknowledge like their differences.
Well, so but that's
the big one,
right?
Is that Toby can make his own web fluid just add in his body. So technically, he has an infinite supply of it, depending on how that works.
Well, yeah. So can you? Because you're like, I watched it a few times, but I didn't, not nearly enough to be a pro. What was it that made Tobey Maguire Spider-Man stop being able to be Spider-Man and stop being able to make webs? Like, has that scene where I'm back, oh, my back. Was it just he lost his mojo? He lost his desire to be Spider-Man, and so therefore his spider powers crawled away?
Yeah, because he says it in Tom Holland's movie. He's like, oh yeah, I had this weird web block thing where like I just couldn't make webs. He was like, he said existential crisis stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, he just got depressed or something.
So depending on the day, I mean, if you get Tobey Maguire Spider-Man on a bad day where he's not feeling all that swell about life, maybe Mary Jane dumps him or whatever else, he might not be able to use his powers or his webs, and Garfield takes it handsomely. I don't know, but
fair enough. If that MJ rejected me, I'd be pretty down too.
No, not Kirsten Dunst.
What do you mean?
No.
Hey, she ain't that bad looking.
Okay, she's better than Piercing Twilight, but only slightly.
Clearly, you can tell I have very high standards.
Different. They're just different. I know plenty of people that think Kirsten Dunst. I didn't like in the comics. Like, just like you said, Peter Parker's kind of he's like the high school nerd. In the comics, like, obviously it can't be the high school because they're out of high school at certain points. But she's like pinup model type stuff, and I'm not trying to sexualize the characters, but I would say Kirsten Dunst is she's a gal next door. She's not like the hotness, which is what Mary Jane in the comics at least is. She's supposed to be the like. The bomb diggity, the just like, whoa, what are you doing with a nerd like Peter Parker kind of thing. Whereas there, I'm like, yeah, they kind of work for each other, which, I mean, it works for their chemistry, I guess. But
yeah, actually, which one was the best MJ?
Well, that's
was Emma Stone for Andrew Garfield, right?
Well, no, she was yeah, it was Emma Stone, but she was supposed to be Gwen Stacy.
She was Gwen, right?
Yeah. But she was probably my favorite. Like, just first, like, I mean, she was funny. She was smarmy, but she also was very, very. She got to be tender, and it hurt when she died. It hurt. I mean, not like, oh my gosh, I wept, but like I felt it. But I don't think any of them were bad per se. But also technically, I think they said, even though her name is MJ in Holland's version, they said she's not actually Mary Jane. They call her MJ, but she's not supposed to be Mary Jane, I think is what they said. So we've only got one real Mary Jane out of the 3 Spider-Mans. The other ones are different or different versions. Wendigo?
Yeah, I do agree with what Honey Badger's saying, is that like Zendaya's portrayal of the character is not like the way it should be, because like now she's just also a nerd the way that Peter Parker is.
Right.
But I do like her attitude. I do like that. And her snarkiness, I do like that.
Oh. Yeah, well, it's funny because the actress actually says that she likes to play unlikable characters, and I think she said try to make them likable or try to whatever, but it's like, because I was wondering, I was like, I've seen her in a few things, and I'm like, I don't gel with the character for whatever reason, like in general, like I'm not, whatever reason, she never plays, to me, a very likable character. And then I read this thing where she's like, yeah, I like tackling characters that people would not necessarily would find abrasive or not really likable, and I don't know. She don't even say try to make them likable. She's just like, I just try to portray that or make them real.
Unlikable person.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, well that works then. That makes me feel better about not liking the character, because it's
also kind of gives you more respect to her, because it's like, yeah, probably like, especially when acting is your whole job, and you have to consistently play characters that you know no one's gonna like.
Right.
For writing reasons or like even just the way that you portray them. I'm sure like that I'm sure that's like probably detrimental to her in some way.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't stopped her from getting work though. I mean, she's got a pretty good career going playing that particular. It's almost like typecasted though. Like it would be weird to see her playing like a, for lack of a term, like a pleasant character, or like somebody that you're like, oh, that's really cool. Like it'd be kind of weird to see her that. Be like, wait a minute, what's going on?
Yeah, it would throw me off. Like I would not expect Zendaya to play a character that I'm like rooting for basically the whole time.
Right.
Like I can root for her in some parts of the Spider-Man stuff, but or at least like basically like what she's doing in those movies. But like, yeah, a whole movie focused around her, where she's like the good guy. Like I don't think I could get behind that unless she like, I don't know, completely changed how she portrays whoever she's playing.
Yeah. I mean, they I would say, for lack of a term, softened her up a little bit. I think in Homecoming, like she was a little more amiable there. They didn't really lean into the more abrasive or whatever parts of the character. So, I mean, you saw moments there where it's like, okay, like, it was the first time that I actually was like, okay, I think she actually genuinely likes Peter. Like the other time I'm like, I mean, I get she's with him, but like I don't get why. Like she doesn't really seem to necessarily really like the guy. She's just, I mean, but like you could actually see, I would say, affection or, you know, something akin to affection for Peter in
Homecoming.
Homecoming, not Homecoming. What's the one? Is it Homecoming, the one where you have all the Spider-Men come together?
No, it's No Way Home.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, No Way Home. I don't know that I saw Homecoming. I saw the first one.
Oh yeah, no, Homecoming, because she didn't get introduced until the end of whatever the first one was. I can't remember the name of the first one, but unless Homecoming was the first one. It's Homecoming, No Way Home, and then something else with a home. I know they specifically did that.
Right.
But yeah, I know like she didn't get introduced until the very end of the first movie of his trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one is like her being like, "Oh, you're Spider-Man. I know you're Spider-Man, but like, blah blah blah. I'm gonna tease you a bit."
Oh, gotcha.
No Way Home. Far From Home. Far From Home is the second one.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I remember seeing like a breakdown of that. That's where I got the impression of like, I don't know that I like her that much. But yeah, I never actually watched the whole thing, so it might be different if I did watch it. But
yeah, so she's introduced at the very end of Homecoming, and then they develop their relationship in Far From Home, and then yeah, No Way Home is when they're trying to get into college. Multiverse shenanigans happen.
Right, as they do. So Honey Badger knew that he knew that the Tobey Maguire movie came out around 2000. You were very close, 2002, but like you said, 2000-ish. Lagmeister with a hot take: Tobey Maguire is the only Spider-Man. I mean, objectively untrue in Lagmeister. I mean, you know, and certainly he may epitomize the role for many people, but that's a pretty aggressive stance to take with very little ground underneath of you there. I mean, even Vincenzo acknowledges there being other Spider-Men, even if he's not particularly fond of them. But having nothing, I
appreciate all the different aspects of the character that they were able to bring out. I don't think any of them were a bad Spider-Man.
No, the thing. So for me, as I said, I'm big into like relationships and like character or whatever. Like especially in the first one, the Andrew Garfield version, they play up, and the director even said he did this. Like he played up, the director for the first Amazing Spider-Man. I believe he had his roots in, or he had done like romantic comedies. So you had more, like they played into the dynamic between Peter and Gwen more so than they even did with like, you know, in the other ones. It wouldn't say it was centered around that relationship, but it played a bigger part, and they had more moments together. And so that was something that resonated with me, where I was just like, you know, we got to see how they related with her not knowing who he was, and then we got to see her reaction when she did. So in one movie, you got that whole arc that kind of forecast or foreshadowed the fact that she wasn't going to be around, because they very rarely reveal if there is something like that where the significant other's not supposed to know, usually when they do find out, that means something really crappy is about to happen, whether they lose their memory or, in this case they die. But yeah, so there's that aspect of it that I like. But the second movie was not very good, unfortunately. So
was that the one where she died?
Yeah. Yeah. The
I feel like that scene kind of like makes the movie okay then, because that's like a very. It kind of sucks that they ended Andrew Garfield's like version of that character then, and they didn't make another one after that, because it would be really cool to see like how he would have reacted to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they kind of end it there.
That's what makes that, because I mean they have that moment in because I think he's the only one out of the Spider-Mens who has lost the person that he was in love with at the time. So, but we do get to see that in No Way Home, or the one with all the Spider-Men together.
Yeah, he does get to at least like Avenger.
Well, yeah, and he has that
Tom Holland's MJ.
Yeah. So it was, and you saw his emotion there. So we got a glimpse of it. But yeah, it was. I think. But here's the problem. I think we would have gotten, and I mean, I don't know too many people that champion this movie. Like most people that I've talked to think Spider-Man 2, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2 is like probably peak Spider-Man, like the best Spider-Man. 1 was kind of easing into it, 2 was peak, and then 3 was let's forget about it.
Yeah. 3 was pretty bad.
And I have the feeling that Amazing Spider-Man 3 would have probably been about the same level. Like I didn't see anything that made me think they were building to something really good. So as bummed as I am, because my big thing was I just like Tobey Spider-Man was the first time I think we got to see a realistic or a non-goofy, ridiculous-looking version of Spider-Man more or less realistically interacting with the real world. Like, we've seen Spider-Man before, but the costume looked goofy. It looked like he was wearing like a pair of pantyhose. And the effects weren't there to make him look like he was really doing much other than just like swinging like Tarzan. Tobey Maguire Spider-Man was the first one that actually made that realistic. But I think the Andrew Garfield one was the first one where like there were moments where if you took a screenshot of it, it looks like Spider-Man for the cover when he's got like he's pushing down on the webbing, and he's got his hand up, and he's got his legs like, kind of spider-like up by his head. Like they were able to, with that next level of effects, have instances where you're like, oh crap, that's the dynamic Spider-Man. Whereas they were still getting the effects right in the CG with Tobey, so we could see a realized Spider-Man, but he wasn't quite as dynamic because they didn't have the free reign with CG that they end up having with Garfield. And that's what I liked about that one movie was like I was like, oh, I really feel like this is Spider-Man doing some Spider-Man things. But Spider-Man 2 was truly a fantastic movie.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's probably the best one. And it just sucks so much that it's followed up by literally the worst Spider-Man movie, because they just crammed way too much into that one. Because you had Venom, you had Sandman. What else? Oh, you had Harry Osborn taking up Green Goblin again.
Yep.
Like way too much going on in that movie, and I think it's because I heard this somewhere, like they wanted to make a fourth one, and they wanted I think the new Green Goblin to be in that, but they were like, no, we gotta sell toys, so they just crammed as many villains in as they could.
Well, and this is a question too. So aside from arguably like X2, because I think X-Men 1 people say okay, they're okay with. X-Men 3, a lot of people just absolutely horrible. X-Men 2 is probably one of the only ensemble, like to what your point was, like I think starting as early as Batman Returns, where you had Penguin and Catwoman, I think it still more or less worked for what Tim Burton was doing. But I think pretty much everything since every time they've tried to work more than one villain or a group of villains or even a group of heroes into a movie, a lot of times, like you were saying, it just kind of clunks it up. They're trying to do too much and nothing really gets the attention it needs to flesh it out. And I'm just wondering if there's a movie like an Avengers, I think worked because everybody had their solo movies first, so we got all the establishment, all the groundwork for everybody laid out, and so you only had to do the basic, hey, here's them coming together. But I think as a rule, the more villains you have, the more central villains you have, the harder it is to pull the story off, just because you're you have to develop your protagonists, but the protagonist is only good as the antagonist, and the antagonist needs to develop. But if you have to split it 3 different ways, the antagonists aren't really being developed as much as they should be. They don't have enough time to really be to develop the menace that they need for the protagonist to actually have a meaningful confrontation.
Well, honestly, that's why Infinity War did so good, is because one, they already built up Thanos a little bit in like end credit scenes. So like we're like, okay, we're aware he's coming. Now he's here, and then Infinity War did a pretty like good job of like using that movie to flesh him out for him to win, which is also crazy. Having the villain win at the end is like pretty wild, and kind of mad respect to them for doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you had that, and then also you didn't need to really flesh out much of any of the characters other than the ones that were like Scarlet Witch and Vision and Captain America. All you had to do is just explain what they were doing in the past like few years because of the whole Civil War thing, and that was done in like a couple sentences, and it was smooth enough that it just kind of worked. Because now they're like, oh hey, like there's this big like bad we need to like pull together. Like all that past crap doesn't matter now.
Yeah.
So I think that's why Honey Badger said every reboot they want to be the Avengers. Yeah, but they don't realize that it takes years to build up to what Endgame did.
Yeah.
Like that was what, like over 10 years of story build up.
Yeah, it was a decade at least. But yeah, and people were saying that from the beginning with the DC universe, like the DCU, whatever it was called. Like they were saying that from the get-go. Like the very first one they did, they were like, they're not giving it any time. Like they're already trying to like allude to, they're taking time out of the main story to like be like, oh hey, here's more universe stuff. Whereas, you know, I like if you got anything at all for the first, I don't know, 5 or 6 Marvel movies, it was an after the credits, a minute throwaway kind of thing where it's like, oh hey, here's Nick Fury, or hey, here's Captain Shield. You know, like they would it was kind of an afterthought that just kind of hinted at it, whereas DC was like, guys, we got this multiverse coming, so here's the, you know, trying to tie it already to something that hasn't even come out yet. That's like, focus on telling the story you got to tell now. Don't worry about, like, you need to know how it ties into everything else, but don't be taking screen time away from the movie that the story you're telling now to try to be like, oh, there's another story coming. It's just tell this story, give a slight hint, and move on. But I think from the beginning, they were trying to shortcut that and just cram everything together. Because I mean, yeah, they're 10 years behind. You know, they're trying to make magic.
That is DC's problem, is that Marvel just did it first. So like now they probably feel like they need to catch up, and exactly like what Honey Badger said. Like give Superman his own movie, give Batman, like give each of the Justice League their own movies, and then do something with it. But also I feel like DC just isn't like, the comics also kind of like, well, that's what I'm trying to say is like, I feel like they don't have enough like Thanos level like villains where like it's one villain that is tied to multiple characters in a way. So they can't really like lean on that too much, other than like the fact if they made that villain just be like, hey, I'm gonna destroy the world, and like they all have to band together.
You'll not be rid of
But then
me
that comes off as
easily.
like pretty lazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, DC is definitely on the back foot when it comes
Which
to
is
that.
crazy because, like, aside from Secret Wars, which wasn't even like, it had nothing but comic behind it, but like that was like the figures that came out when I was a kid. Like DC was king of everything. They had the Super Friends show. I mean, you had Spider-Man and Friends, but that was not nearly as widespread or prevalent. I mean, this was a Hanna-Barbera thing. You had that going up through, you know, pretty much the late 80s, I think. You had Batman and Superman animated series that did really well. I mean, I would say, yeah, Superman, the first Superman was amazing. Superman 2, questionable in terms of like box office and reception. 3 and 4, not so much. But then you had the revival. Then you had 60s Batman, you know, that had some goodwill. Then Keaton's Batman was a cultural phenomenon. That was a huge thing. So bottom line is, DC had a lot of misses, but they were the only one really churning out any kind of hits as well. Like Marvel, there was no. I mean, there was a Captain America. It's like a worse than a B movie. Same thing, Spider-Man, worse than a B movie. And so it's just kind of weird that Marvel was the one that got there first, out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, and it is also wild because like they had a very good strategy of being like, okay, we're gonna open up this universe with Iron Man, a B character basically, like one that doesn't like do that much, and he became like the most important character in the saga that they wrote.
Yeah,
that'd be like them pulling like I don't know, someone like Starfire and making a movie for DC. Be like, okay, we're gonna do a Starfire movie, and Starfire's gonna be like the #1 character, someone like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but I mean, they took that risk and it worked.
Yeah. Yep. And the effects, like I mean, there were actually, I would say, argue very few movies that came after Iron Man that nailed the blending of practical and CG effects. Like it was the first one, but a lot of ones that came after didn't hold up as well from a technical perspective. Like the movement they did, the way they I mean just the combination. They just really, yeah, it was crazy. And I remember growing up, like I didn't have it. My friend had I didn't have it. I had Captain America. My friend had the Iron Man figure, but I didn't really know him much about him. He was just kind of there. I didn't even know the name Tony Stark until I was probably 12 or 13. Like he just wasn't top of mind. But yeah, it was the right character at the right time, and they just nailed it. I think the problem, man, I've said it, that the Iron Man trilogy, people may not like the whole thing, but like they have these really cool, really clever ways for Tony to beat the villain, and then they have that always flub out, and then they replace it with a really stupid way to beat the villain, or kind of a comparatively lame or just kind of like whatever way. But
yeah, sometimes they do that. But yeah, going back to what you said about like the effects, like even the Hulk movie that came out like the same year, like the year after, terrible. Looks terrible. Looks terrible when you're watching it now, but.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Was it the Eric Bana one was, I think, completely panned, and they try to make it like this psychological, with his dad and whatever. Which I mean, it's. I'm sure there was a comic that did that, explored that, but overall, that's Hulk smash. That's what people want to see. And then I think it was, the Edward Norton one came next. Which,
yeah, that's the one that I was talking about. Like even that one doesn't look that great when you go to rewatch it. Whereas all the Iron Man movies still hold up really well, and like the last actual Iron Man movie was in 2012.
Yeah. No, they did right by. Now it does help too that they weren't dealing with organic. Like the main CG that we were looking at was mechanical stuff, and mechanical, like even the prequels, as crappy as they looked in so many respects, they got like X-wing, like if it was a spaceship or something mechanical or something whatever, the CG I think is always ahead of time, because you're not trying to replicate the complexity of human motion and mechanics of the body and muscle movements and everything. So I think Iron Man was a good choice just because it looks like, and it's not a robot, but it looks like a robot. It's a mechanical thing. I think it's easier to animate that and to make that look believable than it is a human being. Because we had the Matrix, the second Matrix, they tried to ragdoll him or do the...
Oh yeah, they did like the rubber body thing.
Yeah, and it's
effects.
Like, no.
It looks super goofy.
That is not going to work.
So
yeah. I think if they
and
tried
that's why
to
like Captain America kind of worked too, because like they would just kind of do, since Captain America is a more like, he fights up close and personal, they can just do a lot of quick shots.
Yeah.
Like that worked for them too.
I would say Winter Soldier though probably is the next. Like I just remember feeling that the energy, like when Captain, at the beginning of the movie, and Captain's like he's doing the boat thing, and he's running through and he's like kicking people through doors, like it. I was like, I know that didn't actually happen. I know these are stunt people and there's no way, but like it felt like I felt like I could feel, but the way they animated it, the way they had the person fall back, the way they shot it,
the impacts,
impacts
felt there.
I was like, that's what it would feel like to get hit by a freaking super soldier. Like that it felt, and they kept it up through the whole movie. The elevator scene, like the whole thing was just very from a like a fighting standpoint, it was just really solid.
My claws are sharp and thirsty.
So Miss Mary Jane is in Friday. Carlos, what are you talking about?
Friday the movie.
Let's see your fighting stance.
Was there there's a married character named Mary Jane in that movie?
I guess so. Can't
Okay.
remember.
Darn it,
If
Carlos.
it's the character I'm thinking of, then it's definitely not the best MJ that there is. But
Carlos just being contrarian. I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's my main thing.
Today,
Which
you
one though,
breathe
Lagmeister?
your
Which
last.
one? Like the comic book version, the Kirsten Dunst version? There's, I mean, even though we've established that the other two aren't actually Mary Jane, like which one? Homecoming is first, then Far From Home, then No Way Home. Okay, No Way Home was the other one we're talking about. Then Homeless.
then you have
Spider-Man.
no home.
Right? Okay, so Underhill. Did anybody address this? Underhill is doing matchups between Marvel and Elden Ring, Elder Scrolls. So we got Spider-Man versus Dragon Priest, Iron Man versus Davakin. Davakin.
All right. Well, I think Spider-Man would beat a Dragon Priest, and I think the Dovahkiin would beat Iron Man.
Now Dovahkiin, does that only have the shout, or is there some other superpower he's got?
Being able to eat 50 cheese wheels in half a second.
Well, there you go. There you go. And then I think it devolves to Nutty Professor versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I got to give it to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I know it's a close call there, but
Nutty Professor, that's a movie I haven't seen in years.
Well, have you seen the original, or are you talking about the Eddie Griffin?
Original with Eddie Murphy?
No. The original is, oh gosh. What's the guy's name? Talks like this.
Then I definitely haven't seen it. I grew up with the Eddie Murphy one.
Jerry Lewis. He was the original Nutty Professor, 1963.
Oh yeah, bro. That's like 30 years before I was born.
Hey, it's 20 years before I was born. I'm still not dissing poor Jerry. I'm acknowledging the history. But yeah, no, but that's why I said the original, and I was like, I bet he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Okay, Grandpa, we get it.
Back in my day, Jerry Lewis reigned supreme. Let's see. All right, I'm trying to catch up here. No Way Home gave a good insight into how he's still recovering from Gwen's death. Exactly. Yep. 3 was corny. The symbiote suit was sick, though.
The illusion made.
That's how Zack Snyder's Justice League is compared to Joss Whedon's. Joss Whedon's looks like a rom-com,
A few drinks.
whereas Snyder's looks like a comic book brought to life. It's dark, it's gritty, it's great.
Could be better.
Yeah. I mean, it's dark and gritty. I think, and you put a period there, so I think, Honey Badger, in the back of your mind, subconsciously, you knew that the actual sentence is, it's dark, it's gritty, and that's it. And you didn't even capitalize it's great, so you knew you weren't supposed to finish that. Snyder's looks like a comic book brought to life. It's dark, it's gritty. And it's only certain comic books that are brought to life, because it didn't bring, 60s, 70s, 80s, even 90s comic books to life. It's brought arguably post Keaton Batman, and more so post Nolan Batman to life. The way the comics evolved after Nolan's Batman. Let's make the comic. Let's try to make the comic book world and reality seem like they can exist on the same plane. Which I don't know. I will agree though. Batman Forever is. Well, I don't know about a great movie. I would call it a fine movie. It was a very strong break from Tim Burton's version. I think it had its merits. I don't know that I would consider it a great one, but I thought it was fun. I mean, I thought everybody pulled their weight. It wasn't horrible, but it did pave the way for Batman and Robin, which was atrocious. So that's DC's issue. Every reboot they want to be the Avengers. They don't realize that Marvel took years building up to. Okay, yeah, I think that's what you were saying. Superman comic book come out.
That's specifically what I was reading.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think it could be hit or miss, Honey Badger. I think the new Superman movie. I don't know. Have you seen that, Vincenzo? The preview for it?
No, I haven't. I really have not watched any DC stuff since the Dark Knight trilogy.
Oh no, it was just the trailer came out recently, and they were.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's been a while since I've watched any DC content.
Right. Yeah, no, I can't say that I'm pining for it or I'm eager for it. I just, from what I saw, I'm like, it could be okay. But if they try to do Guardians of the Galaxy, which is, it's the same guy who directed that. If they try to go that route with it, I don't know.
And a Superman movie?
Yeah.
Or...
Well, because they show, like, I think Titan is in there. Like, they Hawkgirl, they show a bunch of, as Honey Badger said, they show off, they start, here's the thing, we don't know where they come in. They could come in at the very last act. They could come in, whatever. If it's not going to be an ensemble movie, I think it has a chance. But if they bring them in like the midpoint, I don't know. But I mean, it could very well be, I could easily see a James Gunn version of it being very much a throwback to Justice League, a la the Super Friends, where it's a little campy, a little cheesy, a little over the top. That seems to be the approach he's taken, which I think could work for certain people. But I mean, just look at how people receive like Batman and Robin. Even though the filmmaker, the director didn't say this, Batman and Robin is best looked at as an homage to 60s Batman. If you look at it that way, if you think of it as a modern version of what the 1960s campy Batman was, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's a absolute perfect translation. As an actual Batman movie, it's horrible, but as an homage to 60s Batman, it's great. And I think it would be the same thing here. I think a James Gunn Super Friends-esque, don't take it too seriously, would be a nice throwback, but I don't think that would make it a good movie.
It wouldn't be a good Superman movie. You'd have to do I feel like you could nail a Teen Titans movie.
Right.
I feel like that's something he could do with that.
Yes, absolutely.
Because he's clearly very good at writing group dynamic kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I think something like that would work well with James Gunn.
And the Teen Titans, especially. I mean, most of my exposure to them isn't through the comic; it's through the Teen Titans, not Teen Titans Go, but Teen Titans, the animated
one
series
that was on Cartoon Network 20 years ago.
Yeah. With which I mean, like I said, I think that would be right in line. Maybe they're a little young, and maybe he would have to mature them a little bit. But I mean, their dynamic is very much like what it was with
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah. Wouldn't be that much of a break.
Yeah, he's also just good at writing group dynamics, because even between Guardians 1 and 2, there's good group dynamic there when they're first meeting each other to the second one, and even he had to have a say in Infinity War when they're all there too, how those characters would act.
Right. Dano, I'm sorry, man. And I'm seeing this late. It was about 8 minutes ago. Dano was saying the man was emoting before he started spectating. Yeah, like I said, typically people that brag the most often have the least reason to, or the people who run their mouth the most. But yeah, Underhill, yeah, Marvel used to be great. I never got super duper deep into the comic. But I mean, even to that extent, I mean, you had Tony Stark and Iron Man, which is not considered to be a super dark. I mean, his whole drinking thing, they kind of made it a little funnier, a little more whatever. But that was a pretty serious arc where Tony Stark gets into some serious depression and goes downhill. And it lasts for a long time. I think Rhodes actually steps up and does do the Iron Man thing for legitimate, not War Machine. I think he does Iron Man for a while. Because Tony is just so out of it, and just, I mean, it's a lot. I think it's called Lost in the Bottle. So even the fun, which, I mean, you could argue the mutants, the X-Men have always been a little darker in general, just because a lot of it, Stan Lee was doing parallels with societal things and
like the Holocaust and stuff.
Yeah. So I think the tone was always a little bit darker, but.
Worthless.
But even somebody like Iron Man had a pretty dark storyline in general.
Three gods.
Yeah, Stan Lee did a very good job with writing those kind of stories.
Mm-hmm.
Gone too soon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that guy, him and who was I talking about the other day? the guy with the Beatles, Paul McCartney. Like, those are two guys that really, they hit their stride. I mean, arguably, Paul McCartney hit it sooner, but like, those are two guys that like went through like the greatest resurgence of their, like, the Beatles were, bigger than Jesus, as they said, and then he got to live a full life after. He's still going, as far as I know. And same thing with, Stan Lee. He got to see the rise of comics from,
the fruits of his labor.
Yeah.
Pan out, and he made a ton of money.
Oh yeah. Yep. Whoa! What the heck? Daniel Craig is the only real James. Honey Badger, it's like, how did you go from two moderately reasonable takes to just off the wagon? Daniel Craig isn't even James Bond. He doesn't even register as James Bond. He's the faux James Bond. He's the chump James Bond. There's no. He's a what do you call that? Not a pretender. Yes. See, Vincenzo agrees with me. Now look, I understand that my favorite Bond, which is Pierce Brosnan, is not. If you read, I haven't read the full book, but my understanding is from my British friend that Pierce Brosnan was far too polished and too gentlemanly for who Bond is. So I'll acknowledge that maybe my favorite Bond is not the quintessential Bond, but Daniel Craig. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
The best spy I've ever seen on the screen is Michael Weston from Burn Notice.
Wait, the best what on screen?
The best spy on screen.
Michael Weston.
It was this show that was out in the early 2000s, and it was the whole premise was that like when you're a spy and you get like quote unquote fired, you get like kicked out basically. He gets dumped in Miami.
Oh yeah, Burn Notice.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that series.
That's the best interpretation of a spy that I can ever think of, because now I work in that field.
Oh right, yeah, no, and I love the like, I don't know how much of it is accurate. I think some of it is, but when he's talking about like spycraft, and he's like, when you're a spy, the last thing you want to do is blah blah blah. You always want to make sure you have this and this and this. It may have been all BS, but it sounded legit.
It's very embellished, but also Bruce Campbell. I fucking love Bruce Campbell.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was a good scene. And they landed the plane. I thought they ended it pretty darn well. I mean, you had some unexpected twists in it, but they actually landed they did well with that.
Yeah, it's not something like it's not something like Dexter where the show ended and it was fucking terrible when it ended. Yeah, they ended it at a very good point. It made sense for the story, and it wasn't a bad ending. Like, solid show.
Yep. And yeah, it was great. You got a lot of comedy, you got some action, and some good drama in there as well. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I looked up Michael Weston. I was like, I'm seeing an actor who I recognize as like a character actor from a bunch of stuff. I was like, what is he talking about? And I was like, oh damn, how did I forget? And then what's her name was really cool too. Fiona.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny though. It was like,
shoot them?
Huh? Yeah, should we shoot them? I thought it was kind of funny that they didn't even they realized, and I'm not trying to diss the actress or anything, but I think it was pretty clear like she was not nailing the Irish accent, so they just kind of they write it into the show.
They wrote in a way for her to stop doing it.
Yeah. That was probably like the first notes when they got the episode back. They looked at it like, all right, she's great, but ditch the accent. It's not playing.
Yeah, and guess what? She stuck around for the whole show.
Yeah, that's another thing you don't say. What was it? Not 8 seasons? 7 or 8 seasons?
Yeah, I think it was 7 or 8. Yeah, something like that.
Which, I mean, that's impressive. That's a nice long run. That was really good. And they managed to change it up from season to season. It was like the stakes changed each time. It wasn't like just a cliffhanger. It was like, okay, now he knows who has been hiring him, at least this next version, and so now he's like, now he's on the run, or now, it's like it changes. So when you were getting into the new season, you knew it was going to be, you weren't going to be seeing the same stuff you saw in the first one.
Yeah, I very recently started rewatching that, so I'm not all the way through it, so I don't remember everything,
Of course I'm on
but
your side.
I also remember that Bruce Campbell got his own freaking like side movie off of it.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, it was like his time as a Navy SEAL.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I don't know that I
before he
saw
meets
it.
Michael again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, that's how I want to be when I retire. I just want to be Sam Axe, just drinking on beaches in Florida.
Right. Oh, yeah. Maybe I did see that. That might have been actually, like, in the last season. That might have been like a bonus disc or something. Because I feel like I saw it. I know I wouldn't have, like, I don't think I would have bought it on its own. I think I did see it, though.
Yeah, my most memorable line from it is one of the bad guys goes up in Bruce Campbell's movie. One of the bad guys goes up to one of his own guys. Is like, "Yeah, you did a very good job," and he grabs him by the shoulder. But sadly, you were killed. And he just shoots him like right in the chest. And me and my brother quote that like all the time when we're playing Halo. And we're at the end of the level, and one of us is gonna kill the other one just for fun. It's like, hey, but sadly, you were killed.
Oh my god! Yeah, I need to rewatch both that series and that because they were a lot of fun. It's just kind of nice to be able to settle in with characters for that long period of time.
Yeah, because the three main characters, also the mom too. Yeah, she was there for the whole thing. Yeah, even the mom. You start off not liking her, but
yeah,
she evolves. Good character writing. Like what we were talking about earlier. Good character writing. She changes. She evolves.
Yeah. Same with his brother. They both have character arcs. It's called a character. It's called a journey. Like you do want your characters to be different than they are at the end than they are at the beginning, just not completely different characters. Unless that's a character. Unless the character is like for crying out loud, what was it? The one with what's his face? Quantum Leap. Quantum Leap is the character is he becomes completely different people in history, and I don't even remember, I think he fixes stuff or whatever, but like that's the character is I'm a woman now. I'm an Asian dude. I'm a black dude. Like that was the character. So I mean that makes total sense. It would be weird to have a Quantum Leap where he just remains as himself. That was how the character was written. So I mean I do think it can be done to good effect when it's tied in with the essence of what that character is.
For sure.
So okay, so this is a funny quote here. I'm gonna say it. You can tell me who you think said this, and if you haven't read it, spoiler it here. The Dark Knight trilogy really turned the comic book movies into good, grounded action movies, not cheesy adaptations, goofy, cartoonish characters. So here's the problem.
Honey Badger.
Yeah, that would be Honey Badger. Here's
Something Honey Badger would say.
Although Batman.
I say that with the caveat that I agree.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, here's the thing. Batman, so the characters do not translate into real life. You cannot have Batman do what he does the way he does it in a believable world. I mean, they did a good job of... Huh?
I say, yeah, you can't do that. Because even Iron Man in his own movies, it's not believable.
Wait, what?
Like you can't do that.
Okay, gotcha.
No one has access to that many resources. It's not a believable story that you can tell.
Well, I mean, just the idea that I'm going to beat the snot out of guys, not kill them, and also never get shot, in my face with a shotgun. Like the way he does, like if you're going to hold Batman up to the light of reality, you're better off with a movie like Kick-Ass. Have you seen Kick-Ass?
Yes. I was about to immediately say that when the first time he tries to fight crime, he gets his shit kicked in. He gets stabbed and has to have like implants and shit.
Yeah. And then even later on, like, people are getting shot at, people are getting burned alive. Like that is, I would say, Kick-Ass is a far more it's a closer representation of what happens when. Now again, would Batman be better off, or Bruce Wayne, because he knows these martial arts and everything? Yes, but the way the real world rules interact with somebody like Batman, it's not what you see in Nolan's Batman. It is a fair and honest attempt to make him fit in a way, and I like it, at least the first one.
You must be clever.
But once you get down to like actually what Batman does and how he does it. Aside from him getting arthritis and blown out knees in the third movie, which apparently goes away magically as the movie goes on, there's nothing realistic about how Batman does. Oh, nor is there anything realistic. I'm sorry. This is just I'm gonna grind this gear. There is nothing realistic about a boatload of rapists, murderers, serial killers, the worst people in the world. There's nothing realistic about them saying, "Gosh, golly gee, we're not gonna blow up that other boat full of people that are exactly like the victims and the people that we've killed and done horrible things to. We're not gonna do that because we're defying human nature because this is what Batman believes we should do." That's absolute horse crap. Like, as soon as Nolan did that, you lost me. It was absolute bullcrap. There's no way that the guy just holds on to that remote and goes, "No, we've had our chance," or whatever. Like, bullcrap. I'm sorry. Serial killers, those kinds of people, they don't give a rat's ass. They would have totally done it. There's nothing realistic about that whatsoever. Goodness gracious.
Fires of oblivion.
But you know, everything else, everything other than how Batman works and you know how human nature works, everything else is pretty much spot on. Gotta say.
Heed my warning.
Going back to Marvel being gritty, I don't know why Marvel changed Thanos' reasoning to wanting to collect Infinity Stones. Wanting to get back to. I will say that's another thing. Now I get Honey Badger that they may have been a little skeptical about the audience really buying into the concept of death as a character, like, because, you know, she was actually a real thing. But I think it makes Thanos a more genuine or a more dislikable and contemptible villain, which is what you want, than what we got, which is a guy like, I'm not saying Thanos' way that he went about it was good or right, and if you have the Infinity Stones, you just change reality and make a bunch of planets and a bunch of resources and do whatever you have to do. But I was sympathetic to him in that he was not doing it for his own benefit. He wasn't doing it for revenge. He wasn't doing it because he wanted to kill. The snap was not targeted. It was just every other person. It was completely random. It was RNG. And at the end of it, he's farming on a little planet. Like, he didn't do it for wealth. He didn't do it to make himself better. He did it because he genuinely thought, he saw what overpopulation did to his planet, and he thought, with limited imagination, that the only way that he could use that power to good effect so that the universe would continue to exist was to eliminate half of the populace in one shot. Again, is it right thinking? No. Is it good? No. But I can sympathize with the guy, and he wasn't, like I said, the guy's farming. He wasn't a megalomaniacal. But some guy hopped up on his own power and completely sweating after the actual character of death and being willing to do all that nonsense just to impress her, which is ridiculous in many ways. That makes him much more of a, this guy's a jackass. Versus in the movie,
what secrets do you
I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I was like, I don't think he's a horrible dude. Like, if he in his mind he could think of a different way to have achieved sustainability in the universe, I think he would have done it. And why he couldn't, but that's where I think Marvel writers went down the crapper. They changed his motivation, but they didn't really give him a brain based on what Infinity Stones were capable of, which is infinite possibilities. Souls of the half the known universe is cooler than There's No Food.
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
Unacceptable. That's twice now. Yeah, I've been holding. I pee into a cup when I have to go. I don't get up from this chair. How dare you, sir?
Well, you're the host, so.
That's true. But I don't do that. It's actually a miracle that I don't have to go to the bathroom more often. I do think Robert Downey, Lagmeister, Robert Downey was the first time that I can think of that I was just as interested, if not more interested, in the alter ego of a superhero than I was in the superhero. Clark Kent, boring. Bruce Wayne, once you get to know the little bit about him and the fact that he's a psychotic weirdo, not much to know about the guy. Robert Downey...
RDJ, definitely perfect Iron Man, or Tony Stark.
But I'm pretty close.
Yep. Especially when like you go back into like, he's playing someone who's basically an alcoholic, and he basically suffered with like addiction in his like real life. Like, he nails that role like so well. Mm-hmm. And like tapped into that very well.
Yep. And on a superficial note, he's also entertaining to watch. Like his Tony Stark is a fun
he's
character.
also just a great actor.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much why he was like the perfect Tony Stark. Like I don't think they could ever make another Iron Man movie, and like no one is like, there's not going to be a person in the world that's not going to compare them to RDJ's version of it ever.
Mm-hmm. Quantum Leap, it was a fun show. It was an interesting premise, Blackmeister. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but it was one of the shows that I was allowed to watch as a kid, so that actually, it worked out. It was fun. You know, like MacGyver, just kind of a fun little serialized show that you could just watch and have fun with. I have not seen Penguin. Have you seen Penguin yet? I've heard a lot of good things about it. I've also heard that it's overrated, but at the very least, I've heard it's serviceable.
No, I haven't. I don't even know what that is.
So you know the Penguin, the villain, Batman villain?
Oh yeah, no. There's a show for the Penguin.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
I will say I love the fact that they had Danny DeVito play the Penguin.
Yeah, that was... He did a good job, too. Like, I will say, as much as I'm not necessarily a Tim Burton, like the aesthetic, it wasn't necessarily my jam. I think that was... I don't know about the most realistic, but it was like... It was Danny DeVito. I did not see Danny DeVito in the Penguin. He was genuinely a freak of nature. Like, they did a good job making him very, very strange and terrifying.
Danny DeVito is another one of those ones that's like you could probably give him almost any role and he'll roll with it. Yeah, he's gonna be good in it.
Wrong place for a midnight stroll.
Which is strange, like how many roles he's been in, considering. I mean, I don't. He doesn't have dwarfism, does he? I don't think he does. I think he's just.
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why he's that short, but
yeah.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia, love that show.
I've not seen that. Is he in that?
Yeah, he shows up like in the middle of season 1, and then he becomes like a permanent part of the show.
But, cool.
Oh yeah, the character he plays there, amazing.
Yeah.
Iconic Danny DeVito for me.
Okay. Yeah, I want to go back and like Taxi. Watch Taxi. I know he was a regular in that one as well. That was a little bit more of an ensemble cast. Like, well, no, I guess Always Sunny is pretty ensemble too.
Yeah, it definitely is. The fact that like all the actors, they produced the first few seasons themselves, so they had a lot of like freedom with what they wanted to do with the show.
Right.
And yeah, they leaned in very hard with what they wanted to do. Proportionist dwarfism is what he has. That makes sense because he's not. Yeah, he's not like.
I will keep
other than being a little bit wide, he's not like weirdly shaped, you know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like when you look at, you know, like when you like gestures, because usually like when you see like, I guess, is it called disproportionate dwarfism or just dwarfism under Hill? But I mean like when you see, you can tell like the head is a little bit bigger, the fingers typically are a little shorter than usual. Like yeah, Danny always threw me off because it was like he's normal dude, just seems really really short. But for that, like the amount of roles he's had that had nothing to like Penguin was not. I don't think he got the role because he was short. Personally, like I mean, maybe that was in Tim Burton's mind, but I don't think like I think he would have pulled that off great even if he was 5 or 6 feet tall. Well, maybe not 6 feet. Well, maybe could have because Penguin was never.
Yeah, like, penguins are tall. Penguins are surprisingly tall.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, like he was in Taxi. He's had roles in Man on the Moon and like you said, It's Always Sunny. Like he has roles that have nothing to do with that. Whereas usually, folks that have that like the casting ends up being you get casted because like as an Ewok or as what do they call him?
Tyrion in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like you have like that's part of the prerequisites to play that role is you have to have that.
Yeah.
Where Danny DeVito is just. Also, I think it's probably because I would imagine that he's just a fucking really hilarious guy.
Yeah.
People just get along with him, and they're just like, "Screw it, we'll give you this role." Yeah, I feel like he's one of those actors, kind of like Jim Carrey, where like no one has anything bad to say about them ever. So I just feel like Danny DeVito is one of those ones where it's like, yeah, it's just a cool dude to be around.
Yep. Yeah, he's one of those ones that,
with.
like until you say his name or you think about it, like he doesn't have a what you would think of like outstanding career, but like he was more than a character actor, but it was very low key. Like you just don't think, oh, movie star, but you're like, dang, now he's been around for a long time and he's been in some really good projects. And he does great in the roles. Like I don't feel like I've ever seen, and part of it is I haven't seen a lot of interviews with him. So I don't know that I know like what the actual Danny DeVito, like how he actually, like what he's like. But like you said, I imagine he's got a pretty darn good personality.
I mean, you would have to be that short.
Right.
I say this because I was surprised when I first saw it. I was like, damn, you're tall.
Thank you.
But for some reason I thought you'd be shorter in person.
Yeah, no, it's well, I mean, because I think it's been the same. There were some other streamers that when they say how tall they are, because all you see is their shoulders, and they're always sitting down, so you have no perspective. So you just average height 5'6", 5'8", somewhere around there. But yeah, I mean, there's guys that are like 6'4", 6'5", and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, they got me beat by quite a bit.
Yeah, there's this one content creator I watch on. Well, I don't watch him, but he pops up on like my Facebook shorts or whatever. And his whole thing is that he's like, he just only does like a head thing, and he's just like looking off, commenting on a video that he saw that's like really ridiculous. But like for a physical description, it's a black guy with like dreads, and based off the face, he looks like he's really skinny. But then he did a video where he was like, yeah, you probably wouldn't expect me to have this, and he just like flexes. dude has like. Honestly, I could probably wrap both of my arm or my hands around his like bicep and it wouldn't be enough. I was like, damn, that dude's yoked. He's like, but yeah, you wouldn't guess that because all I am is a floating head on the internet.
Right? All right. Okay. So I'm a little confused here. I feel like some things got merged here. So Honey Badger says, I have to respectfully disagree. Big surprise there. I don't want to view the main villain of the universe as, he's not actually that bad. Neither do I, Honey Badger. I don't want to either. That's why I said I wish they would have gone the death route, because the way they did it, I don't think he was all that bad. And it's not because I don't want to. I just think his motivation for it, like the main motivation, what makes a villain is selfishness, like ambition, as in like, I'm going to make the world, I'm going to do this, my vision, my this, my that. It's all about self-fulfilling. It's all about selfishness. It's about like, I'm going to make myself better. I'm going to amass wealth. I'm going to lead the world and lead the universe in a new era and whatever else. It's usually the selfishness and hubris of that level of ambition that we see in villains, and the desire for power. Thanos didn't have that. He didn't desire power in and of itself. He wanted it to enact something that he thought was going to make the universe a better place, but didn't involve him being the center of it, didn't involve him being the lord of it. It wasn't like, I'm going to acquire this power and rule over you. Like I said, unless I remember incorrectly, because I only saw the movie once, we find him plowing a field off in the middle of nowhere. He's not ruling over anyone. He didn't become wealthy or anything. He literally did it thinking that was going to be the best for people. I don't want that as my main villain either. That's why I wish they went with a different thing. How that intertwines with Nolan having the bad guys not blow up the good guys in Dark Knight.
Thank you.
I don't know how those two intertwined. That's just unrealistic. It's ridiculous to think that a boat full of serial killers and like some of the worst people that have overtly killed other people and stomped on their rights to live are suddenly going to have a change of heart for what? And especially when their lives are on the line. It wasn't like, oh, hey, blow up this boat and we'll give you $1 million. I think they would have done it for money, but I guarantee you, with people with their own lives on the line, they're not giving a damn about those people in the other boat. So the problem with that, though, is that Batman looks like an idiot, because Batman's like, people are really good. Even the bad ones are really awesome. I believe in the goodness of Gotham City. And it's like, Joker had it right. No, when you do this, when you give people the chance, they will kill each other. That is like demonstrable human nature and human behavior. So to have a boat of quote unquote normal, if you just had two boats of innocent, just normal people who are not convicted of horrible crimes, if you just had two boats like that, guarantee you there are going to be people on both boats that are going, blow the other one up. You might have some pushback from some folks, but on the whole, you're going to have people panicking, scrambling, trampling over themselves to get to this remote to blow the other boat up because all they're thinking about is their own life. And I'm not saying they're wrong for doing so necessarily, but to say it's an entire boat full of just criminals and not like, oh, I stole somebody's wallet. Like, we're talking about the worst of the worst. And to believe that when their lives are on the line, they're just going to be like, well, this guy doesn't want to kill him. He's got a great point. It strains credulity for the sake of making Batman not look like a complete moron, and I don't think that works.
So I have to say, what villain was Honey Badger talking about? Do you know?
Well, that's what. So the initial one that we were talking about was Thanos and the whole snap thing. But
see, okay, so I think that was fine because they did enough of his backstory in his own movie. Because again, like Infinity War is Thanos' movie, basically.
Right.
So they did enough of that to explore why he would even want to do something like that. Mm-hmm. And then also the directors have, it's outside the movie, but the directors have even come in and said like, when Thanos snapped, he was also viable to get dusted.
Now, but see, and my point in that is, that's not a villain that I hate to like. I go, man, he's not very bright. Like, you can do a lot of cool stuff with Infinity Stones that don't involve wiping out the populace. But I don't think he doesn't come across as an evil person. Like you said, he could have very well killed himself in the act of just trying to stabilize. In his mind, he was stabilizing the universe, possibly to his detriment. And so I don't hate him as much as I would like to hate a main villain. So that was my point. Was I would have liked him to have been pining, doing everything he did to court Lady Death like he did, or just Death in the comic. He did everything he did to be like, hey, I killed a bunch of people. Don't you love me now? I think that's a superficial...
for Lady Death or whatever.
Yeah. And I think that's a selfish, superficial, stupid reason to kill people. And I can be against a villain who does that. The way he did it in Infinity, I'm like, he's the bad guy. We want to stop him from killing half the universe. I get that. But as a villain, I'm like, I still don't hate the guy for it. And so I agree with you, Honey Badger. I don't want to view the main villain of the universe as he's not actually that bad. But I do, because they portray him as such. He is not the megalomaniacal, power-hungry, you will all worship me villain that normally we get. He's kind of like Ed Harris. Have you ever seen The Rock?
No.
Ed Harris in The Rock, he is a former military serviceman, officer, who the reason why he essentially he was witness to people dying, being ordered to go in and do stuff for their country. They died, and the government disavowed they ever existed. Like, they're just like, there's no funeral, no money for the widows, for the families. They're dead. Nothing ever happened. What are you talking about? And he didn't like that. So when his wife died, he said, okay, I promised I would never do this while you were alive, but I have to do this to make things right. And so he, with non-lethal force, mind you, has a group of mercenaries grab these containers of poison gas, takes over Alcatraz, where there happen to be some people there, takes them as hostages again, doesn't kill anybody. At this point, there's non-lethal force, and he is using this nerve gas, as a bluff to get the government to cough up, I don't know how much it was, $10 million or something, to send to the widows and the families of people, of the servicemen who were killed. So it's not for him. It's not to make him wealthy. It's to give the families of deceased soldiers and to give those soldiers proper burial. So that's his reasoning for doing everything. And he doesn't kill people in order to achieve that. He renders them unconscious, and he does have the gas, but he actually says, when they're like, we don't deal with terrorists, and his mercenary guys are like, well, then we're going to shoot the missiles, right? Because we're not going to get the money if we don't show that we're willing to do it. He said, they called our bluff. I'm not willing to murder people to make, people that, to honor I don't honor the dead by killing more people just to just make that happen. They've called our bluff. It's over. And they're like, no. And so it goes out of hand because now the mercenaries turn on him and he ends up getting killed. But like a sympathetic villain, like you don't hate Ed Harris's character because the reason he's doing it, and he's not hypocritical. He's not killing people for an end to the means. He's doing things that are against the law, but he's doing it in order to benefit family who otherwise have been deprived of their loved ones and not even acknowledge that they did anything or that they ever existed. So that's another character, another villain, quote unquote, who I don't hate. And I don't mind nuance, but that's also a more, I'm not going to say a grounded movie, but that's not a comic book movie should have comic book villains. It should have Doctor Doom. I'm going to take over the world and enslave everyone. That's a villain I can get behind killing. I think they flubbed it with Thanos, and I wouldn't say he was sympathetic, but I'm like, okay. I mean, he went about it the wrong way, but he didn't, it wasn't all about him, it just...
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Kind of like if we hop back in chat like a few messages ago when I think it was Heinberg said he was a different kind of, in quotes, villain. I think that's the main reason why he stuck with people, because all the other villains in all the Marvel movies were just kind of like, oh, big bad, I want to do selfish things.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, this kind of makes sense for like the end of the saga. They want something different. But yeah, I'll agree with everyone. Like, yeah, not the best written one, but it was different for everything that they had done, and they hyped him up enough, and they fleshed him out enough to like at least make it plausible for us to at least like him in a way.
Right.
Which is kind of like a weird thing to say.
Well, that's why I'm confused. 'Cause I thought Henry Badger was saying he wished that they had stuck to the comic book motives, which was, to impress Death, versus doing this other thing. So I thought we were in agreement on that, but he's saying I have to disagree.
Oh, no, they should have kept that element of it, because then you could have, they could have done it to where like they're spinning, or they're putting in Thanos at the end of all these end credits movies, building him up to be the big bad. He has 2 movies about how he wins and then he loses, and now there's like another thing past him that they eventually have to deal with, like maybe 5-6 movies down the line or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, you could have done something cool with that too. I do agree that like there's more storytelling that they could have done if he was trying to please Lady Death.
Right.
But I think it worked well enough for the movie. They probably did cripple themselves a little bit by not leaning into that.
Yeah, I just don't know what, because I mean, it's pretty powerful stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, I just remember reading the comic and I go, okay, it's, I think honestly, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, because it's not based on like something I read, but like the trying to take an abstract concept, I mean, to a degree, an abstract concept like death. Not that we don't know what death is, but to try to personify death. I think they probably were like, I don't know. The people, like the same reason why they never did like the cosmic battle with like Galactus or whatever. It's like people are, oh no, that's what happens. I think so. If they stuck to that, it ends up being. I'm trying to remember what like. It's like 1 page in the comic book, but it's like Thanos taking down like all the gods or all the titans or whatever. It's like you can't even really show it because it would just be like too big. So I don't even know that it played all that well in the comic, but yeah, like in other words, the same thing with not the Mandalorian, the Mandarin in Iron Man 3. I think they avoided going hardcore Mandarin, actual Mandarin, because okay, we're introducing magic into what we're trying to show as kind of a more realistic world, with Iron Man. So I think that's why we got the counterfeit Mandarin, because they didn't want to actually, at the time they were shying away from, here's magic and sorcery and whatever. I think it's kind of the same thing, even though they did have Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I was going to say they dropped Doctor Strange like a year or 2 later.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could have nothing to do with it, but my only reason I can think is that they didn't want to have it be some like, wait, what, death is a person now, and then what does that mean when people die? And I could see them just being like, our audience isn't going to get it.
Yeah, it's also kind of like with the new Thor movie when they go to, what is that, I think Eternity or whatever, and it's like, it's not really shown as a thing, or like as a being, but it's presented to you in the movie as that. So it's like kind of weird, because they end up meeting Eternity, and that's like a whole thing in the movies, or not the movies, the comics. I know it is, even though I don't read comics. I say all this just knowing a bunch of trivia, basically kind of level things. But yeah, they introduced that into the universe, but like, yeah, like why wouldn't you just do? I can kind of see why they wouldn't do the whole Lady Death thing. Also, I think they should have ran with the Mandarin. I think they totally should have done that.
It would be interesting. It would be interesting. And you do have, I think there is, because I haven't read a ton. I've read some Iron Man, but I think there is. I mean, kind of to Honey Badger's point, which I'm happy to concede whenever I can. Just unfortunately, he's a horrible idea. But love you, Honey Badger. If you're trying to make something realistic, if you're saying, okay, we're trying to again establish this comic book universe as a more realistic thing, as much as comic books can. I think you have a problem then, whereas in a comic book, you can fudge things to be like, oh, hey, here's magic and how it interacts with technology, and here's how technology can trump magic, and here's all the rules. But it's very comic book-y in terms of kind of what we were talking about earlier, where, well, now you have this thing, you have this MacGuffin, or now you have this exception, and it works for a comic book. It works for that medium and that audience, which is typically, generally, a younger group. I think it's a little bit harder to iron that out in while trying to keep it realistic, quote unquote.
Yeah, especially when you think about the fact that they have multiple franchises in terms of like movie series that tie into each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like how do you tie in? That's why Doctor Strange probably doesn't show up in like anything else. Because how do you tie in magic to like Captain America fighting someone?
Right, and how do you effectively, what do they call that? It's like a magic system. Like you have to have, like, what are the limitations of it? Like, because every time something would happen, you say, well, why can't he do the magic thing on that, or why can't it's too indefinite. Whereas with Iron Man, you go, okay, the suit has to have some kind of threshold of damage, and you establish it. You go, he took a round from a freaking tank. And we see a little bit of like, carbon scoring or whatever on his armor, but there's no dent there, there's no damage. So we know the armor can withstand that level of a blow. So when we see him getting kicked around and dragged, we know, okay, that's fine. We understand the suit of armor, we're supposed to believe, can withstand these kind of, concussions and ballistics or whatever. But we also know the power, at least in the first one, is not it has a limitation. Power is low, so there is a limit on that and how much he has to use. So like there's ways, it's easier to cap technology and kind of have the audience understand what the stakes are. Whereas with magic, it's like, well, why don't you use your little finger wave thing? Well, in this realm, I can only wave 2 fingers.
But then you also have the one scene in Infinity War when Thanos uses the power gauntlet, and I think the power in Space Stone to throw the moon down at the planet. And Tony Stark just casually says, hey, if you throw another moon at me. Like, okay, so Iron Man can just survive a moon being thrown at him?
Well, I wonder about the physicality. Well, yeah, because it's like, I don't know, because the mass, I'm trying to think of like the mass moving, like would it move, like how would that even hit him? I don't know. But I mean, we also, I would say, I've got to say, even Tony Stark's, like to my point, after, I would almost say in Iron Man 2, certainly Iron Man 3 and anything beyond that, we start to lose that more or less concrete, like understanding of what the limitations of the suit are. When the suit is micro nanobytes or nanotechnology and it can form on him at will and he can make extensions and do all that stuff.
It's just fantasy at that point.
Yeah. Then we're in the same boat with the magic, and that's where we end up with, at Endgame, where he's saying something like that and you're going, I'm guessing his suit can probably do it. I mean, his suit is going to suit, at this point, its limitations.
Yeah. Also, so I can half agree with Honey Badger when it comes to, God, how do you pronounce his name?
Thank you.
The guy who did the last 2 Thor movies.
Hemsworth?
No, not the actor. The director.
Taiki Waititi?
Yeah. So I will say he makes entertaining movies.
Yes.
They're entertaining to watch. They're very fun to watch, and especially compared to the 2 previous movies for Thor that there were. I will say that they're better just to watch. But also, yeah, like the problem is like Thor is more of like a magical character, and he kind of spliced it into a sci-fi thing, which I don't think is a bad idea. But I don't think it was really that bad in either of them, because at the end of Endgame he teamed up with the Guardians of the Galaxy, so like it kind of made sense. But yeah, you have like this guy whose power is based off of his hammer or his war axe, whatever Mjolnir is at the time.
Right.
But yeah, now you have like interdimensional space travel stuff going on. It's like, why doesn't Thor just show up for like every bad thing that happens on Earth? He cares a lot for Earth, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's demonstrative.
Thor 1 by Kenneth Branagh was... See, I do see... Alright, so Honey Badger, I do appreciate the way the first two Thor movies portrayed him as like a mythical being. They didn't execute it well. At least in mine.
Yeah. Here's the problem. Like, so the Thor, not Love and Thunder, but the Thor Ragnarok was like I think it was straddling almost a perfect balance between Thor being a little too like Thor 1 and 2. I mean, I can't even say Thor 2 because I couldn't watch that more than once. Thor 1 I did watch again. And yeah, I like the journey that it goes on, but yeah, it was very, I mean, it was directed by what's his name? The British stage actor, Kenneth Branagh, who, he's fine, he's a talented guy and everything, but it does come across as a very Shakespearean like play almost. The costumes are very costumey. It's not like trying to replicate. It doesn't look like where Lord of the Rings did it, where it's like this is battle scarred, whatever armor. It looks very much like they're wearing props. But I think, getting to the point, I think the Ragnarok is a nice meeting of Thor being serious and still taking him serious to a degree, while also adding some levity to, I would say, some needed levity to his character and to what he's doing. He's not the thee thou. I think it does stray a little too far into the casual approach to him, and the next one just bastardizes him as a character completely. I think they needed to rein that back a little bit. But I guess I would agree with you both in that I did find Ragnarok to be the first entertaining Thor movie, where Thor himself was kind of, funny. And it didn't hurt that, Hemsworth had, like, they did some sketch or something like that before that movie came out, where he was like roommates with somebody, and it was like a day in the life of Thor, the roommate kind of deal. So they kind of prepared us for that. But I think who ended up beating, like, there was a lot, there were some things I did not much care for in Ragnarok, and some of the way he was treated in it. Again, I think they just laid a little too heavily into it. And we saw Taika Waititi with no holds barred. We saw Thor: Love and Thunder is the end result. So whatever was holding him back in Ragnarok went away.
I was like, again, it's an entertaining movie to watch, but then when you like kind of like go back and look on it, you're like, it wasn't really like that great. Because I watched it in theaters because I was big on the Marvel stuff when that movie came out. But yeah, like I think Ragnarok kind of had it almost perfect. Like that's like the closest blend of like the humor and the seriousness of it that the Thor movies had.
Yeah.
But Love and Thunder, trash.
Yeah. What was it Taika Waititi said? He said, I think I'm gonna just, he said...
Actually, read Honey Badger's last comment in chat. I think that sums it up pretty well.
Oh, let's see.
Because Chris Hemsworth is not a terrible actor or anything. I think he plays Thor pretty perfectly, almost.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Even in the first one, I thought his portrayal was... well, let's see. Hemsworth even admitted that they had too much fun on set of Thor: Love and Thunder, so much that it made the movie goofy and not a good portrayal of what the character should have been. Hemsworth is Thor. Yeah, no, he was spot on. I think he was good, and like he rolled with whatever like yeah, again, I think the Kenneth Branagh version was a little more stilted, a little more rigid. But I think he
with
played
it though, and he nailed it by rolling with it.
Yep. And then he went with Waititi. But like I remember when they were playing who was it? Is it that I can't remember the name of that song, but come from the land of the ice and snow with
Oh yeah, dude, that was actually a really good scene. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah, where it's like, whoa, you get the power. So I think they did a good job of, you know, again, like not taking away not his menace, but the power of the actual character. They did a good job of reviving that after kind of nerfing him hardcore throughout the movie. But you never really took it incredibly serious. There was never anything where you really felt like you were watching something with high stakes. It was just, but I think, yeah, I that's exactly what you said. So I'm just repeating it. But yeah, it's where you're not really. It didn't do the story justice, but it was an entertaining thing to watch in a vacuum, I guess. But Hemsworth was fun pretty much in everything. Even when he was Fat Thor, I hated that. I hated going that route with the character. But
like, he leaned into it so well.
Oh yeah. The man, he definitely is not somebody who strikes me as having an ego. He just is like, all right, let's just do whatever. You know, it's a good time. It's a good time.
Yeah. I think that's why Marvel will probably, at least for now, they've had a very good choice when it comes to the actors playing their characters. Because even Chris Evans is Captain America. The first time I saw Chris Evans act was in Not Another Teen Movie.
Oh, really?
So seeing him be Captain America is like kind of goofy to me, but like obviously he's a good actor.
Well, yeah. So my first thing, he was Johnny Blaze or whatever that in the Fantastic Four.
Yeah. That's another one. He also played that role very well.
Yeah, but yeah, him going from smarmy, you know, angsty guy to Captain America. But yeah, he does. He embodies. I feel like every actor, for the most part that I can think of, embodies that their characters very well. Like none of them, it's like it doesn't really fit. Like I thought the casting was really good, which is impressive.
Even like the side characters, you know, like the Winter Soldier, Nebula, like they all just like nail it.
Oh yeah. There's nobody that really stuck out as like not really pulling the character off. I mean, there were some characters I didn't like, but it wasn't. I don't think it was the actor's fault. I think it was just how the character was written. But,
yeah, that's more like a writing issue.
Yeah. Which, I mean, when you think about it, the odds of nailing the casting for that many, especially when you hear... Now, I think some of it is BS, especially if you're talking Hollywood system. I think you've got enough access to, between casting directors and all this other stuff, I think you can find the right person. When people are like, oh, this is the best person for the role, I'm pretty sure... when that actor doesn't match the role at all, when they don't pull off the role, it seems like they're just shoehorned in for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure it's not because they literally couldn't find somebody better. But even still, I mean, you do know that there's pros and cons. Like, because I was watching the casting for like the Avatar, the Last Airbender, what's
live action?
M. Night Shyamalan's version, the live action,
the live action one.
Yeah. And he's like, he casted the guy who played Aang, the kid who played Aang. He said he based it off of his martial arts. And I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure
he's a good actor.
Right, exactly. So I'm like, I don't think there was like, and even if he was serviceable-ish, I'm like, I'm pretty sure you could find somebody who's able to learn the choreography needed and is actually a damn good actor. I don't think he was the best. Like, he was the best you could find that could do both, because he was horrible. But yeah, so but regardless of how or why, whatever the Hollywood thing is going behind the scenes, the fact that they were able to nail the casting for pretty much every role that they did for a decade and plus some is pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, very few replacements. Like what, Rhodey got replaced, and like that was it.
And that wasn't even a miscast. That was just however you want to look at it. The actor and the studio did not agree on his compensation.
Yeah, and even that first guy that played Rhodey, like, also not bad, not a bad performance.
No, that's what I'm saying. I was looking forward to seeing him, like when he's like, next time, baby. I was like, oh hell yeah, let's get that going. I like Don Cheadle. I like him cool. I think Terrence Howard was a was overall a better road. Just in my, for whatever reason, he strikes me. When I think of that character, I think of more of like Terrence Howard. But I like Don Cheadle as an actor, and I think he did fine in it.
He did perfectly average.
Yeah,
for like
yeah.
just side character, did it very well, and yeah, you can tell he has his own personality with the character.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I'm gonna move here. Why are we bringing Power Rangers into it? What? I don't think so. Is it better than Mighty Morphin? What isn't better than the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Come on, Lagmeister. You're of my generation. How in the world could you be a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers fan? What is going on? Okay. So Honey Badger is a big fan. So that gives me pause now. That unfortunately gives me pause. So I heard Penguin is a great show, but the fact that Honey Badger saying it's a great show makes me think it might not be a great show, because typically it's the opposite with Honey Badger. That's just kind of how it works. So I'm now a little skeptical about how good it is, but for now I'll still say it's probably good.
What streaming platform is that Penguin show on? Because I might start watching that.
I don't know. Honey Badger can let you know. I don't know. I haven't seen it myself. I've just heard enough people talk about it that whose opinion I do.
On Max. Okay, good. I pay for HBO Max. Cool.
Oh, there you go. Power Rangers versus X-Men. Power Rangers win. What? Of course that's Honey Badger. Of course. Unless Wolverine is involved. So Wolverine is... Come on. Magneto...
Okay, but you also have Storm.
Yeah. Storm... I mean, shoot. Cyclops. Cyclops would cut the freaking morphine robot thing in half.
Before they do their stupid, pose. Time to transform.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, shoot. Nightcrawler, teleport inside of the cockpit, knock him out. There you go. You lost your chest piece, and your whole little Zorp thing is down the tubes. There's no competition there. That's a no-brainer. Original... Wait, Lagmeister Turncoat. Seriously, dude. I expect this from Honey Badger. He has a reputation. I have to go with the original Power Rangers over the X-Men animated series. Rogue? She's Wonder Woman times 1,000. There's no way Rogue would just absolutely kick butt. Rogue could single-handedly take on the Power Rangers. There's no question. No question. And she's in the X-Men animated series. Exactly. Xavier has the mind powers. Huh?
Honey Badger does say, all his past, in quotes, indiscretions aside, Penguin is probably the best show in years. So, you're really hyping it up, buddy. Yeah. Vincenzo, you're gonna have to be. Your mind is gonna be blown. I will say, from what I understand, if nothing else, it's just impressive that all of the performance you're gonna get from the Penguin character is coming through Colin Farrell. The really cool, Irish guy. I don't know who that is.
Oh gosh. So this is not his best role, but if you do see the Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Oh my God, that was early 2000s too, right?
Yep.
I haven't seen it since then.
Well,
and I would have been like 10.
Okay. Well, if you look up Colin Farrell, he's a I'm just gonna say it as he's a sexy man. He's a good looking dude. Usually plays kind of like a guy that you would think is like that. Now he was bald in here I'll show you. I've got the power of the interwebs right here. There we go. There's Colin Farrell right there. There, like I said, just kind of a classically good looking guy. He could probably be a better James Bond than friggin' Daniel Craig. Anyway,
yeah, he for sure could be a better James Bond. That's who I would see being a spy. Yeah,
exactly. But that's Penguin. Look at this. Look at this image of Penguin show. That's him. So if for no other reason, looking at that guy through all that makeup, through all those prosthetics, and just for that alone, I just give it huge kudos. Not even seeing necessarily it, but the fact that he's able to pull that off.
Yeah, he looks like he takes very good charge of that role.
Yeah.
Just in that screenshot right there.
and so I would never I still look at that and go, no. I could think of any number of actors who look like that without prosthetics. I would never believe that's Colin Farrell, but yeah, that's yeah. Somehow he does it. So yeah, so I'm willing to believe it for sure. Just blows my mind how much Danny DeVito looks like Schwarzenegger. You talk about twins. I never saw it. Did you ever see Twins? I mean,
oh yeah, that one movie.
Yeah. It's because they're twins. Wonder Twins activate.
Yeah, I was about to say something, but that comment caught me off guard. I forgot that Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger did a movie like that.
Yeah, me too. I never saw it, but I did remember that. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of it and I've seen like clips of it.
Okay, Honey Badger. So we got it cleared up. It was just a miscommunication, and I did not articulate or come across clearly. So we got that reconciled. We're on the same page exactly with it. But you respectfully disagreed, Honey Badger, which you normally don't say that you respectfully disagree. But in that case, you respectfully disagreed, which was fine because it turned out we weren't actually disagreeing anyway. Yeah, and yes, yeah, Honey Badger had showed you, but yeah, it is a deck full of commons that I have like multiple doubles of. It's a 52 card deck, and I just shuffle it because I like the feel of it. So that's that.
Are those your magic cards that you just opened?
No, I mean I opened a while ago, but yeah, it was a set that I opened. I just wanted to experience the whole open the card packs and see what you get and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is how many in a booster pack. This is how many duplicates. So in Magic, you can have up to 4 cards of a certain kind in your of the same name in your deck. So this is how many that were over 4 copies in those. So that's quite a few. But I like to say night, y'all.
That's a decent chunk.
It is, but that's all right. Sorry, Dano, I missed saying goodnight. That's why I'm trying to catch up right now because I'm pretty sure folks are going to be Sauron versus Robotech. Sauron from X-Men or Sauron as in
Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Rings. And Sauron with ring, Sauron without ring. But either way, I'm going to say... we never really get what Sauron, how corporal his form is and how resilient it is. Because he doesn't really take form in the trilogy. I don't think he takes form in the book either. If he got the ring, he would have, but without it, I don't even know that he can exert physical force by himself. So I'd have to go with Robotech.
It's also been so long since I've seen. My God, it really has been like 15 years since I saw Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a while. I could not tell you the plot of that movie at all. Or those movies.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty straight. Destroy the ring. That's pretty much it. There's a lot of other side stuff in there, but it's pretty much destroy the ring, and the only place it can be destroyed so that the bad guy doesn't get it, because if the bad guy gets it, the world is over pretty much for all good people.
You watch any Kevin Smith movies?
No. I think I may have seen one once, but like none of the Jay and Silent Bob stuff or anything.
Yeah,
Mallrats
too. Remember he was roasting. He's like, "Oh, here's the first Lord of the Rings movie," and he just kind of like casually walks across the room. Here's the second one, and he like pretends to like trip over himself.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the third one, and then he does the animation of dropping the ring in the fire. He does like a shrug afterwards, like, "Ugh."
Right.
He's like, even the trees talk in that movie.
Yeah, and they talk very, very slow. They talk very, very slow. Chris Evans makes a good villain in the sense that you hate the villain that he plays, like Mark Harmon from NCIS. You see him in a villain role, like in Crossfire Trails. You hate him. I mean, I think that's a good actor in general. One that you can. Don Cheadle was awesome in that Captain Planet thing. I'm not familiar with that. There was a Captain Planet with Don Cheadle. Let me see.
Huh. Never heard of that.
I mean, I've heard of both Captain Planet and Don Cheadle, but I've never. Oh, wait! It's a GIF. Okay, it's a joke. It's that's Don Cheadle as. Wait, I think it is. Oh, a parody video. Wait, does he actually? No. Oh no. Okay, so we did take the role. spoofing the character.
Can you scroll back up to the picture and zoom in on it?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find a higher resolution because I can't.
Well, you can just like control mouse click and zoom in.
Oh, can I? Oh, okay. There. I didn't know I could do that. Hey.
I just want to know what he looked like.
Oh,
I don't like that at all. That's uncanny.
No, yeah, that's. You know what? I give props to any actor. Like, one of the reasons I like Carl Urban, who was the guy who played Theoden in Lord of the Rings. He played Bones in the new Star Trek, and more importantly, to my point, Judge Dredd or Dredd in the newest Judge Dredd. Any actor who's willing to be goofy, any actor who's willing to have their face obscured and not have to worry about like, oh, hey, look at me, this is who I am. Like, those guys just get, I just give them credit. Like, Don Cheadle, just, my estimation of him goes way up. Just that he was willing to do something that goofy and campy.
Yeah. Also, Carl Urban was in Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah. Yep.
And also Star of the Boys. Love that show.
Yeah. He was in the. Yep. He's in the Boys. Yep. He's in the Boys.
He's also gonna play in the next Mortal Kombat movie that's coming out. I think it's supposed to come out next year. He's gonna be Johnny Cage, of all people.
So, first of all, I love that idea, but he is so freaking old. I'm kind of like Johnny Cage is supposed to be late 30s, early 40s, maybe.
Yeah, but I think Carl Urban's like about that age. He looks good enough that he can pull that look off, probably.
I mean, trust me, I'd be happy to see it, and I don't know in terms of like a personality casting that there would be anybody better. I'm like, man, I wish we could have got Carl Urban from Lord of the Rings age versus now. But yeah, he's a good dude. He seems like a really good guy. A lot of people that just seem to have fun. Immigrant Song, yeah, Honey Badger. That's what I was awkwardly singing.
Yeah, no. MKX Johnny Cage would be older, but this is the movie universe that's come out. But the last MK movie came out in 2020, I think, or 2021. Yeah, but Johnny Cage wasn't in that one. He's gonna be in the next one, and Carl Urban is playing him. But I think Carl Urban has like a good enough, like, you know, he's healthy enough to be able to play someone that young, or that would look that young.
Well, here's the thing: if he pulls off the martial arts part, you're good to go. Like, that's really the. Oh, he was also in Red, which was a fantastic movie. I love this character in that as well. But yeah, if he can pull off, if they can just get him to do the moves believably. Or however they're going to do it with CG, stunt doubles, whatever. As long as we believe that he has the physical aspect of it down, I think it doesn't matter the age. Like, we'll just be like, okay, yep, that's Johnny Cage. However old he is, he's just that old. Because I think his personality is going to be what carries it.
Oh yeah, it for sure is. Carl Urban has a good personality when it comes to acting. I mean, he's playing a British dude in The Boys, and plays like someone with an American accent in Thor Ragnarok. So clearly he's got some good range.
Yeah, and he's Australian, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Like,
exactly. He's playing like different. I think.
Care to make a friendly wager?
Yeah. And I do agree, Honey Badgers. This will be our third time that our fourth time, because one of them wasn't actually a disagreement. Terrence Howard comes across as a badass Air Force pilot more than Don Cheadle. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. I think he was going to be great. I think Don Cheadle did well with the role, but I do think Terrence Howard as a first choice was, like, if I had to choose between the two, I think Terrence Howard would have nailed Rhodey better. But I think Don Cheadle did fine as an alternative. But I would have liked to see Terrence. Would have liked to see Terrence in the role again, but
yeah, I would have too. Especially now that I've had time in the military. He looks like the kind of guy that like has the potential to like do kind of things that like I know he has done in the comics where he like can go rogue. Terrence Howard has like that kind of like attitude when he was playing the character, like that he could do that.
Yeah.
And pull it off pretty well.
All right, Underhill. Yeah, I will take a gander at that then. Yeah, I thought you were totally joking, because let's face it, that's not totally off brand. But And I thought it was a GIF or something, but yeah, no, you're right. It is that's it. And he was talking about the. It's hilarious. I'll check that out. That's. It is disturbing, to Vincenzo's point, but again, I just like the fact that it was done. But yeah, and I think Honey Badger, the catch with Sauron is it's his when he's apart from the ring, it's his potential menace that he himself. I mean, obviously he's doing stuff, but his real threat is the reunited with the ring. So that's why I'm saying I think it's a little bit different. If he's still a problem, he's still a clear and present threat, but until he gets to the ring, he's not unstoppable, or in whatever way he would have been unstoppable, I guess. But I do agree also, the Penguin, whoever did the Penguin makeup needs to get an Oscar. Just from the screenshot, not even seeing it in motion, but I have seen, like, it's showing me previews, like in a little corner there, and it looks,
that looks good. Also, like, you have to think, like, the makeup artist also pick out, like, the outfits and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like, pretty good all around there.
Yeah. Oh, you know, that's a good point, though. I do think, again, I don't know how it works in the cinematic universe now, but Carl Urban would have fit the bill for Kano as well. I do. From what I remember of that character, he could have pulled that off.
I will say the actor that played Kano in the most recent Mortal Kombat movie nailed it, like, perfectly.
Oh, okay.
He was actually the highlight of the movie, because I remember I was watching it with my brother for the first time, and the whole time we were shitting on the movie because we were like, this is terrible. But every time that, like, Kano did anything, we're like, that's amazing. That actor, like, nailed it. Because they also present him as, like, oh, he might be able to be a good guy, but it's Kano. He's a greedy bastard.
Nice try.
And the actor led into that, like, very hard. And yeah, he did a very good job.
Okay. So yeah, so maybe while Carl Urban may have been able to do the role, they've already got somebody killing.
Yeah. Kano was the highlight of the last Mortal Kombat movie. He did such a great job. I remember they were talking about, like, their powers, and they had to unlock it by basically getting their asses beat constantly. And Kano unlocked his eye laser by getting his ass beat by Kung Lao. Mm-hmm. As soon as it happened, he was like, "Oh yeah, you little monk bitch! Like, I got a laser eye. That's better than your hat." Oh, like, he just leaned into it, like, super hard. I was like, "Damn, good acting." Obviously, way better than what I just did, but yeah.
No, but I could hear it. I could hear it through.
Yeah, you have to have the Australian accent attached to it.
Speaking of which, apparently I was wrong. Carl Urban is not from Australia. He's from New Zealand. I could be forgiven because the accents aren't
very similar.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think South Africa and New Zealand probably sound much more alike than Australia, but they all kind of have that little bit of twang, whatever thing. It's slightly. I mean, they're different enough. I should have known, but big fan of Carl Urban. I just don't know what continent he hails from. So here's the question then, Honey Badger, because Honey Badger brings up a good point. If Sauron had enough time, he beats everyone. So, for all the comparisons we've had, Sauron or Batman? These are both characters whose potential and ability to plan apparently gives them their menace and their edge or their abilities. So does Sauron beat Batman or does Batman beat Sauron? I don't think there is.
I'm glad Honey Badger agrees with me that Kano was the best part of the most recent Mortal Kombat movie. Because he really was.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, was he like, honestly, he was like the best. Just best performance, best actor, most entertaining thing to watch in general in that movie.
I think my brother-in-law saw it. I haven't even seen the previews for it. He saw it and he's like, if you like Mortal Kombat, this actually gives you kind of what you want. Like if you're used to seeing the stuff in the game, like it pretty much is what they do in the games, but just in a movie. Like, well,
it kind of did. It kind of did, to an extent. I don't like the story per se. but you know they did what they could because it's most people can't write a good video game adaptation.
I mean, I will say I will give them a little bit of breathing room, well, not breathing room, but a little like to. I think fighting games are particularly hard. Like I don't know why they couldn't do other video game stuff. Like, okay, if you've got to change, change some things, about like the what they're trying to do or how long it takes or the way they have to do it. Like you can make tweaks to it. But fighting games are just kind of hard because you're supposed to be rooting for protagonists, but people have their own favorites in terms of which ones they're playing. And before, the newer versions of the fighting games, they weren't necessarily good or bad guys. It was just these are guys fighting. And then I think Mortal Kombat kind of made that distinction a little bit clearer. But it's like, what do you do when your whole thing is just people fighting people, and for whatever reason, the good guys are never fighting the good guys or having to Mortal Kombat the good guys, and you can't really have it be Mortal Kombat because they can't die. So it's like Street Fighter. Like, how do you make without it being something that is so far from what Street Fighter is, how do you make a entertaining movie where it's just people getting into a ring and fighting? They've done the cartoon. That doesn't really make it work. But Immortal Wombat. Now that sounds like a great
Mortal Kombat theme.
And sleeping.
Top tier. Doom,
What?
doom, 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 doom,
Oh,
doom,
yeah.
doom, doom. Yeah.
Mortal Kombat.
Top tier.
Yes. Honestly, I think a lot of the reason why the original back in my day, 93 or whatever it was, the original Mortal Kombat movie,
Yeah,
I think a lot of the
I
reason,
saw that back in 2000. All right. I did watch that movie very early
okay.
on.
Good. Well, I think the main reason why that is remembered fondly is because of that song. Because it gets you so hyped up, and I think they played at the very end as well. So it's like you get in there, it's this really kick butt song, and then it ends with that Mortal Kombat, and you're like, yeah, and then you go back and watch
it got you hyped.
Yeah,
Got you hyped up for the movie, even though Goro looked so fucking goofy.
yeah. There was a lot of. But see, and that kind of ties into what I was saying earlier, like when the idea with doing a Game of Thrones type thing. Like if you had a Mortal Kombat movie, and maybe you would say it's an isolated thing. This is not whether you want to say it's canon or not. I don't know, but if you were to have it where some of the main characters actually do die, like, and I'm not saying I'd want this to happen, but like if it was a Johnny Cage, like not his first fight maybe, but his second one. He dies instead of some because they killed somebody in Mortal Kombat, but we don't know who he is. He was a no-name from that time. But like you actually have some of your main characters actually die. I think it gives you a much different and I would say richer movie. But then you got does that hurt the brand? Because people want to play a character who got killed in a movie, all that kind of stuff. But I think it would do well for a movie called Mortal Kombat to have characters being actually killed. And the stakes being very high, and you going, who's going to survive? And then maybe at the end they resurrect everybody if because whoever wins, is able to do that. And you can retcon, you can reverse it all. But I think the shock of having it's kind of like Days of Future Past, when your first 10 minutes you're watching the X-Men just get eviscerated by the Sentinels. It's a shocker. It's something that kind of hits you in the.
Yeah. Okay. So you would think that a game called Mortal Kombat would involve a lot more deaths. There was one scene where they had Sindel kill all the good guys, basically, for the most part. She killed everyone but Johnny Cage and Sonya. Mm-hmm. But then that resulted in the next two games being focused around Sonya and Johnny Cage entirely. So, like, they should totally be able to do that. I don't know why they don't kill off more characters as frequently. They've killed off people like Melina and Baraka before. But
really?
At the time, they were like basically just like the guys that you beat up every day anyway. So like it kind of didn't matter. But like have some people die throughout the story. Like raise the stakes a little bit. They didn't really do that until very recently.
Well, and to be fair, they've gotten much edgier even with the game. Like it's gone from kind of cartoony violence to it's cartoony in how exaggerated it is, but it's still pretty darn visceral and they really leaned into it. I would say, we went from pulling people's skull and backbone out, which is pretty grotesque anyway, to I don't know what they're doing now. It's like going in through the eyes and poking out the cerebral cortex and then splitting the head open with an axe and then pulling the brain out. And...
yeah, it's very graphic now. But it used to be, even like the super moves would just kind of like zoom in on the person's bones being broken as they got hit.
Yeah.
Now it's like, yeah, there's like eyes being poked out. There's giant slashes where you see their guts come out. All that kind of stuff.
Well, and that's what I was telling. Like my mom was listening to me talk to my brother-in-law about this, and she's kind of giving. I was like, oh my gosh, she's wincing. I said, Mom, you got to remember though, they do all this stuff, and then the person immediately gets up afterward. So like you see the most horrible things, and it's like they get up, they're fine, they shake it off, keep going.
They can still fight. They can still win the round right after that happens. But yeah. Honey Badger said X-Ray replaced by Fatal Blows. Yeah, so X-Rays were cool the first time around, and then they switched it to Fatal Blows, which just basically made it like a delayed fatality kind of super move, where people would get like their eyes gauged out, like in the middle of a round, but the character would still be able to get up if they had enough health. So it was kind of goofy. They get impaled by a giant spear. There's, I'm fine. I'll get up.
Oh yeah, and then it's not even like they're staggered or they're you're slower or encumbered or anything. It's like literally they just kind of pop up and it's like
they just get up and they're good to go. Good to go.
I love this versus show. First of all, hello Denise. Hello, good to see you. My gosh, so you were on earlier and now you're back and it's what?
She went to sleep. She went to sleep and she woke up.
3 or 4 o'clock in the morning your time, I guess? 4 o'clock? Jeez. Oh yeah, we have been going, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's almost 7.5 hours.
Yeah, we've been going for a while.
Woof. Well, I mean, it's great when the conversation is flowing and there's crazy stuff being talked about, and we're seeing Don Cheadle as Captain Planet, and we've got all these... like Darth Vader versus Goro, I feel like unless there's something I don't know, Vader wins that one just.
Yeah, easy. I think Darth Vader would win.
And Sonya versus Rainbow Bright. I don't remember the extent of Rainbow Bright powers, but I'm pretty sure if you could get her pissed off enough, I think she would definitely beat Sonya. Scooby-Doo versus Cerberus.
No, the real question is Shaggy versus anyone.
Oh.
Because, Shaggy has the whole lore behind him where he's just fucking unkillable.
That's true. Yeah, Shaggy versus Batman. I'd be curious about.
The Night Mother will guide us.
Hard to say if Scooby Snacks make him immune to fire.
Care Bears versus My Little Pony. Ultimate questions.
Care Bears. 100% Care Bears.
Yeah.
They got Care Bears Stare. What do like My Little Ponies don't have a gimmick.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Care Bear Stare.
Oh, man.
I feel like they probably lock you in place with that.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we don't really know what it would do against somebody who's not... Like, My Little Ponies aren't evil, so I don't know if the Care Bear Stare would actually have an effect on them, but... Batman would never expect Shaggy. Yeah, exactly, Underhill, exactly. And the only people who've really been able to get Batman are the more innocuous ones. You know, the ones that aren't maniacal and over the top. He's usually pretty good against them, but.
Thank you.
Wow, man, I've been noticing as we've been talking, like Tusk is pretty much the only one playing anymore, and he has been up against Invade almost every single game.
Yeah, it's been him and Io's been popping in. Yeah, we've been basically solely watching Tusk.
Yeah, Io cashed out a while ago. I mean, Shaggy. I think you'd have a hard time getting him to fight Batman. He's usually running away, and he's very fast, and he's got the bongo drums going on with him. I just don't know. You'd have to get him in a confined cage or like a cage match or something to actually see what Shaggy's capable of. But I could see him surprising some people and just like, I'm gonna kick your ass, Dark Knight. This is for you, Scoob.
That was a good comeback.
That was Was that Soul Burst? It was. I saw that and I was like, will that take care of wards? That was badass. Looking pretty good. Well, not anymore. Invasion Party. But Shaggy has experience with spooky places and living while traversing them.
I'll be right back. I think I hear my son acting up.
As they do. As they do. For Scoob. Well, which, hey, that brings up... Now, I know a lot of people aren't going to want this conversation, but that also kind of brings up, because Honey Badger brought it up earlier, Casey Kasem versus Kevin Conroy.
Just forget about C.
That's really what we're talking about here, folks. We talk about Batman versus Scooby. We're talking about Casey Kasem, arguably one of the most dynamic and often featured voice actors in 60s, 70s, and 80s. Perhaps even in the 90s. Radio talent. Lots of work there. Against Kevin Conroy, who pretty much embodied Batman for pretty much from the animated series on. For entire generations of kids. I knew you were going to say that, Honey Badger. As you said, Honey Badger, as you admitted, DC fans are fanatic. There's never going to be a time where anything compared to anything to do with DC is going to prevail or have the upper hand. It will never be. It's a clean-cut thing. Conroy. It's got to be Conroy. Has to be. Shaggy wouldn't destroy Batman, but we'd get him solving stupid mysteries in a van for 2 decades. I would have got away with it too. It wasn't for you. Meddlesome bell-bottom wearing hipster. Batman would be all stoned and confused. This is good stuff.
No, that's not right.
The animated series Batman, he wins all day. Every day. Lagmeister, you're coming across as a millennial here, buddy, or Gen Z or something. You're not representing the stalwart conviction of a man of your age. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if maybe somebody else got a hold of the keyboard here, but you're agreeing with Honey Badger way too much for it to be beneficial. I'll tell you that right now. Maybe some Scooby snacks would help Batman with his childhood trauma. Deal with his demons and so on. Yeah. No, you know what? I honestly, I don't think Bruce wants to be helped. I at this point, I think Batman is enough. I think he understands that if he were to get help, that he would not necessarily go up, the war on crime or whatever, but he would no longer be fueled to be Batman, and I think that's become so intrinsically linked to his identity that he would not want to be. If getting better meant no more Batman, I don't think he would take that deal. Trust me, I'm old. He's never seen a therapist. He doesn't want help. Nope. Well, he started off. He was a ripoff of The Shadow, I think it was. There was actually a guy who did a video on it, and it actually shows the panels from The Shadow, and comic book panels from The Shadow and Batman. Bruce Wayne, same thing, and it's pretty much the exact same character. And in fact, when Batman was first conceived, in his first appearances, he was actually like The Shadow. He used a gun, and then they're like, "Oh, we're gonna give him a sidekick to make him more kid friendly and go for that younger audience." And they're like, "Oh, we can't have him killing people now." So they changed it, but he was initially just a carbon copy of The Shadow.
So basically, Batman is a ripoff.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Now he's become his own thing, huh?
That's all I'm coming into this conversation.
Well, I mean, and to his credit, I mean, they have developed him as something more, but his initial conception and rollout was a ripoff of The Shadow in almost every way, except for the fact that he wore a cowl, I believe, and he was called Batman instead of The Shadow. But
and everything that he owned was in the shape of a bat.
Right? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly. The Shadow knows exactly. Yes, that radio drama, very, very popular for his own. Abe Lincoln versus a buttload of kids from Degrassi. Yeah, I got to go with Lincoln too. And he built cabins.
I don't know what that has to do with anything, but sure.
I mean, he's capable. That's my only thing.
Anyone who existed before the Industrial Revolution is probably stronger than anyone that has existed now.
Yep.
Did we talk about it earlier where it was like, oh yeah, like anyone living like in the Iron Age is automatically probably stronger than like you or me, just by default, the way that like their lives played out.
Yeah, we didn't go into that quite as deep, but we were talking that that people in that age would not have been plump and
they wouldn't have been obese and unhealthy. They would have been quite strong. They would have,
It's really funny just how much our perception of what is he gonna take. Ooh, good card, but is it gonna be enough to? I don't think he's gonna be able to win this. But yeah, it's amazing. We think of people like from that time as they're not as good. They're maybe they didn't have our workout regimen, but again, like you were saying, pretty sure they were healthier. I mean, if when they talk about like the death rate or the life expectancy, it was mostly nerfed by the amount of people that died in infancy, childbirth, and infancy. If you got out of infancy, your life expectancy actually wasn't all that horrible. I mean, obviously it's better with penicillin and things like that, but it wasn't all that horrible. And they were just, there was no easy life at all with those folks.
Yeah, plus you were working the fields every day. You were getting a workout every day.
Yep.
For a new world.
So like, you'd actually be pretty physically fit.
Yeah.
No charge? Dang.
Yeah, that's good stuff. He's got a chance.
Not a good one, but he's got a chance.
Yeah. He's got to get a guard in that shadow lane or field lane or something.
You trusted me.
Ooh.
All right.
Nice. Good call, Tuss. Good call. The radio show was from 1939. That is a long. I didn't even know it that long. Almost 25 years for a radio show.
That's a long time.
Gotta play the long game. Vanis is such a good card to steal. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Lagmaster. I didn't see your comment. I wasn't trying to contradict you, but yeah, that was something that I remember hearing. That kind of, oh, you got to be crapping me.
Ooh.
That's it.
It counts as a Daedra, right? Yeah, it does.
And it's got.
Yeah, he chose a charge version. Wait, no, he didn't.
No, he didn't. He expected to roll it.
Yeah. Because he's a noob.
He's an idiot. Yeah, but. Shoot.
I have many important.
I think he can clutch it. Hold on.
Oh,
take out the 6. Take out the 6 cost or the 6 power creature.
Yep.
Haven't you ever met a lich before?
I think I would have stuck Lucian down there to get that.
Yeah, just have a lethal there. Although, I will say he has it kind of set up nicely to have Vanis and a completed contract. He does have that going for him at least.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's huge. But yeah, Lucian needed to be the one down there. That it might be game over if Lucian.
The sigil stone is mine.
Charge. So damn close.
White Battle King.
He needs something to take out the 2/6. He doesn't have enough right now. Oh no, wait, he can do 2 damage to it. He can do 2 damage to it.
If its leaders
or 3 damage to it, I think. Yeah. Good call.
Yeah, but the next Daedra he plays is gonna have charge, right? Yeah, now
Yeah.
giving 8 random keywords, yeah. So if he draws a Daedra, then he's dead.
Oh, look at those guards. Look at that healing. Oh my gosh. Come on, game.
It's very close.
Let us begin the lesson.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
I wish he had a
I do hope that
I
troublesome
think,
knight
yeah,
is
Tagar and Raybat, both of those in
I don't know it
conjunction.
all, but I'm pretty close.
Oh no, he's
Hopefully you stop a lot of the damage coming in.
What is he going for? Snake tooth?
Honestly, that's what I would go for, but
I lurk in the shadows.
Okay, there you go. There you go. That's good. That's Razzma-dazzma-dazzma-dazzma.
Smell the stench of the
Okay.
living.
Okay. Oh, I mean, an action is horrible here, but if it ain't an action, he's in good shape.
You will die at my hand.
Oh wow! Oh my gosh! Oh.
okay, yeah, cool. So you can take out the gate, and he's fine.
And he can crush Restless Templar. Yep. Oh, this is fabulous. But you are correct, Underhill. That is true. That is one factor there. You can be in good shape. You can be tight, but
I bow to your victory.
wow, tough. Yes. Woo. Wow. The eyes of the world were upon you. This was what needed to see. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sending him a nice one too.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your tenacity and triumph. But yeah, that is true. When it comes to like building muscle, I mean, you do have to have, what was it? Like Michael Phelps, I think they said the guy is a swimmer at like 10,000 calories a day or something. So yeah, if you want to put on the weight, you've got to do that. But I think you can work up a good deal of strength just in general, not maybe bulk, but you can work up a good deal of strength by getting get your basic proteins in there, a decent calorie count, and some good old hard labor. But now you burn everything off. I would have to eat 2 to 3 times the amount that I normally would, and the work is more crippling than beneficial. Boxers in training will eat 5,000 to 7,000 calories a day. Yep, just got to chug that powder and eat those eggs. Something I don't know that they had in medieval times, but maybe they did.
They definitely didn't have powder, protein powder.
Yeah. I don't see how people can eat that much, and I smoked a lot too. Yeah, smoking is no bueno for the body. It isn't, but I mean that's isn't it an appetite suppressor too? Like, don't people typically eat less when they smoke?
I will say I vape a lot, and I don't eat as much as I probably should.
There you go, proof positive. That's it. And I'm pretty sure that like people that smoked and they would be really thin when they gave up smoking, they kind of.
Yeah, you put on a lot of weight too, because I've gone through periods where like I was specifically smoking like cigarettes, and like I would stop and immediately like 10 pounds, like within a month or two. But now it's not as prevalent. Right.
Yeah, it was weird. I actually saw somebody like, of course they had to be throwing a cigarette butt out the window, but I was like, I saw that and I was like, man, I remember, in the 80s, earlier in my younger years, I feel like I used to see cigarettes going out the window all the time, or if nothing else, somebody like flicking ashes out of the window. And now you see it and you go, whoa, really? That's still a thing? People are still doing that, huh?
I think because there's more of a stigma around smoking with your kids in the car. Because I remember my dad used to do that all the time. He would smoke with us in the car. Mm-hmm. Like, no for lack of a better term, no fucks given.
Right.
But yeah, no, I would never smoke in the car with. If I was smoking cigarettes, I would never smoke with my son in the car.
Right. Yeah,
Also
my dad
smell.
did the same. Yeah, that's. I mean, smoking is like people can have a variety of vices. Smoking is just a bummer because it's one of the like you know, if you drink a lot, yeah, I mean, especially if your body processes it like mine does, you pudge out and whatever. But like what it's doing to your liver isn't not necessarily obvious to everybody else. So aside from, you know, all the other stuff that comes with like alcoholism, but like smoking, it's like it yellows your fingers, it yellows your teeth, it does stuff to your breath, it gets on all your clothes. It's like one of those
reek.
Yeah,
reek of cigarette. Yeah,
it's like the biggest downside of most vices is like just the most obvious. But
yeah, that's why every time, like the only times that I do, you know, have a cigarette is like when I'm drinking and someone's like, "Hey, you want to smoke?" And I'm like, "Okay," only because like I've been drinking. But then yeah, like immediately after I have like that taste in my mouth, and I'm like, I regret that decision immediately.
Yeah. Man. Well, I'll tell you what. As much as it pains me to do this, Underhill, I think, brings up a perfect segue. Your body is wired to want you to graze openly and eat at opportunity, but that isn't how the modern world is, which is very true. However, my body has been craving grazing for the past 4 hours, and I must eat something here, or I will probably just die in my chair. That is the most likely outcome. So, yeah.
just die in the chair.
I don't really. It's worth it. Worth it. Oh man.
We're at 4 forever.
Yes. Viva la Ward 4. Ward 4 until Saturday. Wow. So here I am trying to give a heartfelt farewell, and Honey Badger's getting one last desperate. You know what? Just for that, Honey Badger. There we go. That's what you get, buddy. That's for you. You forget I have the graphics. Rip J Money. Well, thank you all. This has been a heck of a lot of fun. I mean, we got to see like amidst all the flapping of my gums, there were some really great games. We got a great send off as our last game. Great conversation with everybody. Just always great to hear. It's like so many different perspectives and and ways of looking at things. And you know, some bat. I never thought Shaggy versus Batman, but that's where we ended up. That's where our path took us.
Shaggy would win.
Can't have a problem. Stop the prejudice on pineapples with garlic butter. Okay, this is going. We're now, everything I just said is getting flushed down the toilet as we descend into anarchy and chaos of ridiculousness. Let me find. I gotta find the. Oh no, it's that again. Oh geez, sorry, geez, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Happy fun time is forever. Indeed it was, like Meister. And I don't think I missed your reference to Final Fantasy VII there, when you said the Loco Weed. If I'm not mistaken, that is. I still don't know what it does, but isn't that in Final Fantasy VII? Loco Weed, isn't that in there? Yep, it's in Final Fantasy VII. The Loco Weed. We've got it. I've never used it, and I have no idea what it does, but I appreciate the reference. Might play that tomorrow. Might be jumping on tomorrow to do some more Final Fantasy VII. I'm never going to get done with the game if I just do it during normal operating hours, so we might jump into Final Fantasy VII over the weekend at some point. But ham and pineapple? Not on ham and pineapple, Lagmeister, all day long, but not on pizza. Hey, ham and pineapple and cheese, but not on pizza. Causes confusion. Oh, okay. Well, it succeeded in that as well. I was very confused. Anyway, Vincenzo, thank you so much for joining me this entire time. You stuck with me. Sans 2 bathroom breaks. You were here for almost 8 hours of the stream. Thank you so much for hanging tough and for keeping the conversation lively. Greatly appreciate that.
Shout outs to Lagmeister and Underhill. Haven't interacted with them from your community. I think it's the first time I've really. Well, yeah, it's been a while since I've chatted with anyone in your community, but yeah. Fun conversations.
Yeah.
All around.
Yep. They're good fellas. It's good because, like, you know, I've got some people from Legends that trickled into, like, retro gaming, and then folks from retro gaming that trickle into here. Although Underhill, I think weren't because you knew. I think Underhill. Did you find it through? I think you were Legends first, right? At the very tail end of it. I can't remember. But yeah. Either way, yeah, they're swell fellows. It's a great. It's a great group of folks with a heck of a lot in common. Obviously, some differences and everything, but it's been great having the blending of different things and it going beyond Legends and then also coming into Legends. So,
yep, love meeting all you fine people.
Good deal. Well, and now you know the legend of Vincenzo. There you go. Honey Badger's got your little logo up there. That is and forever shall be Vincenzo.
Yep, that's me. The mustache glasses. That's me.
Yeah. Good deal. Alrighty. Well, that'll do it for this evening. I will talk to you all later. And until next time,
keep playing.
There you go. Nice.